annoying some. I don't like to leave any question unanswered. I don't like to, explain shabbily, like just breeze through it. I like to explain critically. So sometimes it can be an advantage, can also be a disadvantage. So please, it is why I want a lot of people here before we start talking about the conversation. I don't want us to start talking, then people start coming in and say, oh, asking things that we already talked about and all that. But, while we wait for more people to come in, when I read like I said, we are trashed the written address from Tinubu and Shetima's lawyer, which is Olani Pekun. We are done with that. We are trashed it, literally trashed it. But I suppose we're doing that. The one for INEC, the one for APC, we're not out yet. So and by the time it came out, a lot was going on the TL. There was Peter Obi's birthday. There was a lot of things, so we couldn't do all that. I had read it partially thoroughly, not, I skimmed through it at some point, then, focused on some point. After all, a lot of the things were quite similar. And one of the things we're able to establish is that these respondents don't have any legal way to win this particular case. And it's so painful. That's why anything outside justice from the judiciary will be so sad. It is so painful because, if someone says, you stole from me, your best argument should not be to come and say, did you catch me? Did you see me do it? Did you, or they now present video of you doing it. You now say, that video, where did the video come out from? When did they bring the video before last week? They should have brought it last week. As in, that should not be your way out. If you know you did the right thing, you didn't steal, your major line of defense should be, I didn't steal it, and I will prove it. As in, you shouldn't. Wait, I just read these addresses and I'm like, what is going on? Like, what's happening in Nigeria? Like, why would someone write a full document and no part of that document speaks to something that supports what, like, he's looking for, like, his own thing? All in that document is just to say, one thing, yeah, they did not do it. Of which, all the things that they were pointing at is a lie. It is a lie. I think I said this some time back that if you read these documents and you just oppose it, like maybe when you are reading, like me, I read it like usually on like my laptop. It's difficult reading it on the phone. So sometimes when I'm reading it, I have like different tabs open. I have Electoral Act, I have Constitution, I have INEC guideline, I have Peter Obi's petition. So when they make reference to things, I go and check it by myself, and I'll come back and see it is a lie. Like, I'll come back and see is either they only took the first line of the statement and didn't take everything, or they are trying to misconstrue it, or like for some reason. So I'm like, why would you want to do that? They said you did not win election rightly. Just come and say, I won it rightly and see how I won it. Don't come and say, what you brought to prove it is not correct. Those kind of things. So it is why it is very important. But quickly, I just want to point out, some areas I highlighted. I really hope that, within the time that I shut down my laptop, I've not lost them. Okay, yeah. So there are some areas that I highlighted when I was reading, the petition from APC, that's Elo Fabemi and Co., and also the one from INEC. But I will just go to, some, and I highlighted some things based on technicalities as well. I highlighted some things so that the judiciary, they will point it out and say, if you want to go by technicality, you people also, you messed up. As a matter of fact, one of the first things I noticed on the petition was how poorly it was written. And when I say poorly, so if you read all the written address, you'll be able to tell a difference between, so for the one from Olani Pekun, it was quite condescending, it was very abusing, very, I don't know. But one from Elo Fabemi was, compared to Olani Pekun, he was not such outrightly abusive, right? But it had a lot of errors, it had a lot of misconstruing, lying, and all that. So one of the first things I noticed was even the fact that, and I pointed this out with the 1 million Mama Crew guys, the fact that not just in one place, I think in over 2 places. Whoever typed this document kept saying that Nigeria has 119,773 polling units. And if you follow this election, you know that Nigeria has over 176,000 polling units. Only for me to do a little bit checking and discover that this was the number of polling units Nigeria had as of 2019. So whoever did this document, to tell you how poor of a lawyer he is, and I'm going to link it to Elofabimi, because I don't care who typed it, but this document is the lead counsel. So how poor of a lawyer the person is, the person didn't know that between 2019 and now, INEC have increased the number of polling. Imagine how can that lawyer come and say you are defending a case? And if it was one place, I would have said it's an error. Like maybe the person just lose guard, do copy and paste, and that's all. It was in one place. At one point, they said, oh, specifically, petitioners called a total of 13 witnesses only in the failed attempt to prove their allegations concerning the 119,000 something polling unit. I was like, when I first saw it, I was like, wait, 119? I was confused. So that was one of the first errors that caught my eyes. Then another, something that, they tried pointing out was this, and it was quite disturbing. I don't understand why on earth a lawyer will be saying, for you to prove you win is too difficult, so you cannot even do it. So a lawyer was boldly making reference to a statement that was made some time back, and just make sure to say this every time. The judges some time back actually said, the very obstacle of anyone who seeks to have the election of a president or governor overturned is very large. It's the very large number of witnesses he must call due to the size of the respective constituency. In a country like our own, he may have to call about 250,000 to 300,000 witnesses. This was, and I think Nello used to say this a couple of times here on the space, that why this petition is really different, if you understand, is that Peter Obi is not questioning only that, somebody won. He's questioning the process. So it's not really about, I want to prove that I won alone. He's also saying, if this was done, I'll probably have a landslide and all that. So, which is why bulk of our case was around compliance, and which is why a lot of people, carry the talk of a likelihood of a rerun and all that. But that's not really the bone of contention. It's not really the bone of contention. Whatever the court decides as to that, personally, I'm fine with it. I don't have any problem with that. What I'm really interested in is disqualification of Tinubu. Another thing that was pointed out, Another thing that was pointed out was, they tried, funny enough, in the document, they said something like, on getting their testimony, blah, 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 traversing alleged non-transmission of results to the IREV. If you read the document very well, they almost wanted to sound as if they were saying it is not true. It is not proven that there was no transmission. I was just laughing because, contrary, INEC in their petition agreed that there was no transmission. So I didn't really have any problem with that. So another thing that was pointed out was, a couple of mistakes. Let me not delve into that. I just saw the other place where they made the errors of the number of local government areas. Then, the funny thing, one of the arguments they put about double nomination was that they said the reasoning behind the above position, after saying some things about the Supreme Court judgment, they said, is that an allegation of multiple or double nomination is one of pre-election and not post-election disputes that a tribunal can ascertain. So they were saying that double nomination is pre-election matters. And I just laughed. So because of that one, they didn't even really bother defending double nomination. Okay, so I'm just trying to pick out some of the major points. So they talked about local standing, PDP's local standing. So the PDP was told that they don't have local standing before election. Now, their lawyer again, APC lawyer is also arguing that PDP does not have, that we don't also have local standing. So another thing they said that was quite funny. They said it is submitted that where there is no criminal proceeding against the person, civil forfeiture of an asset cannot be a ground for disqualification. It was very funny because I think we've established this a couple of times that Tinubu was tried for a crime. He was tried for a crime. So it was not as if he was tried for, like, something very friendly. He was tried for a crime. They tried the extinguishing. It was, if you read their case, their written address, there was a lot of funny this thing. And of course, they still went through the route of electronic transmission or transfer. So let me read a line that they said. They say a careful perusal of clause 38 connotes 38 of INEC regulation said connotes that the draftman intended that the beavers, listen, he said they were trying to say whoever drafted that intended that the beavers and IRF technology be permitted in the electoral process where practicable. I saw it and I laughed. They said it is where practicable. That means you use beavers when it is practicable. If it is not practicable, you are free to dump it and all that. I just laughed. Then they were trying to explain what all is in that particular contest. Then, I think the last part I'll talk about regarding and this is APC's petition. There's nothing serious in that petition. Let me quickly, make reference to the last part that was really funny to me. It's the part where they were trying to explain 25% in the FCT. It is why that last time that, the last place that we stayed that, kind of derailed towards that conversation. Why I had that topic as, if you remember, that topic then was APC bad in written address and governance. That was the topic of that space. I did it like that intentionally. Do you know why? So when I say APC is bad in written address and governance, what I mean is that they are bad in written address, one, then they are also bad in governance, two. So Fabemi was arguing, he was trying to explain English in the document. I know what he was saying regarding 25%. He said that what they should have written, if they want FCT to be separate, that they would have said that the candidate must score not less than 25% in each of at least 2/3 of the states and in the FCT. So he said the fact that there was no and in, that there was no in there means it's together. So it's why I said, if I say APC is bad in governance and written address, do I need to say APC is bad in governance and in written address? When I read that, I laughed and I was like, okay, this is funny. Then another thing which I pointed out, and I'm on INEX, written address now. Another thing that kind of caught my attention on INEC, and that was quite early in the document. So INEC said concerning Shetima's double nomination, and okay, because of this, I think I will need to also open. Just give me a moment. I will need to also open the written address from the one from Tinubu and Shetima. Because it is funny, because hear what INEC said. INEC said, on the first plank of the alleged double nominations of the third respondent, the first respondent pleaded that the fourth respondent by a letter dated 6 July 2022 received on the 13th day of July 2023 or 2022. So INEC in this document came to say that they received the letter on the 13th. So it is funny because Tinubu's lawyer already admitted that the letter, INEC got the letter on the 15th. But his own argument was that it doesn't matter when INEC got it, as long as Shetima wrote it on the 6th. What counts is on the 6th. INEC's lawyer, on the other hand, was trying to say that the INEC received it on the 13th. And don't be afraid, don't fret. Because the funny thing is, the document that Peter Obi tendered in court, what is written there is 15. So, and INEC, I don't know why, but of course they didn't go further to explain that, oh, we received it on the 13th, we just forgot. We forgot to fill it. When we eventually filled it, we now see those 15th and somebody to come and sign. So, I mean, that was one of the catching thing for me from INEC's petition. So, even on the document, they said that the BVAS was designed to accredit voters and capture the image of polling unit result and transmit it to the public viewing portal called IREV. You know, this transfer of image was designed to happen in, I'm reading INEC's written address, and I just listen to what INEC wrote in their written address. So I want to see how court we go against this. INEC wrote on their written address and said, BVAS was designed to accredit voters and capture the image of polling unit results and transmit it to a public viewing portal called IREV. This transfer of image was designed to happen immediately at the close of polls. So INEC, this is why some people said, okay, the fact that they didn't, and I know why they couldn't lie about it. It is clearly written in their guidelines, so it will be very detrimental if they lie about it. Then I went further and said, on election day, the transmission portal happened smoothly for the National Assembly election, did not for the presidential election, even though both elections took place concurrently. So INEC, everything I wrote here now, INEC have it in their written address. So I need people to know that it's sometimes when I said there's a lot that they need to go through to do this, it is, I mean it. Anyway, I think I'll stop. There are more, but so I can allow other people to speak. Let me just see if there's any other one that is very crucial. And after which I'll yield the mic to a couple of persons that want to speak. Then after some time, we'll delve into the Peter Obi's written address. At least probably we started today. And of course, the way the last one went, in the coming days, it will keep going. I said this on Violence Space yesterday as well. INEC literally lied on their written address and said the witness from AWS, look at what they wrote. They said she was appearing in court on the mandate or authority of AWS. In fact, the way they put it, they said it is important to note that under cross-examination, she admitted that though her evidence related to AWS services, she was appearing in court on the mandate or authority of AWS. I don't know if this was another typographical error. Maybe they wanted to say she was not appearing in court, because we all know that witness said she was not appearing in court on the authority of AWS, but as an AWS staff, she is an authority herself in that case. So that's another thing that they pointed out. I'm just trying to skim through it. I highlighted some place I wanted to draw people's attention to. So he admitted that the compliance. Okay, this is another place they lied. They lied that somebody said, oh, and they complied with the guideline, which was very, 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 very funny. I mean, to be honest, when I was reading INEC's written address, I lost interest very easily because I just noticed they were just lying. I couldn't tell if it was a typographical error or they were lying, but I really don't care. But I think my joy was that a lot of the things they said were contradicted by either APC or Tinubu and Shettima. Okay, they talked about blood results, and they talked about how the witness was shown the blood result, and that was quite funny. Lower court are bound by precedent qualifying. I think that's okay. I think those are like the major things from my own reading that I highlighted, and I just wanted to share it with everybody. So you can see that, like I said, a summary of all three written addresses. Let me just tell you, the summary is that for the one for Tinubu and Shettima, Wole Olanipekun lied. Oh, no, okay, not lie now. I mean, he lied actually, because he lied about what happened to Awolowo and Shehu Shagari. That was a big lie, a very big lie. And I hope the court will read it and go and find out that Wole Onalipeku was lying, or whoever wrote Wole Onalipeku was lying. Wole Onalipeku was condescending, abusive. INEC on their own, they weren't abusing, but they were literally lying. I don't know if it's lie or typographical error, but they were lying up and down in the document. And I really meant lying. At least I've read like 2 or 3 for you guys. Then APC's own, that one, I don't know what was just wrong with that one. That one was just deflecting and dodging, up and down. So that's like a summary of what happened. And for the objections, for people that are interested, the objections don't make any sense. It is not anything sensible. So it's really now up to the judiciary, and soon we'll be delving into Peter Obi's response. But for now, let me just, if you know you're in the speaker section and you want to speak, ensure that your hand is up. If you're in the speaker section and you want to speak, ensure that your hand is up. Okay, I don't think anybody's. All right, so maybe I'll be dropping those that the hands are not up, so that maybe whenever you're ready to speak, you can come back up and now speak at that time. But for now, let me go to Shegun.
Hello, bros. Thank you, Women in Nigeria, for this platform that you have put up today, and everybody that is here. And I saw about Atiku's camp, Atiku's lawyer in the US trying to get the courts to get more access to what Tinubu's documents from school. And the headline was that the Tinubu's lawyer had to raise an objection to it. And the reason why I took this particular article is because of this fraudulent case of forgery. When their lawyers reply in their response, they did not prove that he submitted a fake or a doctored or certificate to INEC. INEC did not even also say, the document that was submitted to us was verified and was fake. They only said, INEC said that they were not aware at that time. And it's annoying that after all giving you time to even check or to do this thing, the only thing you can come up is to actually defend these guys and say, you are not even saying, although I was not aware then, but now that I'm aware, there is consequence for it. But the conclusion I want to say now is that even when you are saying that you went to that school, we are not telling you that you did not go. The only thing that the court or the petitioner is saying now that at the point you wanted to use this certificate, you did not provide the original document that you were given, the original certificate that you actually produced your own certificate, which is a criminal action that you have done. That a school, if you say you went to a school and they gave you a certificate, you did not use that one. You decide to manufacture your own. You decide to manufacture it and provided it. In law, you should be in prison. In fact, it shows that you are a criminal. It shows that you have criminal intention to deceive 200 million people. So we're not saying that you did not go to school. All these documents that they are providing and saying, there's a document from the school stating that he went to school. I'm not even arguing. Fine. But I'm saying that we said, okay, you apply for an employment this thing. That saying going to school They gave you a certificate that you can use anywhere. You did not use that one. You decided to produce your own. And you now brought it to that interview and submitted it. In fact, the effrontery to even submit it, it's annoying that somebody can deceive a whole 200 million people and thinks they can get away with it. It is well. I rest my case on that. I'm just going to thank you. That's just what I wanted. And now somebody is now saying, "Oh, let's just even find out." Since you cannot produce that certificate, let's find out what happened. You are not blocking them from producing from finding out. That means there's something wrong. Well, my people, let's just not worry about it. I believe that all this response and everything, I know that at the end of the day, as a human being, even I'm not a judge, as a human being, it's obvious that you are a criminal, hardened criminal, in fact, unremorsed criminal. No remorse at all. And they're saying, "Oh, there's a letter from the school that I went to school." We are not saying you did not go to school, even if they give you the certificate. But we're saying that at the point of employment, the document that you produce for employment is a fraudulent document. That's enough to disqualify you. INEC has said, "Okay, oh, sorry, we are not aware." They are not even saying it's not fake or original. Your lawyer is saying, "Oh, this document," they are not even saying if it's fake or it's original. They are saying, "Oh, but there's a letter from the school." My brother, it is well with this country. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, thank you very much, Shegun. Thank you very much. Please, let's retweet this, please. I don't want to. I mean, I think for those people that have seen it, which I think some of you have seen it, the beginning of the response, it is very gengengish. For those that are listening, maybe you've not laid your hand on the document. I'll read just the introduction, and I mean not the entire document. So this is the petitioner's reply to the second and third respondent. So this is just the petitioner's reply to Tinubu and Shettima. So apparently there will be another document for INEC. There will be another document for what's it called, APC. But let me read. So the number 2 statement there said, in the proof of their case, the petitioners called 13 witnesses and tendered several documentary evidence. I'll leave that. So the third sentence is what is making me laugh. He said, a sentence in the second, and for those that were here earlier, I talked about the fact that Wole Olanipekun's written address was very condescending and insultive. So they said a sentence in the second and third respondents' address alarmed the petitioners and millions of Nigerians. As I read the statement, it just like I said, this is Dr. Liv. The second respondent went too low and abandoned discretion when they claimed as follows. Now, quote, our submission is that the petitioners are inviting anarchy by their ventilation of the issue of non-transmission of results electronically by INEC. End of quote. So this statement was by Olanipeku. They put it here. This anarchy, the anarchy that they are looking for. Okay. He said, they continue and say, this is a cheap, now this from our lawyer, he says, this is a cheap, misguided and destructive blackmail, clearly intended to target the country's judicialism and constitutionalism. This English, big. It also aims at cannibalizing our democracy. I don't know which lawyer could write this thing now, because you can't English, they speak for here. It will also raise the issue of insecurity if the petitioners emulate the bad example of the second and third respondent. However, that will never happen. After hey, when has it become offensive for petitioners to canvass a ground prescribed by the challenge of an election in section 134 1B of the Electoral Act 2022? Desperation taken too far can be extremely dangerous. As I don't see that too far, Okutepa came to my mind. Let the second and third respondent know that where the rule of law is trampled upon or truncated, anarchy reigns supreme. Oh, we can give all this lawyer a clap. I beg. All right, guys. Sorry. I knew that this LP's lawyer, I knew that they would not disappoint. I knew it. That last line is paramount. He said, where the rule of law is trampled upon or truncated, anarchy reigns supreme. Very, very clear and simple. One more. Without introduction, we say I'm not going to read the document again. Because I can't imagine what's inside. All right, quickly, let's go. Please, run the speaker in the speaker section. I don't want to be telling people to raise their hand. Check your phone. If you requested the mic, check your phone and confirm that you're in the speaker section. Then go ahead to raise your hand. If you don't know how to raise your hand, there's a love icon. You click the love icon, then there's the hands up icon. You click it, your hands will be up. While the next speaker is speaking now, before this next speaker finishes speaking, those that the hands are not up, I will drop them first, so that those that the hands are up can come up. And please, I don't know, I think I'll check UC Maxwell's OneDrive, because this document is not a secret document. You are free to get it. I know UC Maxwell often puts it on his drive, so please download it, because I want people to go and be reading it now, and by the time you read it, you can, because, we just got it today, I can't read till the end. So whatever, you might notice some things before us, and you point it out. I want us to all, hail this document. No criticism on this person. Oh, if you have any question, you ask your question. If I hear them, okay, I'm not going to remove it from speaker session. I'm going to remove it from the space totally, the entire space. You go as go to find this thing. So don't say you were not. You can, if you see something that you are not sure of, ask questions. You see Maxwell is here. He will answer. So please don't come and be saying, I think they should have written it like this. You don't think anything. Don't think anything at all. And I'm just sounding this. I know we are not like that. Obedience, we are not like that. But I just want to sound that one so that people, some Abados can create accounts and start to enter this space now in form of obedience. Put it our logo and start to come and be talking rubbish. If you come and talk anything, I will consider you an Abado. Read the document. If you don't understand something, ask a question. If you understand it, come and educate us. You are free. And that's what we want to do here on this space today. So thank you very much as you cooperate. All right. Ngozi, you don't show. Alpha, are we streaming?
I have sent you a message already that we're live. We've been streaming for more than 30 minutes now.
Why you don't tell me make I use my sesky voice?
I bet me we hear what Jerry.
You know, say the voice they use for local space is different if they talk far and wide.
Guy, you don't get the voice. You get people who get voice, well, you don't have it. All right. Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for coming to the 1 Million March crew. Well, continue. That's all I have to say. What do you want me to do? I haven't read it, actually. I haven't read the stuff yet, because
all of us now go read down together for this space today. Wherever we stop for there. Everybody will go continue for us.
If I see person will go read it out to me, I go happy, because see all those long documents, it's not my calling.
I will be your colleague. No, but that intro. You heard that intro that I read just now?
I didn't. I wasn't listening. I was on a call.
Oh, Ngozi, you don't mean.
Oh, yeah, take the screenshots of the. So if you go YouTube now, rewind. That's the beauty of streaming.
What are you feeling like?
Mini God.
Anyway, UC Maxwell is here. UC Maxwell, check. I sent you the course request at Abby. Yeah, okay, I sent you.
Request or invite? Which one is request?
Post. What did I call her now? Invite. Oh, now post invite. Oh. So you want to use technicality for me? That's what it's like. What's the difference between? Okay. Anyway, all right. Thank you very much, Ngozi. Let's quickly go to another speaker. We'll be chipping in gradually. If you've seen the document, feel free to come up and point out something that interests you. And, that's how we're going to run it. Yusuf Maxwell at some point will give us any place he has gotten to give us what is relating to it. But Yusuf Maxwell is here. All right, quickly, let's go to L. L, please go ahead.
Okay, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. And thank you for this space. I had a question, please. I've been seeing the posts by Distinguished, so I've been seeing some snippets, and the response from LP lawyers are very impressive. So, as expected. But my question was regarding the information that 4-1 put out in newspaper, which we've been seeing posts about, which was the rumor that there's pressures on some of the judges to resign. So, like you said at the start, when you started the space, you said that APC and Tinubu have no legal way to win this case, which, as we all know, that's the case. So there's definitely fear in their camp. And then this group have come to flag that there's rumors, there's pressure on judges to resign. And so the implication of that is that if judges resign, then that means that there will be extension to the case. But as we know, the Constitution says that PEPs must be pegged at 180 days. And to give a bit of a history as to that, this came as an amendment to the Constitution where, because people were spending so much time in court while illegal presidents and governors were sitting in power. So the government at the time felt it was necessary to introduce this amendment that would ensure that lawfully, within 180 days, PEPs are concluded. So now that we know that there's someone in power that does not care for the rule of law, and if the rumor is true, and why I'm asking is because we remember that in November last year, a rumor came out that said that Yakubu and INEC and APC planned to switch off IREV. And then Yakubu came out and debunked that so-called rumor. As we all know, the rumor is history. It came to pass on February 25. So this is why, this sort of rumor, is a bit worrisome, because we know with histories of APC rumors turn out true. So in this case, now I'm asking you guys that please, if heaven forbid, this man makes a judge to resign, and what would happen to the case in court, and what would you advise as obedience in terms of next steps that we do if God forbid this turns out to be the case? Thank you.
Okay, all right. I think that's the question I would want. I don't know if I know Yusuf Maxwell is partially busy, but I'm sure he heard your question. So Yusuf Maxwell, I don't know if you're available to reply now, but if you are not, you can just give a thumbs down. Like, I think every question is what will happen. As for next steps, I think that one is but every question is what will happen. Okay, Yusuf Maxwell is not ready. Okay, I'll just tell you what the best I know, and I'm sure maybe Yusuf Maxwell will touch it again later. So first of all, so that group is, I think they call them something Waziri group. I know it's a PDP. It's a group that is related to like the PDP, but that doesn't mean what they said could be a lie. In fact, that doesn't mean it's a lie. I think even before they said it, a lot of people have heard the rumor already. Do you know the reason why I often say there is no legal pathway? I mean, I could have said there is no pathway, right? But I often emphasize legal pathway because that's very important, because there are ways for them to come out, but it will not be legal. And thanks to that last statement that our lawyers used, where rule of law is trampled upon or truncated, anarchy reigns supreme. The truth is that we'll be in denial if we say we don't know how desperate and how deadly and how evil, demonic, devilish APC. I mean, we will just lie to ourselves to say, oh, we don't know. We know. It is why I told somebody recently, I was talking to the person, I was like, the person asked me a blank question. The person was like, do you believe the judiciary will do the right thing? And the question was, I looked at the question, I was like, okay. I mean, I eventually just called the person and told the person that I don't think I'm interested in the question of whether I believe the judiciary will do the right thing. I told the person, I said, what I'm first interested in is what is the implication of the judiciary not doing the right thing? What is the implication? So I don't want to, so my main point is that, well, there's a rumor out there. For me, how will I put it now? If it's true, fine. If it's not true, fine. I like it for a reason. And I mean the one you're talking about where a group released. I don't mean the one where the rumor of George resigning. That's not, I don't mean that one. The rumor of, the group that said, oh, pressures on the judges. I like it for a couple of reasons. One, it means that the judges should already know that people already see them. Before now, people already see them on a minus side. And now that rumor will put them on a minus side. So I am looking forward to the judge among the 5 of them that will give a ruling contrary to what the people think is justice. Because then you will come off. So I felt like that was necessary. Then another reason why I felt like I was okay with it is that if it is true that they are pressurizing them, the fact that by now they haven't resigned means that, oh, they are at least trying to resist. And we said loudly on Violence Space yesterday that they should ensure they resist. If you read that news very well, the reason that the person gave was that they were blackmailing them with transactions that they had done with them before and all that. And we've said it. APC, in fact, the way that news put it, you can almost say that I was referring to Wike. Anybody, APC, Wike, if you have the document, release it. In fact, if you release it, we will celebrate it. It is not, you had it since. If you really wanted to catch the judge, you should have released this since. It is not now. If you release it now, it won't be a reason for us to celebrate that particular judge. So please, go ahead and release it. So for me, let's just work with that. As far if they succeed, what can we do? The truth is, if anything aside justice comes out of this, it is left to Nigerians to take back their country any way they deem fit. I say this every time. I don't know when they will do it, but it is really left to Nigerians. So it's not something I can tell you now. I can't tell you what can we do. Of course, we cannot force the court and say, oh, appoint somebody today. So, I mean, what we can do when that point comes, we will all do it individually, but at the end of the day, it will become very loud. There are many people in this movement now that are just waiting. They are just waiting. We where they come here, when they talk. Now we they beg. People say, people calm down. So when we get there, we'll cross it. All right, thank you very much, El. Quickly, let me go to Chigozie. Chigozie, please go ahead.
All right. Wherever best, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Well, I am so happy this afternoon because when I saw the response given by PDP to this Tinubu Shettima address, I was happy. I think yesterday I was speaking in one of the spaces that UC Maxwell, co-hosted, and I was reading a statement or a quote by Justice Oguntade, George Oguntade, on Amechi versus INEC. And thank God that today the PDP retreated that statement to tell the judges that they should really do justice. And that statement is that Oguntade was saying that I must do justice even if the heaven falls. And he went on to say, the truth, of course, is that when justice has been done, the heavens stay in place. So I was very happy when I saw it, for PDP, reminding PDP lawyers, reminding the justices that no matter the threat that APC or Tinubu is giving them, that heaven will not fall when they do justice to this case. And that is the justice. The justice is that, what is the justice? The justice is that Tinubu and Shettima are not even qualified to be president ab initio. And moreover, I also want to tell the judges, that is Justice Samani, Justice Ugo, Justice Bolaji, Justice Stephen Ada, and Justice Ababelo, that they should also that they need not go or travel all the way to Beijing, just according to Nikki Toby, JCA as then was in the case of Mojeku, a celebrated case. He was saying that we need not travel all the way to Beijing to know. So I am not telling them that to know that Tinubu laundered, forfeited $460,000 in US over drug trafficking. That Tinubu, the certificate he presented to INEC was a forged certificate. That Shetima has double nomination. That Tinubu has a dual citizenship. And that Tinubu and Shetima did not meet up the constitutional requirement of 25% in FCT. So these justices should have no difficulty in holding that Tinubu and Shetima is never qualified. They are not qualified at all to be president of Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you. I'm also still reading a Labour Party response, but we will get to talk over it when as time goes. Thank you. Hello.
All right, yeah, sorry. Thank you so much.
Okay, yeah. Also, sorry, I wanted to also reply on what the last speaker said before I speak, asking about the resignation of justices. The truth is this, already the case has been concluded. We are just waiting for addresses and the final address and judgment. So whatever happens now, what the president of Appeal Court can do if there is any resignation is to assign another judge to it. It doesn't even prolong the judgment. The person continues from where whoever resigned is, because also assuming, God forbid, in terms of death, the case will go on, and the case is time bound. So two things can either happen: that they replace the judge, or they remove another judge for it to be three justices that can give justice to the case, because the justices must be odd in number. That means it must be either 3, 5, or 7. That is how the justices work. So if there is any resignation or death, one person, they will bring another justice, or they will remove one in order to be odd number. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much, Chigozie. Just master, your mic is on mute. You want to say something? Or is it just
I think Yusuf Maxwell dropped, so probably you drop him and then bring him back up.
Okay. All right, let's just go to, please, if you want to speak and you're in the speaker section, ensure your hand is up. All right, let's quickly go to Tosin. Tosin, please go ahead.
Good morning, good evening, and good night, wherever you're spacing from. It's a pleasure to be here. Angie, I say Aiko. This is beautiful. Honestly, this is beautiful. Hope I'm being heard.
Yeah, please, you are.
Good. It's great to see how we are all anticipating. Please, I'm begging. Can you echo that part, that ending part you say about that Aniki again, I beg? Make I feel like one more time, I beg.
Which part you want me to re-echo?
That ending part, you say the Aniki something.
Okay. No, it said, let the second and third respondent, basically, let Tinubu and Shetima know that where the rule of law is trampled upon or truncated, anarchy reigns supreme.
Bam. That's it. So it's like they were threatening us with the word anarchy, but it now has been bounced back on them. Charlie, what you are threatening? If you find a move, you go see a move. So you're not supposed to even use it at all, because it's not a one man's kabudo. It's a family thing. It's a Nigerian thing. And I just like, I remember when you were even talking about their Mumwe responses. I was finding like, do these people think we are fools? Are we fools? We're not fools. And I was on a space that they were explaining what it means to be how did this blogger said it? When we have emotional conscience, is it something like that? World, meaning Nigerians worldwide, as obedient, are law abiding. But there's something that they don't know. When someone is law abiding, he believes that he's following the law. But once there's no more law, waiting go stand up. Now the rest thing go show now. Now, whether the man he resigns or not, I don't care. It's not my problem. I love the speaker before me said they will just change somebody else, bring new person. That one I don't know. Me, I'm not even following that part. Let the court finish. Because Nigeria will show them who they be. What happened in France is small. It's small. It's Ekitwa. That's how they say it here in Jewish. It's very small. Ekitwa Eswa. Because I love that ending part. That part is just sweet to me because I've never even gone to see the book, the far out to read. But that part alone is a warning to them. Charlie, that's your thing you are bringing. Are you ready for it? If you're not ready, you don't need to talk about it. Keep short. Make sure just one ready. Just don't talk. Because one thing I can say, world meaning Nigerians worldwide, permit me using your name for that for now, is that we know our principle. We know who this man is. Now, Joe, I don't know. This Friday should be cruising deal because I can't wait to get my hand on that file and read. Because I know whether they bribe the judges or not, those who own Nigerians, we the citizens, we take it back. And worldwide, we are watching. We are waiting. So they should do their fuck up. They always say it in this space. Fuck around and see what you see. Thank you.
Tosi, if I say you don't hammer, hey, where's my account number? Because if I say you miss,
I didn't tell you. You don't give it submission. Find submission. Now when you walk off from what? That's what devil they work.
Tosi, your fine don't enter. This one, your submission makes sense. Well done. But your fine is real. I will send you the account number in your DM. Hello, thank you very much.
I do like last month. Just end up your previous job.
just go cash you. When you don't almost finish, tell you to leave seat belt. You just go remove seat belts when you want to reach house. I don't catch you now. All right, let's quickly go to Nina. Please go ahead.
Good morning. Oh, good afternoon, everybody. Good morning, good evening. Depends on where you're spacing from. 1MMC. Ngo, baby, Ngo, where have you been, Kwano? UC Maxwell, Big Bro Jimmy, Mommy Anka JJ, Omega X, Mommy Madonna. I have started. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Ezenamdi, good morning. I'm in transit, so I'm going to be very brief. I just wanted, I requested the mic when somebody was talking about these clowns trying to blackmail the justices because of previous transactions they have made. We know of a fact that if the judges are culpable, they are culpable for the politicians. So if you gave me money to declare Lawan or Akpabio, who did not contest in an election, a viable candidate for an office, when you call me out, then their case will be reopened, rejudged, and they will lose their seats or tickets or whatever it is, the office. So this is me just saying to the justices, you cannot blackmail me over a business deal that we did together, because if it affects the eye, the nose is affected. They don't have anything on you guys, so let them bring it on. If any of you resigns, then you have become enemy of state. And I say that with my full chest. I don't have a decoy account. That picture is not a decoy picture. This is all of me saying it with my full chest. We are tired. We are angry. So let them bring the blackmail on. If you really have any integrity, any honesty, then stand your ground and do the right thing. Thank you, everybody. I yield. Otumba, your backup.
All right, thank you very much, Nina. Thank you. All right, quickly, let's go to Manny. Manny, please go ahead.
Sorry, before the person go, sorry. I just want to re-emphasize, please, I am begging. We will not accept all these, I hope LP lawyers did, I hope LP lawyers did not. Go and read the document. I am begging, go and read the document. See, they wrote that document with the intention that it is not only the lawyers that will read it or the justices that will read it. They knew that obedience would want to read it. It is in very simple language. Once you follow it paragraph by paragraph, you will understand it and the sweetness. It is even similar in arguments with what PDP wrote. The two documents are wonderful documents. So please, even as you're on the space, just be glossing through it as we continue. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Simani, go ahead. Please, if you are the speaker, hey, all right. You want to speak, your hand should be up.
Thank you. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever it is you are listening from. Thank you so much, UC Maxwell, for reiterating that. My very wonderful sister, thank you so much for what you said, Nina, my 042 sister. I love you. One MMC, thank you for this space. My brother Omega, thank you so much for all you do. And greetings to everybody and all obedience in the house and around the world. It feels good to always be here to speak about very, very important things like this. You know, it's so joyful. I feel a lot of joy in my heart that at this point in time, there are people are like interested in saying things like, you know, I can't wait to lay my hands on the file, the documents to read, because they say Nigerians don't read, you know, but it's so good that, you know, a lot of obedience around the world want to even get their hands on this document to read. And I say this without even being, you know, scared or anything. Someone said something about what will happen, you know. Men mount to make I just talk, honestly speaking. If judiciary make them do anything where they won't do, men mount to. See, I was part of the NSAS protest through and through. I did for fraud most of the time. I participated in 2 different states, both in Lagos, both in Rivers State. And I can tell you for free that we, the citizens of this country, we are much more than those in government. We plenty past them. They must listen to us. It is what we want that we must get. It is what we want in this country that we must get. That justice, that mandate must be returned. However it is they want it. It is left to them to decide how they want to give us that mandate. Because I've been seeing so many things, we have been seeing so many things online that have been going on, like the 35 billion naira bribe for the judges. Now there's a story going around that, rumor going around that one of the judges is going to retire or wants to retire or have retired. I don't bloody care. None of my business. Because if we look at it and tell ourselves the truth, there is no point. Even someone that did not even read law, even someone that is not a legal practitioner, knows very well that whatever it is APC is saying, whatever it is INEC is saying, it makes absolutely no sense. How do you win an election with over 8.7 million votes or voters, with 8.7 million votes, and you had just one witness to prove your case? You want just one witness to prove that you won the whole election, just one. And the one witness that you still brought to prove that you won the election still indicted you, still put you in more trouble. So it's a no-brainer. They know these things. Whatever it is that they are planning, however it is they are planning it, to halt or to take this process away from the people, it is not going to work. That is what I'm saying. I don't know. I know that part of the reasons why a lot of obedience out there have been calm, part of the reasons why we don't have the anarchy that they have been talking about right now, part of the reasons why we don't have people on the streets right now is because of our principal. I can tell you that for free. Because he has made us to understand that there are certain ways we can solve issues, due process, without making it look like we are thugs. Because that is the narrative they would want to push. Right from after the election on the 25th, I saw my principal on television shed tears. But at the end of the day, I was comforted after he said, we won this election and we would prove it. He has proven beyond reasonable doubt his leadership. And I want everyone that has any doubt in their mind to erase that doubt. Because at the end of the day, we must get this mandate. Before I yield my mic, one MMC, I think a couple of days ago, I was directed to send you a DM. I didn't get any response. I don't know if you saw it, but I just said, let me chip that in. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and I yield the mic here.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Manny. All right, let's quickly go to just imagine whenever you are ready to, say you're not going to read that document, finish, explain how to do. So whenever you're ready to drop any part that's
I can I've read a substantial compliance now. My brother, a lot of things plenty for these documents. Do you know one wonderful thing? Let me tell people things that will make them go and read that document. Say me, I don't like to read book. I don't like, especially soft copy. I've not even been able to print this one to hard copy so that I can really enjoy it properly, which I will still do. But one thing about this document that I envy a lot is that, in all my drive to be a good lawyer, for somebody like me, I want to be one of the best lawyers alive. And in all my drive, one of the things that I've always tried to be careful about is attention to the right details. Now, there are details in a document, in a legal document, and there are the right details. Because you have 40 pages to talk about your case as enormous as this. So, what do you need to do? Do you need to start throwing tantrums? Do you need to start throwing tantrums at the opposition? Do you need to start talking about how anarchy is falling somewhere and how it is not falling somewhere or anything? But these guys were so conscious. I've been reading PDP. I'm seriously multitasking. I'm reading PDP, reading LP. And most of the points raised under non-compliance are just the same, referring to the right points, the right provisions, making the right statements. So I'll just allow some people speak. Then later, maybe after the next few speakers, I would come in and give you a breakdown from like page 1 to like page 20 of the document. Thank you, my brother.
All right, thank you very much. You see, I think personally, I'm looking forward to that. Meanwhile, if you want to get access to the document, while the next speaker is speaking out, I'm going to put a couple of tweets on the Jumbotron. First, I'll put a tweet with the drive where you can download it. Like I said, it's not a secret document, so we are not trying to keep it so that, we want everybody to have access to it, read it. I mean, you can even go and start reading it from under, so that by the time, although, I mean, your opinion might not be like from the legal perspective, but like you also said, it's a document that is written in like simple English that you can understand. So maybe whatever you read, if you come and say it, we'll get it. And anyone that doesn't seem, clear, we'll clarify it. I mean, you get. So I'll post that link on the Jumbotron so you can download. You see myself reading the one. I know why you see myself reading one for PDP and the one for LP at the same time, because the truth is, it makes it heavier. To be honest, it makes it, when you look at it, you know that this thing is heavy. When you are reading only LP, so to look at it, INEC, APC, Responded, all of them are facing only LP and Peter Obi. But when you read it with some other people the funny thing is that, I mean, Peter Obi's legal team are made up of I don't know how Peter Obi sourced those guys. Like, the combination is I don't know, that combination is just so good. Then, for some reason, PDP's legal team as well, like, I mean, they have Ozekome, they have Chris Uche, they have, what is it called now? Jegede. I'm like, okay, at this. So, it's something, I mean, you may not, I don't say go and do like Yusimasa and be reading the both of them, or may your head not go knock. Beg. If we can focus on the one for LP for today, just come and tell us what you cited. But I'll put the link on Jumbotron. Then I also put the link for the YouTube channel. And please share it to your family WhatsApp group. Share it because people that are not on Twitter, I want people to know what is happening. That's the real. I mean, all of us can read this. I can just stay at home, leave space. In fact, as I read this space now, the thing they pay me because Ngozi is not talking. I feel like Ngozi is reading. Me, I dey here. I dey wait to call speakers.
You see,
Ngozi,
Ngozi is not talking. Did you tell me? I'm setting up the stuff. Anyway, we're live on YouTube. I don't know what happened to our Facebook, but we're also live on radio. So if you want to listen in, so
I mean, Ngozi, send the link on the group. I wanted to make it okay.
I've been sending you private messages. Like, check this 1 Million Man March crew handle. I've been sending you messages for a while now.
Okay, no worries. All right. Thank you very much, Ngozi. Okay, so let's I'll put that up when the next speaker is speaking. Engineer.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Well meaning. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone on the space right now, depending where you are. Bring you greetings from Lagos. Thank you, well-meaning Ngozi, Isi Maxwell, Uncle Akadri. I saw him sometime on the space. I don't know whether he's still here. Thank you, everyone. I think I'm at the office, and somehow I don't know because the children of the corn, they reported my account on Peter Obi's birthday. So my account has been limited. Things I could do. I'm on, I think they say 7 days ban or something. So my account has been misbehaving. But when I saw this tweet that the LP final address is in, I rushed to it, and then I saw that the space is open. I came in, and I think, well-meaning, the way you started the space, when you said, I think you called it, is it fraudlicality? I said sometime that I went through that, what was it called? The final address of second and third respondent. I read it. While I was going through it, I was angry by myself because I wasn't seeing what
you guys call technicalities on the space. You know, I didn't see it. I was seeing a lot of rubbish. You know, I didn't see it. So when you call it fraudicalities, you know, I said I called it fraudicalities this morning. I said this is what this is. You know, then I've gone to read some parts of this final LP final address, and my head they burst. This is what a legal document should actually look like. This is what legal arguments should actually look like. You know, I've just gone through. I was just scanning through. I think the place they were arguing about the witness from AWS. You know, Amazon Web Services. You know, when what these guys, Olani Bekus, them wrote about that lady, they were trying to rubbish her witness. They were trying to say she doesn't even work for Amazon services because maybe her ID or her employment letter was not signed. All this kind of rubbish. And a witness told you this thing, stood on the box and told you this thing, that the organization does not sign it. It's not signed. She said, made all these comments there. Now, I'm reading what the LP replied. Now, say these guys, second and third response, they didn't even bother to go and check, to go and confirm, okay, whether this girl, does she work there or not? And there's a number there that they say if you have inquiries, call this number. So I was thinking from my layman understanding, I'm not a legal person, that what they should have done, the argument, if they want to argue whether this girl works there or not, they should have at least called or gotten a document, say, from this thing, the evidence that we have, it shows that this lady does not work here. But they were just writing English. You know. So my head they burst. I they read this document, this LP document, and they see cases, instances. They in a very simple terms, like UC Maxwell said. You know, me, I don't like reading. I'm an engineer. In fact, reading, I don't like it. I like my XYZ. But this period, I've been reading legal this like say waiting, and my head they burst. So I think nobody, like UC Maxwell said, everybody should go and read this thing instead of coming on the space to be saying, inferring what LP put in there and what they did not put. Go and read it for yourself, you know. And for UC Maxwell that is reading both PDP and LP, me personally, for myself, I don't like hearing anything about PDP petition. I don't like hearing anything praising their lawyers, that their lawyers are good. I don't like it. So sometimes when I start hearing this praise, I feel like exiting the space. I don't want to hear them at all. Once I remember that one of their prayers was that there should be a runoff between Atiku and Tinubu. That's one of their prayers. That there should be a runoff election between Atiku and Tinubu. So they are not with us. So I don't want to hear. I don't even like hearing it. But for UC Maxwell, for knowledge's sake and all that, I understand that he has to put these things out there and all that. But me personally, I feel that we should focus on our petition, LP petition, and get the integrity. I know UC Maxwell and others are still coming back to dissect these things, and I'm here for it. Thank you guys very much. Thank you guys. I'm happy for the little I've read. I'm happy. Thank you guys, and I'll be on this space waiting for when all the legal angles will come through. And I will be here waiting for it. Thank you guys. Thank you, World Meaning. Thank you guys. I don't know how to appreciate you guys enough. And I want to yield the mic here.
All right. Thank you so much, Engineer Andy. All right, moving on. Let's hear from Peter. Please, if you'd like to speak, kindly raise your hand. Peter Kizito Obi.
Yes, so good afternoon, good morning, and good evening to all the obedients all over the world. I just broke my fast. I'm just saying it too because I just want good results. Sorry, I'm going to use the normal broken worry boy with Adamawa. I just want to say a very big thank you to all of them where they do this thing, where they make us our belly sweet. I was on on Twitter this afternoon. When I see the letter or the address, the reply from our great lawyers, my belly sweets me, because the APC people, they don't try to push everything they can push. They try to do everything they can do to make sure say the country is carried along, but they fail them. The more they push, the more the failure they come, because their body. With all in all the energy, everything they do, you need the work. And the people now, they regret. I see one of their strong member, APC. If they ask me, open mouth, they ask me, say, now which day Obi go come rescue us? I laugh. I say, now you know Obi will come rescue us now. See, waiting no be truth, no be truth. And waiting be lie and lie. And I like the way our judges put this thing together. It will make the judges even fear. Because our eyes are open. It's like PDP, I'm a PDP card carrier then. I support PDP to the core. But the way this election and this tribunal don't do, I never know say things go be like this for tribunal. Our eyes no open then. We just allow things go like that, and at the end of the day, all of us just go sleep. But this time, obedience wake up. They say, no, it can't work like this. And see, imagine the things when they come out for court. Even judges, they read that, they laugh. They say, man, these children are stupid. They are too wicked. They don't want us to rest. Just imagine Big Bird raised up in Benin. See a birthday celebration for Kanu. And some people don't put their money and say they not vote for him. Big lie. And the lie now, when they try they add extra light to them, but the line in the match, you need to go return. But see, I go tell us, our parents now messed us up. They messed our head up totally. To the extent that anything happen, let's leave it for God. Anything happen, let God take control of it. But with the way they go now, our parents even see, I won't lie, I lost my father 2 years ago. He was alive. The man go don't buy beer for me and drink now, or make you carry me come on, say, on a youth, on a stubborn. See, I've prayed he was alive to see this day because he knows what will happen. He told me, he said, all they do, they go see collect them from their hand. But they took it. But we were fighting it right now. Even them, they said they're scared. See this sandali. Wait, they'll come up for Twitter, they open mouth, they talk. See, now my brother, but I dislike him with passion right now. If I say for worry or for data state, me I go tell him openly. I say, bros, you fuck up. Try. Because of power, see what you don't put your name to. Those days, 93, 94, what would they look at and say, man, Festus, man, this guy is a good guy. But the guy now, I'm confident as all of them. They follow where the money could come from. And most of us, I know most of us here, we're not employed. Most of us are looking for a job. Most of us are looking for something, wanting or this to help ourselves. But with this movement, we need to think that thing again. You need to think the small money we get, they help elders out. Because we want a good country. If you don't travel abroad, come back, you will not see, yes, Nigeria have the country. Those who are abroad, they suffer past us where they here, but they won't shout. But if you can make this country more better for us, I'm telling you, they will come back home. So, for what is going to happen, please, first of all, I want to ask one thing. Let's not just carry every message we see on Twitter and start spreading and retweeting everything. Please, let's find a department that can verify information, that can verify things, if this is real or not, before people start pouring now. Because APC people, APC boys, the bats, they call eaters, all of them, they find ways to infiltrate us. So if they carry message, they pour anywhere they way, then most of us, where they beat unsensible. We could just carry the message to pour out to they will say, no, obedient. No. Please, let's get a department that can do verification. Then at the end of the day, say that this is true or this is lie. It will help us a lot. Because even the judges, they have family. They're on Twitter. They are reading all these things. It will affect them one way or the other, and they say, man, disobedient, we are too stubborn, we are not realistic, we are not sensible, we are not giving what Nigeria really need to know. But seriously speaking, most of us are very sensible. We verify information. We verify information before we even tweet, before we even reply or comment. And one thing you still need to do is, please, 1 million march, please, I beg you people, you guys should be front burners. Before anything goes on, let us bring it up and say, this is coming from a reliable source. It will make you even more reliable for us that are just following the bargains. Please, see, I'm not going to lie you, what we don't do for this country for 2023, I swear, no youth will come out and go start say, you know, be obedient. Everybody will identify with obedient because the old order will put them to sleep. We'll put them to sleep. And they're looking for us. Even me now, I won't lie to you, please. Pity me. They have been tracing my account and everything. That's why most time I don't give out things any longer. Because me, I the verse, the way they pour my thing, I pour on Pidgin and English. So they verify my account now. Somebody called me from DSS. He was asking me, where are you? I told him, you see, as I wanna, no go make me deny who I be. You don't need the lie. We go always say the truth. No matter that idiot, Asari Dakubo, whatever his name be. That cannot be job boy. You leave that guy. That guy is idiot. I know in family house, I know everything for Buguma. One day we'll visit him. We'll just greet him one way or the other. But please, let us keep that strong.
Sorry, Peter. So I mean, there are some things that is not advisable to see on space. So.
Okay, sorry. I allow it go. But please, let us just do the right thing. So make sure that the upcoming youth, the upcoming people that are coming behind us, they will know that yes, we fought for what is right, and by God's grace, we'll win it. I eat my mic. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Peter. All right, quickly, let's go to. Okay, meanwhile, I was going to say, on the Jumbotron, I have there's the tweets with UC Maxwell, the link where you can download the different, but just go make sure you know what you're downloading, because UC Maxwell has there are many documents in that drive, but you see, depending on, you see the name of the file and the date it was uploaded. So of course, you know the ones uploaded today are the most recent one. I'm sure, I think the one of PDP is also there, but the one for LP is there as well. So the document, it's there. Then please, on the Jumbotron as well, there's the link to the YouTube that's streaming live. And
once they go there, sorry, 1 minute.
Yeah.
Once they go on the drive, they can sort it by date. So when you sort by date, all the recent ones that were posted in the last few days today, they will all be first, so you can access it.
All right, okay. So that, I think that's like Chris Maxwell said. So if you want to go through it, I want to see if I can just tell you the exact name of the file. So it also doesn't. I know not everybody can be tech savvy, but like Chris Maxwell said, if you sort it by dates, you'd see it. But the name. Yeah, the name of the document in itself, which was uploaded 1:27 p.m., you see it as Peter Obi Son final address. So it looks like Son, but Peter Obi SON final written address, the PDF file. So that's where you can get it. Then I think the one for article is article final written address. So that's that. Quickly, let's go to Polonium, after which we'll come to my LP structure.
1 minute. I don't know. Please help me tell UC Maxwell that I tried to download that stuff, and I'm getting an error message that says that he's. Let me read what I'm getting. Your connection is not private. Attackers might be trying to steal your information from 1millionmanmat.com. So I don't know what platform it is, but I can't download it because I don't know if his browser is not safe.
Did you go through? It's not my website now. It's Gmail's website. Did you go through the drive link I dropped there?
Yeah, that's what I tried to, but it's not working. It's showing.
But you saw all the
What file
documents.
exactly are you trying to download? Peter Obi's some final written address.
Sorry.
When I've changed the name, it is Peter Obi/LP final address. But once you go there, once you go through that link, you should be able to download it.
Maxwell, you see, the link is not opening. The link itself. It's the link itself. My browser has blocked the link. It's saying that it's not safe.
Polonium, send me a DM. Let me forward you this stuff.
Okay. All right. I'll send you a DM. Thanks, Ngozi.
No wahala.
Thank you. Better person. Correct picking.
As Maxwell not be better person now. Continue.
No, now. You see, you understand these things now. You know we have to take care of our women. Calm down. You know, see, look at now. Look. Amongst all these men, because he's the only one here. We have to take care of her now. So, me, I'm not going to say anything. I just want to say that I tweeted something out and I said that our lawyers are that, having, this is like law 101, that they want to teach APC how to do law. That's what it looks like because they're ticking all the boxes, crossing all the T's and dotting all the I's. It's just a reflection of the quality that Peter Obi brings to the discourse and to the political scene. I saw a cartoon today that Peter Obi is the most scrutinized politician in Africa. That's my own addition. And it is that level of finesse, that level of competence that the lawyers are going about their responsibilities regarding this case. They're tackling every issue and addressing it as professionals and articulating them judiciously. These guys are setting a precedence that legal jurisprudence, Maxwell, please forgive me if I don't, get it all right, that legal minds and legal students in generations to come will study. These guys are rewriting law in Nigeria. In fact, maybe I'll go and study law, so that I'll be a part of, I will enjoy, or I'll be able to understand, the perspective that these guys, are bringing out this case. But I salute them. It's just a reminder that within the legal profession, within the judiciary, we still have sound minds. We have right thinking and lawyers, justices, and people of integrity. We still have them. It's not death yet for the judiciary. We just hope that the rotten ones amongst them will be booted out. The right ones, the ones that have integrity amongst them will speak out and condemn these criminals that are parading themselves, these politicians who are wearing robes, and wearing wigs and giving themselves titles of justice and judges. That felon that goes around calling himself a son tweeted that the judiciary, has withstand, the judiciary that withstood coup, and the judiciary that withstood the military, judiciary, all rubbish that he was saying. And I reminded him in my response to that tweet that the people, the judiciary who faced the coup and the military are not this bloc. Then it was people like Honorable Justice Oputa. And that the people now cannot measure up. Not because there are no justices and judges who have integrity, but because they are quiet. So I thank God and I'm grateful that EO has been able to get these level of lawyers who are speaking out for Nigerians and saying the minds of Nigerians and addressing the criminality that the APC and the INEC criminal organizations are trying to hoodwink Nigerians. It is a good time to be alive. It's a good time to be an obedient. Please, let's keep our eyes on the judiciary. And thank you so much, UC, for all you're doing. Thank you, 1 Million Man crew. Thank you, our lovable, amiable, internationally connected Ngozi, the virtuous woman. God bless you, everyone. Thank you, Yedmink.
All right, thank you so much. Polonium to post the this now. So you take the wine women that year, Abi. No cash.
Which year? Ngozi, you want me to take back everything I've said? It's easy.
All right. Thank you so much, Polonium. Moving on. I don't know who's supposed to go next. Real Jack, are you there? Real Jack.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
Sorry, Real Jack, hold on. If you're in the speaker section and you want to speak, ensure your hand is up. If your hand is not up, because now, I want to read from, since where you can't read, I want to read, the case, the argument for, because Mr. Master will come and explain it later, so I will explain it to you. Yeah, you'll be making reference to some of the things I've read. I want to read the argument for drug.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Jack, finish your submission, then we can go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. All obedient, 1 million man march. Women, APC, PDP, and the rest, they don't believe, say, Nigeria go there to this very point in time. They thought after rigging the election, everything will go as usual. But this very time around, the Sorosoke generation has come to tell them that, no, just like the EU has said, we have just done the report and have given you our findings. It's left for Nigerians to do with what they want with the report. And that is exactly one of the things we are doing now. That the judiciary, whether the report of justice resigning or not is true or false, one thing is important. If all of you like, you resign. If you like, you don't resign. You must give Nigerian justice. Nothing short of justice. So it is very, very important, no matter the plan you are making, no matter how you're going about it, at the end of it all, you must give Nigerian justice, or we will not allow you to truncate democracy further. The highest he has done is to swear an illegitimate person into office, because constitution, there is lacuna that permits you to do so. Now, this case will offer us the ample opportunity to address every legal precedence that we even have to make us to look into the area where, if there is a discord or misunderstanding on the electoral process, whosoever they want to swear in should not be swear in until that matter is adjudicated finally in the court of law. And the judiciary will give us interpretation before any person should be sworn in. Because we notice immediately you swear them in, they try to bamboozle every arm of government to make sure that justice do not come to pass. They will bamboozle every arm of government and people who are picking up, making sure that the justice is being done, to try to silence them, detain them unarbitrarily, as the case may be. So we are here to continue to say, all eyes on judiciary. If they want to save Nigeria as an entity, they should deliver judgment as it ought to be. Any miscarriage of justice, whether based on technicalities or any term they want to coin, as the case may be, to give us a kangaroo judgment, we are not going to accept it. We will continue to stay here to watch you until justice is being done and the mandate that belongs to people is returned back to our principal in the person of Peter B. Gregory, who won the election, so that we will drive Nigeria to that better future we foresaw and emphasized. And I believe, as this is being done, it will be a new dawn for Nigeria. I think at this juncture, I rest my case
Women, continue, sir. Thank you, and God bless all obedience.
All right, thank you very much, Jack. Hey, when my neighbor not go to say I don't decrease, because I read the document, he shout. Hey, obedience, go and download that document. Because even if I read it for you, I'll read it for you, but you know if you enjoy them compared to if you read them by yourself. You need to understand. You need to understand that it be like say the way the thing dey, just imagine say APC lawyer carry catapult is dangerous this thing. Just imagine say they carry broomstick, say they want to fight. Then Peter Obi lawyer bring bazooka. This is as in is a very and I'm only on the draw case, which I'll just read, but I mean I'll so I don't take a lot of time, I'll skip places that says too much. I mean even the issue for determination again. All right, I think so what I'll just say was pointed out here. And whatever I'm saying now, use my mouse and I will come flesh and more later. So just remain and wait. You go point out in the Rigongo. The first thing I want to point out is the fact that the lawyers intelligently started using unchallenged order of forfeiture. I marked out unchallenged in my documents. Unchallenged order of forfeiture made against second respondent, who is Tinubu, by the United States District Court, Northern District of Illinois, East Division, in case number, blah, blah, blah. That's not necessary. All right. The petitioner's submission on this ground is predicated on division of the United States Courts, not blah, 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 which ordered that fund in the amount of $460 in accounts, held by First Heritage Bank in the name. Just remind me of, in the name of our Lord, the magnificent, all right. In the name of Bola Tinubu, represents the proceeds of narcotics trafficking, or were involved in financial transaction in violation of 18 USC 1956 and 1957. The decision escapulated that in the order is tendered as PA5 before the Honorable Court. The above order made by the U.S. District Court was equal to a settlement order of claims. Listen, they are pointing out details. Sequel to a settlement order of claim to fund held by Heritage and Citibank, wherein Bola Tinubu and others claimed ownership of the sums in the account. The second respondent, till date, has not challenged the order of forfeiture made by the U.S. court as shown above. It is important to underscore that the proceeding in Exhibit PA5, which is that court document, in Exhibit PA5, that's forfeiture proceedings, the order was based among other things by the revelations/finding in the affidavit of Kevin Moss, a special agent and investigator on financial crime, money laundering, and narcotics trafficking, inter alia. That interview with investigators from the U.S. Customs Service disclosed that the address at 750 Stewart's Avenue is known as a drop-off point for packages from Nigeria that contain white heroin. Hey, if you were here some days back, we played the documentary by David Hundeyin. All these things were inside that document. All right. And that in the application to open his account at First Heritage Bank, Illinois, Chicago, Tinubu stated that his address was 7504 South Stewart, Chicago, Illinois. So the same address. If you read this document, you discover that they highlighted some parts. They put it in bold. So the place where they indicated that interview shows that this is the address that is the drop-off point of white heroin from Nigeria. They also made bold that Tinubu stated that his address was that same address. It is submitted that one of the provisions of the law that the court held was violated was 18 USC 1956, which outlaws money laundering. In Gabriel Dauda versus Nigeria, blah, 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 it was held, this is a Nigerian case now, that money laundering is a global scourge that affects countries worldwide, Nigeria not being an exception. It has been described as the washing of illegitimate money in the bid to make it appear clean or legitimate. It involves the process of transforming the proceedings of crime into ostensible, legitimate money or other assets. This honorable court, in several other cases, including Odiuzo Okalu versus Federal Republic of Nigeria, rightly took a swipe against money laundering and adopted with approval the definition of the phrase in the book. So the definition in this book, the book is called Money Laundering, Butterworth, Lewis, Beach, whatever. Anyway, the definition says varied means used by criminals. And this definition was adopted by the appeal court. Take note. Varied means used by criminals to conceal the origin of their activities. The term laundering is used because these techniques are intended to turn dirty money into clean money. But laundering is not confined to cash. End of quote. Adopted by the appeal court. See also Black's Law Dictionary, that dictionary that Yusuf Maxwell has now, which defines money laundering as the act of transferring illegally obtained money through legitimate people or account so that its original source cannot be traced. Money laundering is a federal crime. According to that, it is a federal crime. Okay, in Okewu versus Federal Republic of Nigeria, blah, 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 the court equally upheld that narcotics trafficking or dealing in narcotics drugs are prohibited by law. It is important to submit that in Abacha versus Federal Republic of Nigeria, that place where the CJN by himself said it now, it was held that forfeiture means the divestiture of property.
The divestiture, sorry.
Okay, the divestiture of property without compensation, the loss of right, privilege, or property because of a crime. They made bold because of a crime was put in bold. Well bold. So that made the judges not say they don't see. We missed it in between. It did your eye. Breach of obligation or neglect of duty. It follows that title in those assets and properties forfeited is instantaneously transferred to another, such as the government. See Black's Law Dictionary 9th, blah, blah, blah. My noble lords. Now, LP lawyers are speaking. My noble lords, the provision of Section 1371D of the 1999 Constitution is clear, explicit, unambiguous, and clearly provides as follows. A person shall not be qualified for the election to the office of the president if, this is Section D, is under is written in bold, a sentence of death imposed by any competent court of law or tribunal in Nigeria, or a sentence of imprisonment or fine for any offense involving dishonesty or fraud by whatsoever name called, or for any other offense imposed on him by any court or tribunal, or substituted by a competent authority for any other sentence imposed on him by such a court or tribunal. Or they wrote in bracket, I like that they now wrote it here in bracket, that emphasis supplied, which means we supplied our emphasis. Now I'm going to read only the emphasis so that you know what LP lawyers are talking about. Oh, the emphasis are the places that they wrote in bold. I'll read only that part, and you see that it makes sense. Okay, let me start. A person shall not be qualified for the office of for the election to the office of the president if is under, and I'm reading only the bold part, if is under fine for any offense involving dishonesty or for any other offense imposed on him by any court or tribunal or substituted by a competent court, blah, blah, blah. Okay, that is not good. We respectfully invite your Lord to uphold that the above subsection by the use of the word or. We don't enter English. In the several instances envisaged therein a disjunctive meaning and interpretation for those several instances. As such, the original plain meaning of the subsection is that a person shall not be qualified for the office of a president if, among other things, is under a fine for any offense involving dishonesty or fraud by whatsoever name called or any offense imposed on him by any court or tribunal. It is submitted that the order of forfeiture made against the second respondent by the U.S. court as produced above constitutes a fine, and it is in respect of an offense involving dishonesty or fraud by a court. It is very clear. With due respect, the submission on page 22 to 25 of the written address are incorrect. That's their own written address, and do not reflect the actual position of the law. It is submitted that the misconception of the second and third respondent to effect that a conviction must exist before a person can be disqualified from contesting for the office of the president, and which said misconception stems from their unfortunate, albeit misguided reliance on section 1371E. Yusuf Asha, will come to you soon, because I know talked about for so long, of the 1999 Constitution. The petitioner's case is not based on section 1371E. Is it by force? That's not what is our case is based on. It's not by force. They did not write that one, I mean the other. But rather on the provision of 1371D of the 1999 Constitution. The second and third respondent further attempt to discredit the evidence of PW1 by stating that he visited the US once in 2003. That he visited the US once in 2003 is of no moment. Exhibit PA5 is a documentary evidence which is certified, sealed, priced, and authenticated by the US court which issued it. So it not concern anybody whether who bring the document don't go US or not. He shall bring document that is certified, sealed.
Sorry, which page you did? Sorry, let me go back to following you.
You said?
Which page are you in? Sorry, let me go back to following you.
I'm at the beginning of page 7. You've gotten it here? That
Yeah, you can proceed.
Okay. Once I'm done with this, this forfeiture case, then maybe you can talk about it before we go into other this thing. All right. Exhibit PA5 fully complied with the provision. This part suits me. Exhibit PA5 fully complied with the provision of Section 106HI of the Evidence Act 2011, and it is in conformity with the authoritative pronouncement of this honorable court. This court, now this appeal court, I don't pronounce them before, in MV DeVos versus Ocean Township, blah, blah, blah. This court interpreted a similar provision and held that a party who intends to rely on the judgment of a foreign court must comply with either of two options, namely as follows. A, by sealing the judgment with the seal of the foreign court. Or B, by a copy certified by the legal keeper with a certificate or a notary public of a consul or diplomatic agent stating that the copy is duly certified by the officer. This is all the law requires, my lord. Okay, God. See argument die. In MVD Delos Supra, the court further held in page 108 to 109 that under the Nigerian Evidence Act, if the foreign judgment, in brackets, exhibit FA3, which was the one in that case, but in the instant petition in exhibit PA5 had been sealed with the seal of the New York court or had been certified by it, it would have been admissible in evidence. In this case, the U.S. court proceedings tendered have been sealed / certified. Hence, they are admissible in evidence. In the instant case thereof, therefore, your lords are urged to uphold that Exhibit PA5 tendered in this petition is sealed and certified and hereby admissible. Your lord, uphold it because by the time you also give your judgment, US not go pay on too because you know they obey people own. Okay. It is, let me put that one, sorry. It is instructive to also submit that the MVD de Los Supra, that in MVD de Los Supra, the court went further to hold that a certified copy of foreign judgment, such as the one that was tendered now, is capable of operating as estoppel perem, and this one are legal decision. Just make sure you pronounce how you come back. Once pleaded and tendered in evidence, we urge your lordship to disregard the arguments of the second and third respondent to the effect that Exhibit PA5 has not been registered in Nigeria, as according to them. Such registration is required by the provision of Section 3 of the Reciprocal Enforcement of Foreign Judgment. God, APC is a very dumb party. Reciprocal Enforcement of Foreign Judgment Ordinance and Foreign Judgment Reciprocal Enforcement Act. Respectfully, Exhibit PA5 is neither a money laundering judgment nor a petitioner, nor are the petitioners by this proceeding seeking to enforce any money judgment against the second respondent, nor in this petition intend for the sum recovery of a sum payable under a foreign account. They are saying they are not requesting for enforcement. According to Section 3 of the Reciprocal Enforcement of Foreign Judgment Ordinance and the Foreign Judgment Reciprocal Enforcement Act, heavily relied on by the second and third respondent, are completely inapplicable to the instant petition. Make I see where I don't reach. Or more. You see, Maxwell. Do I go on? Let me just see how far it is before this ends. This was quite a long argument. All right, let me continue then this Maxwell will come and explain. All right, the second and third respondents have also placed reliance on Article.
Sorry, well-meaning. Let me come in here. Why I did not respond immediately you spoke was that I was communicating with somebody. My brothers and sisters, there are plenty documents to read today. So the response to, these documents we filed is the response to, what do you call them now? Thank you very much. You get. So I am pleased. I am very pleased. The objections, our arguments on objections, I already have the documents. The reply to what do you call them? To the other parties are also with me. Yes. Let me just be looking at it. I have petitioner's final written address in response to the second and third respondent final address. I also have petitioner's reply to the second and third respondent's objection to the documents. Then I also have our objections to admissibility of documents tendered by the second and third respondents. So we'll just be seeing how everything goes. But let me quickly go in, and of course, I'll try as much as possible to upload them. So on the Google Drive, I've tried to make it easier. If you follow the link now, you will see that I've created a different folder within that same link where I marked it all written addresses. So when you go there, everybody that has filed any written address that has been made available to me is right in that drive. So you can make do with it what you please. Now, to talk about, and I think I feel like this is how we should be going with this whole conversation, because it would help us deal with the issue particularly, instead of me just speaking to the entire document. I feel like people will not follow and I may skip some things. So this is the right way to go. Thank you so much for reading that aspect of the document. Now, in the arguments, recall that the second and third petitioners raised the objections. They also brought witnesses to claim that these documents have not been registered in Nigeria. And I told you that the only need to register that time before this recent address came. I told you guys that the only need to register such documents are on the basis that you are a judgment creditor that wants the benefit of the judgment. But where you want to prove that something exists, not to get the benefit thereof, is a different thing. They also argued, in line with section 137, subsection 1, paragraph E, which I stated vehemently, categorically, on several occasions, that our case is not based on paragraph E, which creates a 10 years limitation period, but it is based on paragraph D, without a limitation period. And that is what we see in this argument. The lawyers have intelligently argued, referring to cases from the United States of America, referring to cases in Nigeria, and many other cases, that even their witness agreed, listen, their own witness agreed that such judgment does not even need to be registered where it does not relate to money judgment. You will see it. I don't know if you read that part. I wasn't listening to you all through, but I don't know if you read that part. So
Yes, I have.
their witness shot themselves in the foot where he said that. And their claim that they didn't bring anybody from the courts, this one, that one, and all of that. They've also proved that these documents were rightly stamped by the U.S. District Court as a requirement in the case of, what is that even case you mentioned, my brother? I will scroll through it, but you can help me do that. They made reference to the case. I think that was no, that was not the Delos case. That there is no need. There are two bases for which you can bring such documents. Where such documents has properly been stamped or validated by the court and all of it. So
Yeah,
their argument does not hold. Okay, that's the case. So the argument does not hold water because we are not basing it. You would also read from there, in line with the, for those who may not like to hear it, I am in the legal profession, and all documents are important to me, because if I don't read all documents, I cannot tell you if justice is actually being done, or if I can align myself with the judgment. That is the truth. PDP's case argued this, and our case also argued it, that in such an instance, fine, in the real sense of the word fine, a forfeiture is a fine. Once you have forfeited money, it is a fine. I don't know if you remember well-meaning. It was on this same platform that I said several times that there are different kinds of sentence. And once you are sentenced, it suffices whether you are sentenced to community service. I said that some time ago. Whether you are sentenced to forfeit some money, whether you are sentenced to imprisonment, whether you are sentenced to being killed either by hanging or by whatever means. They are all sentencing. And there he was sentenced, or he was.
Is it just me or we lost you? See?
We did not lose him more. I think you should drop. We can hear you now.
Yes.
Okay. So it looks like I am walking far away from my network. So the point I'm trying to make is that when you look at the clear provisions of section 494 of the Administration of Criminal Justice Act, as argued in this document, I'll try as much as possible not to even impute things from my own perspective because they are in the document. They rightly stated that a pecuniary forfeiture, for those who usually complain of English language, pecuniary means monetary. So a monetary forfeiture was defined, interpreted as a fine by section 494 of the Administration of Criminal Justice Act. It was also defined by the Black's Law Dictionary, whether you decide to go by the 9th edition, the 10th edition, or the 11th edition, which was bought for me by Obedience here. Anywhere you choose to go by, any edition, it has told you that such forfeiture is a fine. So when we begin to see such arguments from the opposition, it only tells you that, or it will tell you whether it actually holds water or not. Another angle to it is that where a person comes to court and tells the court that, my lord, this particular forfeiture is a civil forfeiture. It means that first things first, they've agreed that it is a forfeiture. I'll be well meaning, no be so. It means that they've agreed that it's a forfeiture. The only problem is whether it is criminal or it is civil. So meaning that if they've agreed that it is a forfeiture, it means that they've agreed that it is a fine. Going by our definition of forfeiture, I want us to follow the thing gradually. So going by our definition of forfeiture being a fine, they've agreed that Tinubu was fine. So their contention now is that in one hand, they argue that it is under paragraph E of section 137, which has a 10 years limitation period. So meaning that it should not be a case. The second phase of their argument is that this same forfeiture is civil. On that basis, it is not envisaged by law. But let us ask ourselves, on what basis was the forfeiture granted? On what basis was the fine granted? Did it originate as a result of a landlord-tenant dispute, which is a civil matter? Did it originate as a transaction between myself and well-meaning to produce so number of shirts? Did it emanate from these civil actions? Of course, the answer is no. It emanated from a drug-related case. That is why they had to provide these evidences that the address where this man lived is the same address where there were not just allegations, of course, where it was proved in court that white substances in relation to heroin or heroin substances were found. So how do we want to really administer justice in Nigeria if we will do it on the basis of technicalities? So these are the arguments on the basis of our lawyers, and I can bet you that they've intelligently argued it. They refer to Timms versus Indiana, a case in the US. They refer to Austin versus United States, a case in the US. They refer to the Reciprocal Enforcement of Foreign Judgments Ordinance and Foreign Judgment Reciprocal Enforcement Act. They refer to MV Delos and Ocean Steamship, that is a Nigerian case. They refer to numerous cases, Abacha versus Federal Republic of Nigeria, which we have highlighted several times. Myself, Women in Nigeria, 1 Million March Crew, Violence Space, Mindset Space, every platform, these things have also been stated. You can look at the document, plethora of authorities, Gabriel versus Daudu versus Federal Republic of Nigeria, where the court held, and I like to re-emphasize that money laundering is a global scourge that affects country worldwide. Nigeria not being an exception, it has been described as the washing of illegitimate money in a bid to make it appear clean or legitimate. It involves the process of transforming the proceeds of crime into ostensibly legitimate money or other assets. And that is what their argument is trying to do, to tell you that a fine which emanated from money laundering, from drug-related civil forfeiture. But these arguments are sound. Now, before we proceed into it, before I hand over to well-meaning, let me just give an overview of the document. My brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, senior advocates on this page by virtue of association, lawyers in the outer bar by virtue of association, you would agree with me that this final written address is top-notch. When you look at the form, the way the document was organized, the paragraphing of the document, the specific references to case, the specific reference to provisions of the law, the highlighting, making bold some of these things for the sake of emphasis, so that the court does not strain its eyes. Because we recognize our justices are advanced. We don't want to stress them. No. We highlighted these things very well. Read this document, beautifully couched, wonderfully stressed and all. And one thing that also interests me in this document is that a lot of things that we were busy talking about on Spaces, people were coming to my DM, hey, tell the legal team this, oh, tell the legal team this, oh, the legal team should not forget this one, oh, the legal team should. My brother and sister, go and read it whether they forgot anyone. I spoke about Estopel, and being stopped where you represent something. You cannot approbate and reprobate. You cannot blow hot and blow cold at the same time. I argued this several times on the space.
Listen, pronounce that thing. Pronounce that thing. Estope perem judicat. What will be that? What will be now? Did you be that?
It is what is it called? It is a maxim, or it is a Latin terminology, which shows that a person cannot approbate and reprobate. No, it means that a person will be stopped from going against what he has already represented before. So if you have told us this and we are aligned with what you told us, you cannot now come back later again and now go back on it. Just like INEC told us that, although we will get there later as we look into the document, but just like INEC told us they were going to do this, they cannot now go back again and change it when the game has started. So that is one area that all the things we were arguing here, they put it in the document. Another area is that I told you that the upload, transmission, transfer, all was not only to IREV, because they were deliberate. I feel like I'm going too fast. I want us to go it gradually. But let me hand over to well-meaning at this point.
I want to make you calm down. They come. This, anyway.
So before well-meaning, I recommend that maybe before we proceed, please at this point, let's just ask questions in relation to these areas that we have dealt with, so that going forward we'll not deal, or except you have a different view, though well-meaning and Ngozi.
No, I think anybody can come and ask questions relating to these areas. If anybody also have a question, I don't know whether I put on read and finish. But I think anyway they want to go is actually fine. I just wanted us to read as much as we can and explain it, especially relating to things that would normally interest.
Hello, obedient family. Now well done. What I want to talk now for this matter, no be really about the written address. But if everybody see what they happen for Nigeria now, I go understand say this man is so desperate and he's way ahead of us. Don't misunderstand me. Firstly, he went to fire about 100 army generals. If you look at what is happening now, both the DSS, the army, police, everybody.
Sorry, Mr. LP structure.
Yeah.
What's your point exactly? Okay, I think we lost you already. I think your point safe, no one have a point. Anyway, I wanted to get where we are. So you want to tell us what I don't understand. I don't understand.
Sorry, please look at the topic. It's final written address, PO and LP. That's what we're talking about. Any bad energy, please take it to another space, not the space, please. I'm begging you. Thank you.
Why you understand? I call they confused here. Why would they talk about they say they fire soldier, they say they do this? What concern this? I don't see driver. I don't see trailer. Talk less of the driver where they drive the trailer. Anyway, let's go to Wusa. Wusa, please go ahead. And let's make our submission short so that we can I can continue from where I stop and just take as much as we can. Wusa, are you there? Wusa, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Are you here? It's like saying they talk from nose.
I don't hear you. You don't hear me. I don't hear you.
Are you using earpiece?
I'm not using earpiece. I'm using. Okay, let me disconnect.
I know if you hear me, make I tell you the sound.
Make I disconnect this device. You don't hear me like this.
It sound like INEC IREV.
No, I don't hear this.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I was the one that muted. Please, the noise was it was busting my ears. So please, you can use your earpiece to listen to the space, but Sometimes when you want to speak, just kindly take it off so that everybody can hear you clearly. I beg. Thank you very much.
All right, we'll mute and go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Yusuf Martel and 1 million match crew. All eyes now must actually be on the judiciary. The fact is that all information favor us, but it's not really going to be an easy ride to victory. Like as it happened on the 25th of February, it is not going to be easy. But what we need to do now basically is just to continue to mount the pressure on the judiciary and then make sure we mandate them to do the right thing. Nobody is asking the judiciary to do favor for us. What we're asking for is look at the case, look at the law, and then apply the law in passing your verdicts. And I don't think that is too much to ask for, because except if you want to tell us we are in a lawless society. The implication of doing the wrong thing cannot just, I cannot comprehend it totally, because the fact is that if the wrong thing is done now, what will happen is that it will set what we call a bad precedent. Anybody can be a drug lord, come back and then make reference to this case to justify his or her points, and many other issues that is surrounding this person. So I want to commend every one of us for what we are doing. Let us continue to mount pressure on the judiciary to do the right thing, and with the help of God and our own relenting effort, I believe eventually we will achieve what we desire, which is justice for Nigerians, justice for those that were killed, justice for those that were unborn, that are unborn, because we need a society that will work for both those of us that are alive now, and even those that will come in the future. The society we have now is not working for anybody. So we need a society that will work for every one of us. I'm really impressed with the final written address. Personally, I have not scanned through it totally, but the first 20 pages that I've read now, I'm really impressed, because they look into the issue and address the issue as they are, and they make reference to judgments. That is how you kill judges. You make them to do your bidding. Make sure whatever your argument is based on, you look at what the law says, look at past judgment and make reference to it. All what I've read so far now point to the direction that eventually we'll get justice. So nobody should be deterred. Nobody should be shaken. At the end of the day, we will definitely get justice, and then Peter Obi will be inaugurated as the next president of this country. The person that is there now is an illegitimate person. We must tell ourselves the truth. When you look at the interpretation that was made on the 25% of Abuja, the word and, I'll be running up shortly, the word and cannot be misinterpreted because it's clear. You don't need any more legal interpretation to it. It's a literal word. So you cannot now tell us that someone that does not get 25% in Abuja is a legitimate person. It's an illegitimate person that is just occupying there now. But we know within the next 3 to 4 weeks' time, a judgment will be given that will be of justice, that will favor Nigerians and all of us. Thank you very much once again for this privilege.
Thank you very much, Mr. Busa. Quickly, let's just go to, I want some people that are here to just speak before we continue reading. I'm particularly focused, at least, so that we can, today, you see these two grounds that talk about disqualifying Tinubu, Omo, Gokukam. If there's enough time, we can talk about substantial compliance and all those things. So maybe Smart can summarize those ones for us and other things that was mentioned, especially in this one. Maybe, of course, tomorrow or so we can see if we can, also look at that place. So that's for that. Meanwhile, please, the radio link is on the Jumbotron. It's the first tweet on the Jumbotron now. Please, I want you to copy it and go and share in your group. So that people can be listening. They can even be doing all that things on their phone and be listening. So that all that we are discussing here, they'll be hearing them and saying, that's what this case be. That's what this case be. Please, it is very, 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 very important. It's of all we are saying here is really not just for 1,350 of us here. It's really for people. It's for us, but also for people that are out there that are not really following. So it's almost like the gospel. The more you tell people, the more it spreads. But if you only you hear it, it doesn't work like that. So please share the link, share the YouTube. They can use anyone. It's not for us. It's just about disseminating information. Use video if you want. Use YouTube if you want. But just make sure that you are listening and you understand what is being said. All right, quickly. I know Polonium, your hand was up before. I'm sure you quickly wanted to say something. After which I'll come to Manuel. I want us to quickly go ahead after we speak. Okay, Polonium, maybe he's not close to his phone for now. All right, Manuel, go ahead. When Polonium comes back, I'm sure he'll raise his hand.
No. I'm here. Yes, briefly, why I raised up my hand was to emphasize what UC was saying about the money laundering thing. It amazes me that there are lawyers in Nigeria that could downplay a global phenomenon like money laundering. It amazes me because it's an established law. Nigeria as a country was sanctioned because we did not join the Money Laundering Act. The whole country was sanctioned during Obasanjo's time. And it was because of that sanction that Nigeria had to. It was part of the conditions they gave us before the Paris Club even allowed us, to be able to get away with some of the discount we got on the debts that we had as a country. So it's amazing. It's fearful the kind of country that these lawyers are planning to build under Tinubu. So for them to even play with something that is that global, it shows you that these people would do anything to ruin the country, ruin our international reputation as a country, ruin our banking industries, just because they want power. And I'm happy that our lawyers are dealing with it squarely. They have manned up and they are tackling these criminals like who they are, thieves. These are the type of people that should be stoned in the market for stealing. When that Pekus man, make una carry stone go in office. These are the type of people that you stone for stealing. If it was those days in rural Nigeria, you will parade them naked in the marketplace. How dare they? Forgive my English. I'm upset. Because here we are having young talents in the country who are doing everything abroad, trying to build the image of the country, and some criminals are trying to take us back to 30 years ago when we were not a part of the global financial structure. It's unthinkable. It's unthinkable. Please, money laundering is an international crime, punishable in any country. Any country, when I say any country, I mean any country with sense today. Please. Thank you. I yield the mic. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Polonium. I actually, God. I don't know if some lawyer, I don't know, Sha. I would have said lawyers are only after the money, but that's not true. That's not true, because I remember vividly Okutepa was approached by Tinubu to be one of his legal team. The man outrightly rejected. And
Okutepa was approached by who? Sorry.
By Tinubu. There was that news. It was all over the place. Peter Obi had to go and meet Okutepa in his office. If you check online, you see the picture of where Peter Obi went to meet Okutepa because he had rejected being a part of. So I don't know where we have lawyers like. So this is not. It's not the professional thing. It's the individual thing. Why we have lawyers like Olani Pekun that will try to trivialize money laundering because you have a client. I mean, if you can't see another way to defend your clients, then you just rest. I mean, lawyers, I mean, you need to be smart, but if you see that this one is beyond you, you need to break some things that even people that defend criminals, they don't just come out rightly and so criminality is okay. He went to rob. Oh, don't worry, it's not that serious. They find other ways. You come and want to make money laundering sound like it's something you can play with.
I mean, these are things that if you try in another country, they will take your license. Because these are global standards. You can't go and say that. The Money Laundering Act sustains all banks, be it anywhere in the country. Anywhere, all of us, we know. You don't play with the International Money Laundering Act. You don't play with it. You can play with any other one, but not that one. The government will come after you. Structures will come after you. You don't do this. All because of a client who didn't even go to school.
Are they not, let me put it this way, coming after Ibori already? It's already in the news now. Ibori is stopped. So it's the obvious, and it's unfortunate that we find ourselves here. The problem is, if these people in government commit these things, if the next government does not support it better, then they should face the crime. But we see government after government supporting money launderers and even hiding them from prosecution. It's what we see in Nigeria. It's unfortunate.
You see, but sorry, you see, that is completely a different thing. If your country now passes a law, frees this man, says that money laundering is nothing, and then sets a judicial precedence. I mean, once that is done, once it's enshrined in our laws, it is finished. People will come out and challenge any organization that what they did is not money laundering and that is legal. So the implication is enormous. It's beyond politics. It's beyond our generation. We can't have it this way now. Sorry, guys. Sorry, I beg. Sorry.
Yeah, all right.
No verse.
Okay. Manuel, please quickly go ahead. After which we'll come to Chika before I'll continue reading.
All right. Thank you so much, the 1MMC and UC Max. Ngo, let me appreciate you particularly. And well-meaning Nigerian, the man for all of us. See, I beg, this space that you will host is a great gift that keeps giving. Thank you so much. You know, I can't tell you how many times I have to go back in time in the recorded spaces and play again in order to extract certain useful information and so on and be able to make my my work easier. Thank you so much. Right now, I'm marking WAEC, and I will be looking at student scripts and then be looking at this final written address on the other hand. But thank God for the reading that you are doing. You know, I will just be screaming somewhere along the line and say, this people in my neighborhood will be just wondering what's happening. Why is this man screaming? So thank you so much. It's exciting to follow the line of response and argument of our councils. It's the one way clearly that we hold the judges is precedence. Let it be that a judge will see clear applicable precedence that is cited on the case, and then he or she decides to go otherwise. It means that that's an outright destruction of the judiciary. Because what will you do? I know the Supreme Court has power to reverse itself, but I mean, on how many cases are you going to do that? This is clearly when we say judiciary on trial. Thank you so much. Let me not take the mic for long and give us opportunity to do the Lord's work. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. Quickly, meanwhile, soon I'll put there's an exclusive from Parallel Fact as well on the final report. I'll put it on Jumbotron soon so that we can also take our time to read that exclusive. But for now, let me quickly go to Chika. Chika, please go ahead. After Chika, we'll come to Ajubeze. Please, let's be brief because we have like other things also.
I'll be brief. Good afternoon, everyone. 1 million match, Ngozi, UC Maxwell, well-meaning. Thank you very, very much. I've been following this space for months. I've been listening to you guys. I didn't want to talk, but I had to say things for just two good reasons. One, please, Madam Ngozi, can you please DM the final address because I'm trying to get access to it. I can't get access to it. That's one.
Sorry, you tried one from UC Maxwell. Okay.
You said what? No?
Did you try the one from UC Maxwell? I will send it to you to your DM now.
Okay, that's one. Then secondly, I must commend you guys for what you guys are doing. I'm a journalist. Normally, journalists we don't comment on spaces, but I have to comment because I've listened to you guys. You guys are doing a very good job. You're giving us something to write on, and what you guys talk about is quite good. Quite commendable, very, very commendable. I will applaud what you guys are doing. Needless to say further, some of us are covering judicial cases, and let me say it secretly, we're learning from what you guys are doing. It gives us enough courage to share the stories, whatever we cover, and subsequently we'll be getting more information for you to share and understand what we do. So we're following you guys. We know what you're doing. We must commend you guys. Seriously, you guys are doing a wonderful, wonderful job. You're giving us something to challenging us in our way to ensure that we sharpen our craft and do the right thing as it is. Thank you so much. God bless you guys.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chika. Okay.
Let me say something. Actually, Mr. Chika, thank you for coming out here. I just needed to, respond to some of the things you said. And thank you very much for the kind words. There's something very striking from what he said, that what we do give them reasons to sharpen their craft as journalists. Now, I just want to tell you guys some things. Prior to the whole court thing starting, I was part of a team, Coalition for Electoral Justice. Liberty Champion was there, Ugo was there, a lot of people. I think I was the only person in Nigeria that was part of them. All of them are based abroad. And we were looking at how we could bring this thing to the people. During one of our meetings, I told them that one of the things that we need to do is for us to create a synergy with the regular media in Nigeria. And while we were going to write to the NJC, write to the CJN and other people to see how we can bring these things live to the people, that in case we may not be able to have a team, since I was the only person in Nigeria on that platform, a media team that would be covering it live, if they should allow the live broadcast, that we need to liaise with some certain media houses. And a lot of people raised their objections that these people will not be committed and all that, with a lot of interest and all of it. So, Mr. Chika, thank you so much for those words. I believe that our media...
Can I say something, please?
Hold on, sir, when I'm done. Sorry.
No, I want to correct one situation before you go, please. The issue is this. Most of the media houses had, before the Elect Tribunal, trained journalists in reporting for judiciary. I was also involved in one, and I know a lot of media houses, even the print and electronic, were actively involved in training journalists to cover judiciary. So I want to reverse that notion. All of us had a clear mind to do the right thing. There was no bias in anything we were going to do, except maybe you guys had different views. But for my colleagues we've covered, we were so determined to ensure we share the stories from the courts. Moreover, I've been covering judiciary for quite a while. I've been in I've dealt in the belt right from when I started my beat somewhere in the north, and I'm still in the north anyway. So I don't want to go further. But what I'm just telling you this is that we've been consistently being in the front wheel of reporting these cases, and we've been doing justice to that. I'll give an example. When I listen to when you guys have this judiciary, as well as the judiciary, hosted by William, is it this Wuyeni something. I'm trying to get her name. Sorry, forgive me if I'm not getting the name right. 1 million man. I listen to what she says, and sometimes I just support it with what my colleagues do cover there in Abuja, and I still get the same thing. So there's nothing hidden. Nothing is just clear, cut out reporting from our colleagues who have taken their time to share the stories from the courts. So let Nigerians remove their mind for what we do. And I assure you is that it was the urge to sharpen our skills. So that's
all right. And thank you for those things, but we cannot take it away that sometimes you guys like to be economical with the truth. But then, you being a reporter is different from whoever decides on what news gets to the people. You should know that, because you may report what happens at the place, at the court, or wherever it is, and then the people in-house there decides what the people should actually receive. But for us not to go any further into that, thank you very much for your very kind.
Not all media houses.
It's all right. It's all right. There's no problem. There's no problem. One of them too is parallel facts. They are not among those media houses too. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chika. Thank you for coming up here to speak. Of course, I want to really commend you. Well-meaning, I beg, over to you. And well-meaning, I beg. I see that there are a lot of requests. Maybe anybody who asks their question or make their submission, we can bring down people and then bring other people up.
Yeah, actually, that's the plan. All right, thank you very much. Please, if you want to speak, if it's a question, you can just go ahead and ask it. If it's, something you want to point out, something you notice, it's also fine. But as much as possible, let's just stay within time so that we can do a lot. I want us to at least cover, the grounds relating to disqualification today. Later today, our brother Jimmy is supposed to have a space for our Yoruba brothers, and I personally wouldn't want us to disregard that. And I know the space is starting about 7 Nigerian time, so I would want us to end before that time so that you can also do that. Meanwhile, because we're having the next couple of days to also talk about this. Like Yusuf Maxwell said, there are other documents. This one is just for Tinubu and Shetima. All right, quickly, let's go to Ajubeze. Ajubeze, please go ahead. Please, 2 minutes if you can.
Hello, Million Man. E.C. Maxwell. I appreciate your work. When you posted your this thing that they have submitted, I was looking for snippets. That's parts of the submission. I read a few at General Lucci's page, and the introduction was violence, and I liked it. And then I saw how they demolished the case of forfeiture. I am happy. My question is, I have not been long in this space. My question is the implication of this rumor of forcing some judges to resign and to make the thing extend to over 180 days. You see, Maxwell, you are an insider. How are we likely to respond, and what are the possibility of such nonsense? Of course, I cannot rule out anything in Nigeria among these crooks. But we would not like to leave any stone unturned in making sure that we have our mandate back. So, my question is basically along that line. How do we make sure that this maneuver, this insinuation, and then this issue of judges in Spain, is there any fact on it? Is there any...
Manuel. Before we come go the enter, we'll come up for the where we didn't have enter propaganda. Sorry,
hello.
Ajubeze, can you hear me? Ajubeze, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah. Okay. So hello? I think Yusuf Max already had your question. the first question is valid. The second one is not valid. I don't want to talk about who is in Spain and who is not in Spain. I mean, those are. I mean, let's not do that. I think someone already asked, but this Maxwell, do you want to just respond to that briefly as much as you can?
Okay. Well, as for that, all I can tell you right now is that you should just forget about that information for now. Another thing that you should know is that even if any judge, ordinarily, if a judge dies during the subsistence of a case, the judge will be replaced. So we are talking about a judge recusing himself. But if a judge dies, there would still be a change of that judge, and it will be done as fast as possible within good time. So for now, all I can tell you is that none of them have resigned. So we'll just keep it at that and watch as things unfold. As I would always say, it's still all eyes on the judiciary. There's no taking it away. We'll keep on monitoring everything that is going on in the judiciary. Whatever angle that it is going into, we'll monitor it. So thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Maxwell. Earlier I said that for me, I'm not even, because why bother about something you can't change? If it's true, you probably may never know. If they will do it, you may never know. Your talk will not make them not do it. So, I mean, I just said that for me, the two benefits that I see from it is that, one, if it is true, it will make everybody know now that what we are discussing is in the limelight. If it, I'm not even really like, to be honest, it's something to bear in mind. And the truth is, it put pressure on them, not us. So that's why I'm surprised that people ask questions as if it's supposed to put pressure on us. No, that revelation puts pressure more on the judiciary. It does not put anything. I mean, what's the worst case? Like, let's even imagine. So they think the justices will not really, when there's already news that people are saying they should resign, they will not really resign. The case will not really pass 180 days. Then Nigeria will not really say, okay, oh yeah, come on now. No. Let's sort of like, for me, it's not really, there's no meat in that matter. All right, Illuminator, please go ahead. After which we come to Obi Dati.
Yeah, so I just want to say good morning and well meaning. Can you hear me? Sorry, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. I can hear you.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. 1 million match crew, UC Maxwell, my fellow obedient daddies and mommies, brothers and sisters, friends and foes, like Saddam always say. Good afternoon, everyone. I don't have much to say. I just like the position at which our principal is in the whole court case thing and where we are. Where there's an uprising of people who know what they want for themselves, and we are putting these people, these so-called people who are confused, we are putting them on their toes. Now, I'm just going to pass a message to the judiciary. I'm going to do something different today, and I'm going to do it with a song rather. And this is my message to you. First of all, let me be soft on you people, the judiciary. Food in no day, brother, water no day, and our road in no good. What about the NEPA people? We no get light. Many people just dey Allah, fell no day now. We won't survive. Many you driving for work, but as work no day now. How we won't survive. We be the giant of Africa, but to get visa enter Ghana na our yek. Policeman go see white, he go tell you, say, I say that thing, na red. Tell me something I don't know. Rich man go dey yalla, pay up, modupe. Poor man go dey shout. Rich man go dey yalla, pay up. Blind man go dey shout, I wanna me. Make we not judge am well. No let this nation fall inside well. And see, if you guys don't judge this thing well, me, myself, I will naked myself, and I'll curse you. Thunder go fire you. Yeah. Thunder go fire you. Yeah. Oh, thunder go fire you. Oh, thunder go fire you. I yield the mic.
All right. Thank you very much, Tommy.
Well,
you know,
see as person use this kind of voice, they call thunder. Now it's make me they laugh. See the kind. Look, the thunder. Look, they call it aggression.
So now why are they talking? So the thunder go they dance, they come. The thunder want fire them. They go they dance, they come.
Now that won't be the best kind of thunder. Now they not go see I'm coming.
I will tell you. Thank you very much, Tommy. Thank you very much. All right, Obidati, please go ahead.
Yeah, good afternoon. Well-meaning, correct guy. I want to appreciate you especially for your support. You see Maxwell, you only speak like one of my friends that will serve together, Barrister Abdullah. And he's also, working in Abuja too. I don't know whether you know him. So, Ngozi, every other obedient family presence here in the space. Barrister David, I cite you. So I just want to really appreciate you guys for the wonderful work you're doing. All this while I've been very busy. I've not been able to follow up with the court case and the final report that was sent. I must say this is an excellent work. So, try to review the final report with the entire obedient family. It's a good one. So I just have a question to ask. This spokesperson for LP. Our spokesperson for LP, Farotimi, was saying that there's a document you're supposed to collect from US government, but they could not get the document. And they said maybe it will only be released in the next, that is 2026. So what has the document to do with our present, legal hearing? I just want to know. I hit my mic. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, Obidati. I've not watched that video with Jennifer Farotimi, but I'm aware of that that particular case you are talking about. It doesn't have anything directly to do with LP or LP's petition. It's not a document that they planned to tender. Maybe, of course, if it was made available before the petition or during the petition time, they would have tendered it, of course. But even in the petition, it's not something that was made. I know the document you're talking about. It was actually a body, Greenspan, in the US that actually that sued FBI or something like that. Asha took FBI to court to release. That's why didn't they release a document on Tinubu's criminal investigation? Of which the outcome of that investigation by Kevin Moss is already part of this petition. That's more like the debriefing. So, but I think what Span wanted was the full detail of the exact, when they called, for example, when they called Tinubu, what Tinubu said in quote, and all that. So that's what it is. It doesn't really have anything whatsoever to do with this petition. So I don't know if it's you that maybe misheard what Dele Farotimi may have said, but I'll be surprised if what Dele Farotimi said was that there was a document we needed for our petition and we didn't get it from the US. I don't think that's what... I've not watched it, but I want to believe that's not what he said, because as far as I know, that document was not even being, it's been pursued by a US body. So just to put that out there, maybe it's just, the way he put it may have made it look like that. And I think there was a news about it some time back. So that's just for that. Anyway, let me go back to, I'll come back to our speakers again after some time, but let me go back to where I was reading. I was actually still on the ground of drug forfeiture, although this Maxwell have explained to an extent, somehow past where I was, but he actually just gave a highlight. So I'll read it again. I'll read it so that you guys cannot put context to it. So I'm now in page 7, the last paragraph of page 7. It said, the second and third respondents, that's Tinubu and Shettima, have also placed reliance on Article 54(1)(c) of the United Nations Convention Against Corruption. I remember they made reference to that, which talks about merely members of states providing mutual legal assistance concerning property acquired through or involved in the commission of an offense established in accordance with this convention. The question is whether Exhibit PA5, tendered by the petitioners here, has anything to do with mutual assistance. Indeed, the head note of Article 54 is this. Article 54, now they are telling what the head note says. Article 54, the mechanism for recovery of property through international cooperation in confiscation. This is annoying. See, you know, it's one of the things I emphasized after I read Tinubu and Shetima's written address was that they made so many references to things. In fact, the one that caught my eyes was Kanu was making reference to 1954 and lied about what happened that time. As in, I'm glad that the LP lawyers are busting it one by one. To just be dragging something that has nothing to do with anything, they brought it in. They don't cash you now. Anyway, with very great respect, the above Article 54 of the United Nations Convention Against Corruption is very irrelevant in this petition. Yes, it is irrelevant. Respectfully, my noble lords, the cardinal question is whether a civil forfeiture under U.S. law, as ordered in Exhibit PA5, can be equated to a fine as used in Section 137(1)(d) of the 1999 Constitution. The answer on settled case law in the U.S. and legal literature is in the affirmative. It is well known in the case of Austin versus the United States. The U.S. Supreme Court unanimously held that civil forfeiture ordered in an in rem civil action is, see, they underlined it, is a fine and is a punishment regardless that it did not follow from criminal conviction. Oh God. Hey, the court relied on several authorities and held, among other things, that forfeit is the word Congress used for fine. Oh. Which other person to best define forfeit except the US that gave that judgment? Anyway, dictionaries of the time confirmed that fine was understood to include forfeiture and vice versa. See 1T Sheridan, a general dictionary of English language, 1780, unpaginated, defines fine as, see that dictionary, when US made their laws, define fine as a mulct, a pecuniary punishment, penalty, forfeit, money paid for an exemption or liberty. J. Walker, a critical pronounced dictionary, 1971, unpaginated, same. One Sheridan Supra, chicken, all this lawyer, I'm going to calm down. Anyway, define forfeiture as the act of forfeiting. The thing forfeited a mulct, then in bracket, a fine. End of quote. Then the quote dictionary like this. Another definition. No, JKC, a New English Dictionary, 1702, unpaginated, define forfeit as default fine. As default fine or penalty. You see where they are coming from? They are bringing dictionary that will exist the way that law was made, where fine and forfeit was used as the same word. In the recent case of Teams versus Indiana, appeal number 17 blah blah blah, decided by the U.S. Supreme Court on 20th of February 2019, the state of Indiana seized Teams Land Rover SUV. It had filed civil forfeiture proceedings, claiming that the SUV had been used to transport heroin. And the way they catch SUV will transport heroin. The question before the U.S. Supreme Court was whether the cost of the vehicle vis-a-vis the fine that would be imposed upon Teams conviction violated the U.S. 8th Amendment excessive clause provision of the U.S. Constitution. Inevitably, this term Inevitably, this amounted to equating civil forfeiture to a fine. The US Supreme Court said that these express terms, if the judges don't disqualify Tinubu, they go chop ban. Because US, they go chop US ban. In fact, every ban. Justice Ginsburg, who delivered the lead opinion of the court, to which there was no single dissent, in quashing the civil forfeiture as being excessive and therefore unconstitutional, held inter alia, as follows, quote, Justice Ginsburg said, for a good reason, the protection against fines has been a constant shield throughout Anglo-American history. Exorbitant tolls undermine other constitutional liberties. Excessive fines can be used, for example, to retaliate against or chill the speech of political enemies, as the Stuarts critics learned several centuries ago. See Brown, Ferries, even absent a political motive, that means even outside a political motive, fines may be employed in a measure out of accord with the penal codes of retribution and deterrence. For fines are a source of revenue, which other forms of punishment cost a state money. These are US things. It's all fine. Anyway, it's a long US judgment. And the legal team wrote at the end, emphasis supplied. Then I'll continue now. I'm currently on page 9 from the second paragraph. A civil forfeiture in the US amounts to a fine. Where was the judgment given in the US? Let me talk that one. So, a civil forfeiture in the US amounts to a fine or a punitive economic sanction, and it is also at least partially punitive against the person whose property is affected. Why did teams challenge the forfeiture proceedings if he was not to be personally affected? Right? He should have left it, let his car go and challenge it. Let me put that one. Can it be honestly argued that the second respondent hearing did not suffer economic sanction when he forfeited $460,000 to the US government? It is submitted that the decision of the US Supreme Court above ranks superior to the evidence called by the respondent and the text written by T.X. Ginsburg et al., entitled A Good Practice Guide for Non-Conviction-Based Asset Forfeiture, in bracket World Bank 2009, cited by the second and third respondent on page 24, 25 of their final written address. Respectfully, my lord, under the Nigerian law, the word fine used in section 137D of the 1999 Constitution as amended also contemplates an order of forfeiture made against the second respondent. Under the Administration of Justice Act 2015, the interpretation section defines fine as includes any pecuniary forfeiture or pecuniary compensation payable under this act. We don't call Nigeria now. In Nigeria, we did no longer USF. Penalty includes any pecuniary fine, cost, forfeiture, or compensation recoverable under an order. In A.G. Bender states, that's my state too. In A.G. Bender state versus Abofodo, 1999, Kinikon, the Supreme Court aired inter alia, in bracket, quote now, hear what the Supreme Court said. Forfeiture is an action of forfeiting something or being forfeited. It is a penalty, a forfeit, a fine, or mullet. Supreme Court of Nigeria, this Supreme Court, so it's not US again. It is synonymous with fine. This, I'm still quoting, I'm quoting. Please, let me read it again. If I end my quote, I will tell you I've ended the quote. I'm quoting what Supreme Court said in 1999. Hear it. Forfeiture is an action of forfeiting something or being forfeited. It is a penalty, a forfeit, a fine, or mullet. it is synonymous with fine, comma, penalty, comma, damage, comma, confiscation, comma, sequestration, or there's not too like the English. I don't rest for now. Quote close now. See also judgment of Ebu JS, that's Justice of the Supreme Court, at page 501 to 502, and Igu JSC, that's Justice of the Supreme Court as well, at page 507. Okay. A similar interpretation and definition of the word forfeiture or more, which capital be negative with this? The one used for forfeiture, the one defined forfeiture taking these people. I beg, calm down. San Livy, calm down. Relax, calm down. Anyway, a similar interpretation / definition of the word forfeiture was adopted by this honorable court. Now we have come to appeal court. Remember where we are coming from. They came from Supreme Court of US. They now enter Supreme Court of Nigeria. Now they've entered Appeal Court of Nigeria. Yeah. All right. By this honorable court in Bashir versus FRON 2016, in the celebrated case of Abacha versus FRON 2014, Ariwola JSC, in bracket, now CJN, referred to other authorities on the point and rightly concluded, he rightly concluded, Ariwola, the current CJN, rightly concluded that, I want to quote now, quote open, this definition leave no doubt that forfeiture is a sanction, a fine by the court. It is penal and criminal in nature. That's by the CJN. It's not me that said it. It is submitted that by the express meaning and intent of Section 137 of the 1999 Constitution, a person who, even though not convicted, have forfeited property on account of criminal conduct should not aspire to or be allowed to occupy the exalted office of the President of Nigeria. Thank you. That is why the word "or" is used twice in Section 137D. And the way that they emphasize this D, that we can laugh of the Constitution, meaning it carries a disjunctive meaning to separate persons convicted from persons who, even though not sentenced, are affected by an order of a fine imposed by a court, like the second respondent in this petition. In other words, the affected person, in this case, the second respondent, need not have been convicted before the provision of that paragraph would come into effect. The U.S. District Court, Northern District, Illinois, which made the order of fine against the second respondent, comes within the category of the term any court. They don't break that section down. Any court provided for in Section 137D of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended within the tenure of the section where it was intended to apply to the Nigerian court. That was to the Nigerian court that was provided for expressly before it proceeded with the disjunction term by operating of the word or to after that provided for the applicability of any court. The Constitution does not define the term court to justify a restrictive interpretation of the term to courts provided for under the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999. Therefore, we submit that the reasonable conclusion is that the courts are not limited to Nigeria. It could have just said any court in Nigeria or any Nigerian court. There were places in the Constitution where it said that. Okay, let me stop now. Anyway, therefore, we submit that the reasonable conclusion is that the courts are not limited to Nigeria, and Section 137D intends to apply to any courts, whether Nigeria or otherwise. We submit further that the provision of Section 137D merely requires that the candidate is under the fine imposed. In the instant case, the second respondent's admission to ownership of the account brings him under the fine imposed. Where can I wait my clap for these lawyers, I beg?
Tinubu no get sense. He go claim the account. Instead, we say no be name.
Do you know why that thing moved me? It's because whenever I read that particular part of the Constitution, I'm like, one thing they will say nice when they say under, this under, what does under mean? But listen to how our lawyers said it. We submit further that the provision of 1371D merely require that the candidate is under defined. All it needs to be is to be under. It doesn't just be under. In the instant case, the second respondent, Tinubu's admission to the ownership of the bank account brings him under the fine imposed. The action being one in rem against funds held in his personal account is a lien for which the resulting liability is strictly personal. The contention that the fine was imposed against the bank account alone is puerile and amounts to a mute distinction without a difference. What does that mean? Festus Keyamo. I read that with Festus Keyamo in my front. With the imagination I was telling Festus Keyamo, because it was the one that said it's the bank account that is sued. This court settled the location where liabilities lied in action rem in AWNG. See examples here. Versus Super Maritime NG in 2005, when it held that, listen, on foundation of action in rem, the foundation of an action in rem is the lien resulting from the personal liability of the owner of the rest. Having regard to the foregoing definition of money laundering, there is no doubt that its nature and character clearly involve dishonesty on the part of the persons who engage in money laundering, as in the case of Tinubu, the Rosa correspondent, and the place of Tinubu. In Black's Law Dictionary, 6th edition, page 468, dishonesty is defined as a disposition to lie, cheat, deceive, defraud, untrustworthiness, lack of integrity, lack of honesty, probity or integrity in principle, lack of fairness and straightforwardness, disposition to defraud, deceive or betray. Voila. That's what dishonesty. This Black Law Dictionary is a very wicked dictionary. You see, you have a very wicked dictionary. In defense, the second to third respondents relied on respondent witness 2. That is a senator. In their defense, they relied on Senator Bamidele, a witness that is already discredited by disowning an oath. On oath, a part of the document he tendered in evidence. That's true. He said he did not agree with the document. To defend the issue of the disqualification of the second respondent to have contested the presidential election, the witness testified as a purported expert in American law. Purported expert. Under cross-examination by the fourth respondent, he stated that he is an attorney in the U.S. He tendered American Bar Association New York Bar membership card as exhibit RO828 under cross-examination. Under cross-examination on behalf of the petitioner, he admitted that he did not tender any license to practice law in the state of New York. Not below that Sabi discredit witness. He claimed that he has a license to practice federal law across the United States. With respect, that is a fictional claim. Under cross-examination on why did they put with respect? If I say this place, they like Peter Obi. Before they want give you, they want cut you off. I say, my well-respected elder brother. Say with respect, that is a fictional claim. Under cross-examination on behalf of the petitioner, the ROW1 stated that the American court relied on American law, section 981, dealing with civil forfeiture. This statement is embarrassing. I said this to Daddy. I said this to Paul's face. Daddy, that he literally confused himself. It is true. This statement is embarrassing and betrayed his claim of being knowledgeable in American law. His claim is grossly untrue, ludicrous, and deeply misconceived. He further stated that, just to be clear, that section 981 is actually related to criminal forfeiture. So that just made it obvious that Baba don't know law for America. It's as simple as that. Anyway, he further stated that the U.S. judgment is not money judgment. This contradicts the claim in his deposition. This is why Sanlibi said we should go and get his deposition and verify. Okay. This contradicts his claim in his deposition that the judgment is registered in Nigeria pursuant to Foreign Judgment Reciprocal Enforcement Act. Only money judgments are registrable in Nigeria. See Con Oil PLC versus Vito Kinikon. The last paragraph of that forfeiture part. It is therefore
before you read that, okay, just read the last paragraph. Or I will read the last paragraph, but let me explain this. You see, I told you that man, a senator, just came there to make mockery of himself and the person he came to represent. First of all, he disowned the reports which he tendered in court. Again, he stated categorically that the judgment is not a money judgment. And we agree, no wahala, Shebina, you talk, no problem, it's not a money judgment. But when you make reference to the Foreign Judgment Reciprocal Enforcement Act, it is only money judgments that needs to be registered in Nigeria. So why are they now asking us why didn't we register the judgment when they know that only money judgments are registrable? And their witness also told the court that the judgment is not a money judgment. So these are just clear evidences of misconception of the position of the law and the fact. When you look at the last paragraph there, you will see, just finish it. I have a call I need to answer. Thank you.
Okay, let me read the last paragraph. After which we'll take a couple of speakers, then we'll come back later on, briefly after a couple of speakers, and talk about the ground of disqualification of Shettima. But the last paragraph said, it is therefore submitted that the second respondent against whom an order of forfeiture was made in Exhibit PA5, which said order of forfeiture has been shown to be the same as fine, is within the meaning and intendment of Section 137D of the 1999 Constitution as amended, not qualified to contest the presidential election held 25th February 2023. Your Lordship are on this ground urged to uphold the petitioner's claim seeking for the disqualification of Tinubu, of Tilumbu, the way Saddam used to call him, seeking for the disqualification of Tilumbu. All right, thank you very much. So that's like the end of so that's cool. That's page 11. All right, that's the end of that particular relating to forfeiture. The next thing we'll read later on, or we'll go through later on, is relating to Shettima's double nomination. That's quite short, so we'll come back to that. But for now, Mr. Maxwell, do you want to? I know you've talked about some of all these things before, so just reading it was putting context to it. So, if you want to say something, you can come in. But if not, let's take some speakers that are here before we go to the.
Yeah, sorry, 1 minute before you go ahead. Mr. Maxwell, please could you check your message? Thank you. You like your DM. Who was supposed to go next?
Okay, let's go to Alvano. Alvano, please go ahead. This Peter Obi's lawyer. Alvano, wait, make I clap for this lawyer again. This for future we they defend tire for here. You need to clap. Alvano, you can go ahead, novice.
All right, thank you very much. Good afternoon to everybody. I also went through the final address of this LP, and sincerely, it's top notch. You know, like I've gone through it like 70%. I've gone through it. Now I'll be talking about this drug case forfeiture and the rest first. The issue is this: when you look at it mathematically, you look at it spiritually, physically, in any way you want to look at it, forfeiture simply means fine. There's no two ways about it. Because when we read the APC's lawyer final address, they were stating that there was nothing like fine. And now LP is making it clear, which everybody knows. They're just trying to deny it. They're just trying to beat around the bush. But them too, they know that it is fine. You understand? So, and now this fine is based on two grounds. One, drug-related issue and money laundering. And there's no part of the country, there's no part of this world, not even outside this world, that we say that forfeiture relating to either of these issues is a civil forfeiture. It is never civil. It is criminal. It is criminal, and there's nothing they can do about it. You understand? So that alone is even enough to nail them, since they even agreed that it is even civil forfeiture. But the main issue is forfeiture. What is it? What is forfeiture all about? Which we know it is even a criminal forfeiture, not civil forfeiture. Now, having said that, I noticed some of my guys, some guys here, they were saying that, okay, fine, even if at all it falls under that section, this is that. But the issue is, they said, since it is above 10 years, you know, the issue of that 10 years is another form of argument. So I was not telling them this particular issue of 10 years. If you read that particular part of the Constitution, it says or. That or alone makes it stand differently. It makes it stand differently. So it is standing on its own. It is just like an alternative. You understand? So, though we are still arguing that, and maybe I would like you guys to speak more on that part, please. Then I also want to bring something. I've noticed that in this our final address, only 4 points were highlighted. That is, one, the criminal case issue, that is the drug-related issue. Secondly, is the double nomination, which already, as it stands, it is already an invalid nomination. It's not even no longer a kind of double nomination, but invalid. And this invalid is even worse than the double nomination. So this is two. They talk about the FCT, and the fourth ground is Labour Party lawyers are trying to make it open to the world that we got the legitimate votes. That is foreground. But I think we had more than this foreground. Why are they ignoring those other two? I think the ground on perjury, I don't know if we're the one that brought about the perjury or if it's the PDP.
Okay.
Or,
yeah, so Avanu, let me just cut you there so that I can.
Okay, yeah, the
respond to what
the issue of perjury and the issue of forgery. These two other grounds, I don't know if we were the one that brought it up or PDP. So please just talk about it. That is these two grounds that we.
Yeah. All right, Avanu. So I just want, so you don't go on, and I like the fact that, in fact, that other part you said we should talk about, you already answered it. It's disjuncted. Section 137D and E are two different sections. So, and it's actually disjuncted. Like, so you are right, basically, and which is what the lawyers are also arguing. And for the talk of qualification, perjury, forgery, or the jury, it's actually in PDP's petition. If you have read Peter Obi's petition, you know it's not in Peter Obi's petition. So that's why you are not seeing it here. But if you go to UC Maxwell's Drive, you will see PDP's response as well, PDP's written address of today. So those are things that, you know, tomorrow probably we'll look at it to some extent. So that's it. All right, quickly, let's go to Ernest. Ernest, please go ahead.
Before you go to Ernest, let me just clarify something here very quickly. And before I do that, I really want to thank the lawyer whom I've been linking up with, who has been making documents available to me and all. Very intelligent man. I'm grateful to you. He usually shares some legal ideas too with me. Sometimes when you come and hear me blowing hot here, because I have people who are behind me that are giving me all the requisite support. So thank you very much, Mr. Matthias. I'm grateful. So I just wanted to clarify very quickly that, you know, I've always said that when you want to talk about the existence of a thing, is different from when you want to get the credit of a judgment or as a judgment creditor, you know, if you want to reap the benefit of a judgment. I have always said that on the space. Now, for money judgments, it is not necessary when you seek to enforce it. You understand me? You know, there is a case of when you seek to enforce the money judgment, or when it has already been enforced. In Tinubu's case here, the judgment has already been enforced. The judgment is this, that he is going to forfeit $460,000. Has he forfeited it? Has the court collected the money? The answer is yes. So it means that indeed that it has been enforced. So what we are seeking to do in the courts here is not to enforce the judgment, because it has already been enforced. He has paid the money. So what we are seeking to do is just to create the fact that there is an existence of a forfeiture, which is also interpreted to be a fine. When you look at section 494 of the Administration of Criminal Justice Act, you look at the plethora of authorities that have been provided in our documents, both international and local authorities. It is right to say, this position. So the question should be, are we seeking to register what has already been enforced in the US already? What do you need to register a document that has already been enforced in the US? We only want to show the existence of that forfeiture, the existence of that fine, to prove that indeed, not only that the judgment was given, the judgment was enforced, and he is binding by it because he forfeited the money. So these are the clarity that these people have deliberately, because they are intelligent minds, believe you me. They know these things, but they've refused to agree in clear terms that this is the correct position. So they prefer to go through the process, the form. And like I told you, equity is supposed to, and will always look at the intention rather than the form. This is just me just bringing a symbiosis to my arguments now. Because when we begin to look at the form of the argument and the rest, that is not really the intent of our case. That is not the intent. They are trying to look at how the case was brought, how the document was brought, whether the documents were false or not. The question is, was there a forfeiture? Answer the question by yourself. Is a forfeiture interpreted as a fine? Answer the question by yourself. By section 137 sub 1 paragraph D of the 1999 Constitution, which provides for sentence or fine, does it fall within this category? Then you answer the question by yourself. Is a forfeiture interpreted as a fine? Answer the question by yourself. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, you're done. All right, quickly, let's go to Ernest. Ernest, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, guys, or rather, good day. Please confirm that you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, so I was able to go through the P2B's lawyer's final written address, as well as those ones from the second and third respondents, right? And it was a marvel, because after reading the second and third respondents' final written address, one thing stood, then when we were in school, right? Because I studied philosophy, and one of the things about philosophy is that no arguments are right. The proof of your arguments is what justifies your position. So it's like you bring a premise, then from your premise, does your premise lead to the conclusion? So then we're taught something, right? When an examiner gives you a question, right, maybe for you to attempt a question or for you to justify a position, if you're a smart student, what you do sometimes if you don't know the answer is to set your own question, right, and now start answering that examiner's question based on your questions, which may or may not be necessarily or sufficiently related. So what APC lawyers did, or rather Tinubu and Shettima's lawyer did in their petition is very simple. They knew that the arguments and evidence against them, right, was overwhelming. So what they did was they just decided, right, to set a different question or a different conclusion and now start tackling it from there. And that is why you see them saying things around evidence when they talk about evidence and say it's not substantial, and quoting things that have happened long even before the new Electoral Act was passed into law or promulgated. And what P2B's lawyers did was they brought them back to the crux of the matter. And I like the fact that they didn't go the way they went through using approbations or using very, very insulting words or very demeaning words. They were very, very matured in their responses. And when I was reading these responses, I was so amazed because it was clear, it was logical. Because first of all, it's one thing to write or to propose an argument or propound an argument. It's another thing to make that argument very logical. If you see the way they wrote about this forfeiture, I mean, what we read, you find out that first of all, they went ahead, first of all, to define the forfeiture, they established the relevant constitution, they also debunked the very idea that that those things were not registered in Nigeria, and before they finally advanced their argument. So this is a very brilliant write-up from P2B's petitioner, right? And interestingly, when I was reading this petition, one of the cases that when I read the APC's petition was, I was trying to understand how PDP's lawyers were going to deal with the case of the evidences, the substantial evidences as advanced by APC lawyers, especially when they quoted a section of the Constitution that says that no election is to be devoid if it's not substantial. And they kept on harping on substantial and harping on the fact that because of the intention of the Electoral Act presupposes that there is also ground for manual collation. And therefore, our P2B's lawyers harping on electronic transference does not necessarily prove, or it's not a means to prove that the election was substantially affected. And I saw the argument presented by these lawyers, and I was really amazed. So it's a very good job on P2B's lawyers. What I'm waiting for is the response from the final response to the response of P2B's lawyers from APC, Tinubu and Chetima's lawyer. But I can really guess what that response will be, because P2B has already brought them back. The P2B lawyer brought them back to the crux of the matter, and we are waiting to see if they will deal with this crux of the matter or they will continue to rigmarole as they've done in their final written address. So that's all I have to say about this written address here.
All right, thank you very much, Ernest. Thank you very much. That was a very cool summary. In fact, when you said you were waiting to see, I wanted to say, what are you waiting? See, I'm not waiting to see anything, but I like how you put it. I can almost tell. The truth is, they cannot approach the issues. That's the fact. They cannot, because any attempt to approach the issues will be embarrassing. So they will continue. They will continue to rigmarole. They will continue on the part of it. Doesn't mean, that's where they will go. So I think personally, I'm already aware. All right, David, let's have you. If you're in the speaker section and your hand is not up, put it low. David, are you there? David Abiodun. Okay. All right, Henry, please go ahead. Henry, okay, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, my brother, sister, obedience. Unlike most of you who have been speaking, I haven't had the privilege of seeing the written replies or written statements of our address of our council. I call it our council because we are contesting through P2B. We are in court through him. So, but there are issues listening to the discussion so far I find very pertinent to the argument that we are on course to recover the mandate, the stolen mandate. One is the issue of how documents of the forfeiture was tendered or not doesn't really count here. From my own experience litigating issues, not as a lawyer, but as an applicant, a plaintiff. When evidence becomes important to an issue is when there is denial, total denial, then you have to prove it. I recall that in the course of the discussions and litigation in court, the respondent, Tinubu, never denied the existence of the forfeiture in the U.S. So But their contention then is the technicality of bringing it. But the point our counsel is making, that he had been caught to have forfeited proceeds from criminal activities, to wit, drug trafficking, which, if I recall the details as it was cashed out, that the state of Illinois, if I'm wrong, please somebody correct me, put out an advertorial ahead of the confiscation of the money, the forfeiture of the money. I said, whoever this money, these funds have been traced to drug activities in so person's names, and if you find reason to contest that this was not actually the proceeds of drug trafficking and money laundering, you should show face, come along and lay your claims, defend your. He never did. And then at the end of the day, he kept away until whatever limitations, statutes limitations cost that money to be passed, a judgment to be passed, and it was forfeited. So what I'm saying, it argues then that factually there's no contest here. There was a criminal, there was an issue bordering on criminal laundering of drug money, and he willfully stayed away, which was his own way of forfeiting. So that shouldn't bother us at this stage. But there's other areas I want to put as a question. The issue of a possible, somersault of our legal system, our judicial system, where they may come up with an idea of a rerun. I see a lot of faults and inbuilt errors in the idea of a rerun. Who can tell us, was there any issue there? Because who would do the rerun? Is it this Mahmoud? Is it this current crop of resident electoral commissioners all over the states and the federal capital who uniformly did their best to abuse the electoral process and depart from the due process? Then, if they will be sacked, who will replace them? Who has the authority? And that brings back to forefront the error in allowing inauguration of a candidate whose election is being challenged. We are placed in a very grave situation in this country. Mahmoud and his INEC has endangered all of us, just like our Vice President Dati put it. We are all endangered by what is happening because with the crop of their new appointees, they have created a crop of powerful figures now who will be standing by and doing their best, crook of foul, to deliver if there should be such. Please, who knows how these, how our council address these things? Please enlighten those of us who haven't had the privilege of going in.
Thank you very much, Henry. I think the summary, the long and short of, this is. So I think we say this like every time. So the petition is really on 3 grounds, right? And the first ground is disqualifying Tinubu, which is why I'm focused on that, even in this address now, because that is the one that is quite obvious. And I say this every time. The next ground is that INEC did not comply substantially. Now, if INEC did not comply substantially, the petitioners have proven, at least even to us already, that INEC did not comply substantially. And that in some way affected the result in itself. So it's now left, so it's either the court to say, oh, let's rectify how the result was affected and all that, which is very, very unlikely because like we say every time, doing that rectification can be very crazy, right? Then, they can now look at every other process. But like I always say, I don't like to, because for me, if we now start talking about, what we think, what we expect, when there is something we know, the one we know, I'd rather stick with what I know than talking about what I think, what I want to expect. And you are actually very right. Whatever they are going to decide that will ever involve INEC. As a matter of fact, I'm personally of the opinion that I don't even need, you don't know, I'm not even interested in that. Mahmoud Yakubu and a couple of these INEC President Electoral Commissioners should not be allowed to conduct elections in the upcoming governorship elections, either in Imo, in Kogi. That's even the conversation that we should be having related to INEC. So, Mahmoud Yakubu, not to talk about now conducting another, with that, will not even be, I don't want to hear that kind of talk. You get, so, but that's really the approach, the approach to it that the legal team used. And I haven't finished reading this written address, right? So now tell you that, oh, this, but you can literally tell from the kind of argument that was raised that Peter Obi is a man of process. In fact, the way Peter Obi did this case, you would be right if you say that Peter Obi is okay if the election is cancelled, even if you won the election. Peter Obi is so concerned about the process that he would rather that the process is totally correct for him. Like, he doesn't want to say, oh, by mistake you came into office and all that. So, and that's really like, subjective. And we've done a detailed analysis of what the law says about substantial and not substantial. And one thing that is given, the one that is given, that whatever INEC did is overly substantial. And we talked about it very deeply some days back. It's overly substantial. So that's really on that note. Mr. David, are you back now? All right. Mr. Kolade, please go ahead. Mr. Kolade, are you there?
Oh, sorry, I'm here. I thought I unmuted. Okay. What is on? What is on? What is on? I greet everybody. I've been listening all day. I was just doing my own reading. I like to do my own thing my own way. Man, I finally read from page 1 to the last page. This is fantastic. Kudos to our lawyer.
I know that Mr. Kolade will be very, very happy after reading that document.
Man, you don't know how happy I am. Please, my brother, well-meaning, give them a round of applause again, please. I beg, give them that they deserve it. Look, for me, I'm not a lawyer, but they made this so simple. They put the justices in a box again, another big box that I want to see how they want to come out of this. They made this so simple. No jargons, nothing. They made it so simple that I understood everything. What they have been cooking, it is now clear I can see it clear. Look, somebody just mentioned one we won just now. There is nothing like we won in what we are asking for, in the way they presented our case. You will still get the well-meaning. You know what these guys did for us? They made it clear that, oh, look, disqualification, decide on it. You get it? They had no choice. That's what the one you just read, the for future and the other, the for future that you read. They now came to what we have said, that look, they will prove in court that we won. Now they come to the conclusion from the calculation. The mathematician, I remember, was the first guy I said I was going to buy beer. The first day he did his testimony. You get it? From his own whatever, they put it in such a way that, look, nobody refuted what he said. That means you don't have issues with what he said. What he said is correct, okay? Whether you have issues with admitting his evidence or not, they've already clarified that you have no choice than to admit it. So if nobody is countering what he said, they said by law, that is what stands. That shocked me when I read that place, that because you did not counter, you did not rebuff what he said, by law, whatever they have, that is what they have that stands. That is what our lawyers are saying. So which take us to the fact that the 18,000 blood result is now an issue. The calculation is there. And it's not just 18,000. They even went to polling units that did not have this at all. And they also said that two states, Rivers and is Benue or so, I think Benue, Rivers and Benue, that those two states, when they did our calculation, we won it by what was uploaded by INEC. So we want those two states. If they take those two states away from whoever they claim to be the winner, the person is short too. Then who will become the winner? So where is rerun coming from here? So the justices are now in a fix. Either they accept the calculation we've made for them, or they go by what we said and go and recalculate themselves. Because the other party did not bring a contrary evidence to say that, oh, what they said is wrong. This is the right calculation. And there's no way we can go by what INEC declared because it's already faulty. So how do one come off from this one now? So me, in all of this, I'm not seeing anything at all that has to do with rerun. It's either they give us what we are asking for, except the justice want to now say that, okay, in our own wisdom or in our own whatever, that we just nullify the elections completely, which is fine. But so it is not us calling. It is them that can only decide that because it is not what we are asking for. And with what I have read personally, everything we are asking for, we've been able to put it together, tie it together, and make it so clear that, look, just give us our prayers. So, my people, today is one of the happiest days of my life. Kudos to everybody who have worked so hard, man. I was just like, man, and see how. Look, they also thought one thing, in court, what we used to know, I used to know that you hear my Lord, my Lord, my Lord, my Lord. You get it? They brought this picture back again when I was reading. You would see our lawyers using the word, my Lord, blah, 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 blah. You get it? They got it back. That was what I didn't see in these people's, the first this thing they did. I didn't see that. I was just seeing them just talking, blah, blah. But you see, respect to the lordship of the justices. And they argue their case with evidence and with facts. Then, when I read and I'm not a lawyer, I will say again, but from my own side of things, there is no way INEC or APC or whatever wants to get out of this, because they even use their own word against them. Because the things that they did not counter, they use it against them that they did not disprove this one. So this is what's done. This is they all agree to this. Because they don't add anything contrary. Now that one shot me past from the understanding I got from what I read. Man, today is a very good day. A very good day. We should double now. In fact, now just like we used before, we should go and find halogen bulb and shine it on those justices. We should shine it on them. I don't see how anybody wants to come out of this. It's too simple, too basic, but it's loaded, full of content from any angle. So me, I'm not seeing anything really wrong. So let them now come and say, well, I can't give you what you are praying for, but what I can give you is, that is them, it's not to them. But again, I think with what I've seen, we are on course of getting what we are asking for. And if anybody think we've not proved, we have proved. If you read what they wrote there, they tied everything together in terms of figures. We have proved that from what they have, wherever they have it, we want two states. So how do you want to reconcile? Either you say what they uploaded is right, and you give us those two states that we want, because we recalculated it, or you do otherwise. So how do they want to get out of it now? God bless you, my people. God bless everybody. Yeah. I'm so happy. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kolade. Thank you very much. Actually, you brought up a conversation that, and since nobody's hand is up, that's actually very good. That will require. I'm glad we are close to 1,400 or so on the space. Please, those of us that are just joining, please do retweet the space so that we can have more people. So a conversation that we have always said, okay, we need to educate people on. Not really, because sometimes even I myself have had to read, listen to people like Chris Maxwell, and go out of my way to get like the full understanding. And some days back I actually explained this here, but so this is almost like a repeat of that. So when people say the word rerun, right, I can almost think sometimes. So I try to think what is in their mind. Is it a run-off or a fresh election? But technically speaking, the word rerun denotes a fresh election. There's a difference between rerun, which is a fresh election, and run-off. Run-off is what the Constitution recognizes as, okay, the difference is a rerun is maybe, for example, like in this case, you find that, the non-compliance is too substantial and you want to cancel the entire election, which, like you said just now, you were like, if you don't want to do that, it's fine. Like that's Mr. Kolade now. If you don't want to do that, it's fine. You just missed one line where you said it. As long as Tinubu have been disqualified. That's why I keep maintaining that.
That man must be disqualified for real.
I'm not. Tinubu must have been disqualified by the time we are talking about it wrong. If you want to talk about, and take note, and I want people to get this so that you can also clarify when people throw the words around, you can also educate them and say, okay, no, what you are using is in the wrong way. So rerun actually means a fresh election. What is a complementary election? What they call supplementary election is what they call a runoff. So rerun is fresh election. Runoff is a supplementary election. Rerun is when maybe you find that this particular election is does not comply with the act, so you want to avoid the entire election. So irrespective of who wins,
or something close to a draw. I think so, yeah.
Irrespective of who won the election, you avoid it. And if you read Peter Obi's prayers in his petition, there's lines relating to that. Because, of course, intelligently, Peter Obi's legal team, intelligently in emphasis, knew that they didn't want to box. Sorry, Mr. Henry. Knew that they didn't want to box the court in such a way that, because Nigerian courts are very, if you are eating with the devil, you eat with a long spoon. Nigerian courts are very, they are very APC-ish. I know APC is a synonym for evil. So that if you tell them you don't want this party, if you don't tell them you want, as in you are okay with this particular thing, and you tell them this is the only thing I want, they will find a reason to tell you that thing that you said you want, they cannot give you. And because you don't ask for the other thing, I'm giving you that one, but you didn't ask for that one. That's how devilish these people are. That's the fraudulentalities inside the judicial system. So what Peter Obi's team intelligently did was said the real thing they wanted, which was disqualify Tinubu based on the remaining votes, declare me the winner, and we move. But knowing that the court might want to find a way to say, they now created, go and read that petition, they created alternative prayers, up to like 5 alternative prayers or 4. I've said this to many people that if you look at Peter Obi's prayers, there are 4 situations that he comes out with. But I wouldn't want to talk about our prayers in detail. But the point I just want to say is that there's a difference between a rerun and a runoff. A rerun is a fresh election. So what can lead to a fresh election in this particular case is if the court now said, there is no substantial compliance, so the election is void, no matter whose us is God. So it means, and it's a risky ground, to be honest. So even me, when I saw the prayer, I was like, all this lawyer now, I don't say we win now, for those allow us prove I'm not gonna forget, those prove. But later when I thought about it, I was like, that's a smart move. So it means even when they do the calculation, right, as long as they can determine that there is no substantial compliance, which is kind of obvious. If you will look at our lawyers, go through the hearing, you see that there was a huge argument on non-substantial compliance. Even in this written address, at the beginning, you will see the way they put it, that the fact that they did not even transmit results is why it is so difficult for them. It was now so difficult for them to calculate the result that made them won the election, even though they still tried to calculate it and proved it. So which simply means they're saying, if INEC had transmitted results, we would have calculated this result now and would have won it with a landslide. But now we are struggling to, it's very close because you did not upload the result. And I'm just trying to put it in layman terms. So basically, those are the two differences. That's why I usually tell people that focus on disqualification of Tinubu. Like our brother said just now, you can also start focusing on INEC, Mahmoud Yakubu, especially.
Get rid of that man. As in, I don't even want to hear that man's name. We need to get rid of that man. He cannot even conduct Bayelsa, Imo, Kogi, even Edo State election. We need to get rid of that man. He's a criminal.
At least we were there though. Before they do our election, Peter Obi will not be president, so they could not remove the man. So I'm really.
We need to get him out ASAP. He must not conduct any other election in Nigeria. None whatsoever.
Making all conduct school prefect election. School prefect.
At all. He belongs to jail. Kirikiri prison. I belong to.
Anyway, just to continue what I was trying to say, because I want people to really get this clear understanding and going forward, so that when you come to space and you are saying, oh, we don't want this, we want this, we want that, you know what exactly you are saying, right? It doesn't look as if you took it from what people have been saying and you just carry it. So point is that for me, I say this every time, the primary thing is to disqualify Tinubu. That's the one we are aware of. We have evidence. Everybody knows that one. But when it comes to substantial compliance, the court will not say, remember, one man's substantial compliance is another man substantial, non-substantial compliance. So just have that at the back of your mind. So the court will now get down and say, okay, now we disqualify Tinubu based on what is left. Let's look at what is left. Did they people follow this guideline that they said they were going to use? Question is a yes or no question, and they will answer it by themselves and say, yes, they know. Of course, the clear answer is no. The answer will first be no. The next question will now be, although they did not follow it, but did it really affect the election? Of course, I can't answer that, because if you ask me that question today, I may say yes. Tomorrow I will say no. Next tomorrow I may say yes. Tomorrow I will say no. Do you know why? Because I will be because I know Peter Obi won the election. I will be sentimental. So I wouldn't want to. So, but that will be left to the judges to say. But of course, the truth is that, to be very honest, the non-compliance was very substantial. It affected the election. It made room for mutilation of results. Even INEC went further not to upload results. And Mahmoud Yakubu has said that is their national register of election results. Go and watch the video. The reason why LP played the Chatham House video. If you notice the part of Chatham House video, I went to play that video again recently. The part of Chatham House video that LP played was not related really to transmission by beavers too much. It was related to Mahmoud Yakubu saying that is the biggest database they have of election results. Which means if in 2099 you want to go and verify who won 2023 election, your children want to go and verify, they can go back to that portal and verify. That's what that portal is supposed to mean for. But as of today, you can't go there and verify what INEC declared.
They've taken some part down still. They haven't put it back.
That's what I'm saying.
A part of their portal, as in, God, I'm just at 300 billion wasted just like that. And Yakubu is still there.
But going by the Supreme Court judgment of Adeleke, go and read Supreme Court judgment of Adeleke. I've read it many times on this page, so I won't read it again. Go and read it. I've even posted it many times on my personal handle now. That alone is enough to say this election is not substantial. So, but the question will now be, after they say no, it's not substantial compliance, they will now ask themselves, is it okay, now that we said it's not substantial, there's no need going further to who won or who didn't win. That's when you can now say you want to declare a redone or a fresh election. But remember, so that point, Tinubu have been disqualified. Should have been disqualified already.
Must be disqualified. Not even should, must be disqualified.
If as of that point, they said, oh, it's not in compliance, but it's in substantial compliance, it doesn't affect the election much, then they will now have to go back to the result and say, okay, let's look at the result. Who really won the election between Peter Obi, Atiku, Kwankwaso, and so on, every candidate. And of course, Peter Obi most likely won. But why that is a dangerous part to go to, and I really need people to understand this, that is a dangerous part to go to, because when they get to that point, the court might now begin to play funny and say, this particular set of evidence, we will not admit this. And by the time they start doing selective removal of evidence, which may be for, technical reasons at that point, the numbers will start to dwindle. So but let's even imagine they go ahead with it. I've said this many times that in this whole petition, Peter Obi has the highest upper hand. Listen, people don't understand this. Peter Obi has the highest upper hand, even more than the person INEC declared. And I'm talking literally. First of all, after disqualifying Tinubu, and they say, okay, there's substantial compliance, so they don't want to work with the result. Atiku did not get 25% in FCT. Atiku did not meet the criteria to be president. So even if they want to play with the numbers and play with it and play with it and play with it and play with it in such a way that maybe they want to manipulate it for Peter Obi to remain second and put Atiku first, they cannot still declare president, because why? he did not meet 25% in the FCT. So what will eventually happen at that point, right? And I really hope people know the track I follow to get to this point. What will eventually happen at that point? Of course, if they calculate it properly, Peter Obi will declare winner and Peter Obi made 25%. In fact, he got 61% in the FCT, outright winner. But if the numbers dwindle between that calculation, and let's say for some reason, Atiku and Peter Obi are now dragging, and Atiku was now, based on the number they we have, Atiku was now on top. What they will now do is that, okay, Atiku, you may be on top, but you didn't get 25% in FCT, so you can't be president. Peter Obi, you got 25% in FCT, but by highest number of votes, you are currently not on top after our recalculation, so you can't be president. That is when we will be talking about a runoff. And that runoff will be between, of course, at that point, you all know who the runoff will be between. And for people that come to say Atiku prayed, that one of Atiku's alternate prayers is that the court should declare a runoff because of 25% between him and Tinubu, that is a bloody lie. I explained this thing on this page some time ago. Even if the court decide not to disqualify Tinubu, which will be a crime on its own, which will be the maximum injustice, because the clearest part of this case, of the whole petition to me, is that Tinubu's disqualification. That's the clearest part. The other part will not clear for my eye, but you see Tinubu's disqualification, that one too clear. So, but for people that say that, and I know somebody that said it on this page earlier, let me just clearly educate you. This is strictly educational purpose. Atiku cannot be in a runoff against Tinubu, even if the court decides to uphold INEC's result. And I'm talking strictly based on INEC's fake result. Why? Somebody will say why. I'm going to tell you why. Why is exactly in the Constitution. I explained this thing some days back on the space. In the Constitution, the two people that should go for a runoff in an election, and I'm going to read the Constitution to your hearing. The Constitution made provision for people contesting in an election where there are two candidates and an election where there are more than two candidates. This is an election where there are more than two candidates. The Constitution will make provision for people contesting in an election where there's only one candidate unopposed. I'm going to start from that point. And I'm doing this for like the second time so that it will really sink in. The Constitution, Section 133, says, Section 133 in the Constitution says, a candidate for an election to the office of president shall be deemed to have been duly elected to such office, where being the only candidate nominated for that election, he will have to meet these conditions now. Listen to the conditions someone needs to meet if he's the only candidate. One, he has the majority of yes votes over no votes cast at the election. He needs to meet yes over no. And that is related to majority. I said it some time back that if you know what majority means this over this, like as in 50, having over 50%. Really, really. Majority is usually used in terms, majority is a comparing terms that compares with minority. So majority is something over 50%, minority is something under 50%. So they're saying first, he needs to get more yes than no. So I've always asked myself, because we've not had that kind of election, I don't know how it will run. I don't know if INEC will conduct the election, put only the person on the ballot and put one under empty place in such a way that people can come and vote empty. For people that don't want to come and vote empty, I don't know. But in Section 134, the Constitution made another provision for who can be credited. It said a candidate for an election to the office of president shall be deemed to have been duly elected where there been only two candidates. Just understand it. Only two candidates for the election. He has the majority of vote cast at the election. Listen to what he said. Underline majority, because when I come to the next point, you will know why I say we should underline majority. He has majority of the vote cast. Remember, majority, like I said, it means you have over 50%. More yes than no's. People that wanted you are more than people that didn't want you. So which means you have to get at least 50% and above, because every other of your people that compare, any other person that contests with you have to be below 50%. Then he has not less than 1/4 of the vote cast at the election in each of at least 2/3 of the states of the Federation and the Federal Capital Territory. Now, these are elections where there are two candidates. Remember the word I said it used. It said majority. majority, which means if there are two candidates running, what the candidate needs to win is majority of the vote, which is people that voted him should, of course, less more than people that didn't vote him. Now, in subsection number 2, it now said a candidate for an election to the office of president shall be deemed to have been duly elected where there are more than 2 candidates for the election. If one, he has the highest number of votes cast at the election. I don't know if you notice the difference. There's a difference between majority and highest number of votes. So people that tell you that, oh, if there's even a runoff that Tinubu and let's say the court says 25%, the people that will do the runoff. This story, go to Violence Space website. Someone did this analysis on Violence Space the website, not Parallel Fact, Violence Space website. Some people argue and tell you that, oh, Atiku came second now, he will be the one to do the rerun. Atiku came second by numbers. Atiku came second by number of votes. In INEC's fake result, make I put that one there. In INEC's fake result, Atiku came second by number of votes, not by majority of vote cast. Especially when you now hear the condition. Listen to what the third subsection said. It said, in default of a candidate duly elected in accordance with subsection 2, which means if a candidate is not properly elected in, let's say he didn't get to 5% in FCT, or he didn't get to 5% in 2/3 of the states, or he didn't, he didn't have the highest number of votes, if he's not duly elected, he said, let me see, of this section, there shall be a second election. That's what we call supplementary election or runoff. There shall be a second election in accordance with subsection 4 of this section, at which the only candidate who shall participate in, so the only candidate that shall participate in this election, and I need people to listen to this very well so that not allow anybody to deceive you, is one, the first candidate that shall participate is the one who scored the highest number of votes cast at the election. One who scored the highest number of votes cast at the election held in accordance with blah, blah, blah. So the first person that will participate is the person that has the highest number of votes cast. Listen to the second person and understand what I'm telling you, even according to INEC's fake result. The second person that shall participate is one among the remaining candidates who has a majority of votes. Listen to the word it uses, not highest number of votes. A majority of votes in the highest number of states. A majority of votes in the highest number of states. What he's saying is that that person needs to have over 50% in the highest number of states. And at this point, I'm going to tell you who had that in this election. And I'll just go straight to Violence Space article on it. You can go and read it later. It's a detailed analysis. It's on Violence Space website. That's violencespace.com. I'm going to tell you who had that between PDP and LP. Remember, we are working with INEC's fake result. All right. So, PDP had majority of votes. That means over 50% in 5 states. And those states are Adamawa, Bauchi, Gombe, Kebbi, and Yobe State. 5 states. That's where PDP, Atiku had over 50%, majority of vote cast in the highest number of states. LP, Peter Obi, had over 50%, majority of vote cast in more states than Atiku. He had it in 8 states. The states are Abia State, Anambra State, Delta State, Ebonyi State, Edo State, Enugu State, Imo State, and the FCT. So he had it in 8 places. So if there's even a runoff like that, your biggest imagination, the only person that can perform in that runoff, that can participate, that the guarantee is guaranteed now, is going to be, it's already Peter Obi. Now let Peter Obi don't get the ticket for that show. So don't allow anybody come to deceive you and say, oh, Atiku this, Atiku that. Atiku has no stake in this. The only luck Atiku can get in this is just maybe if he's lucky, they don't declare Peter Obi and try to now say the order for a fresh election. That's the only luck he can get. Don't allow anybody deceive you. At that point, I'm sure that's very clear. Ngozi, was it clear?
Because you just want to hear my voice. For tell me, sir, Ngozi, I'd like to hear your voice. Anyway, it was really.
But when I talk now, I beg.
Sorry, please, you just came, and secondly, you're not raising your hand. We had to explain this part so that everyone can understand. Thank you. So please, would you remain muted and raise your hand? Thank you so much. Mr. David, please, you can unmute your mic and speak.
Nah, I'm okay. I've enjoyed all the conversation. I wanted to even go back down. You know, the conversation. Everybody have spoken here, and there's nothing else to say really. So I'm just going to go back down. I forgot to send myself back to the listener section. You know, so I have nothing to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. 1 million, check your DM. Otumba sent you the link to the
violence-based article. So I'll just put it up on the Jumbotron. But it's not that we will not need it. Peter will be okay. Maybe people just
I think people would want to read it, so let's just put it up on the
I'll place it on the Jumbotron.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, let's hear from you they like violence, but your name can't hard to pronounce. Kiwizoga.
And they flow for the blood now. Actually, I want commend Weminin. This analogy we just give now, I think this is my first. I think I'm lucky to be on this space today. This is my first time I'm hearing that side of that analysis based on that constitution. Just the constitution where Nigeria get, just like APC, they confused. So people do one, they probably do and make people just people they float most times until you sit down and let person we go explain that for you. Now you go know say there were some hidden stuff put there for those that are willing to listen. And like I said, I want to commend Weminin. Secondly, I want to say something. I just think this whole theory they play off this period, I think it's just God's plan for our country. Like I said one time on space, I say this whole bit of this stuff not be normal. I don't know, not because this spiritual, but not be normal scenario. Everything around where they play out, even the way obedience they carry and the way we youths they stand up for everything going on. The past since sometime around last year like this, carry on. It's not normal. And I think now high time where God want to help our country with this. I want just say the whole court process will come out exactly as God wants them, and it will come out in our favor. And by that time, the celebration will go start. We'll take our country, go to everywhere we want to go to. So I want to commend women again. Thank you very much for that analysis. I still want to do my own home study to study everything you talk, but I really, really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Kiwis. Let me just quickly add this to say, if you listen to everything I said critically, you understand why personally I don't talk about, like, you know, if you listen to how I said what I said, like it was a step-by-step analysis. I started from disqualification to substantial compliance to the normal vote, INEC vote and all that. Listen very well. If you pay close attention, you discover that when I left disqualification, my entire analysis started becoming about if they do this, if they do that, if they do. That's why I said, so I'm just saying this for people that, you know, most of the time when we focus a lot more on telling the judiciary to disqualify Tinubu, because that's the only one we are sure of. I mean, for substantial compliance, we can argue from today, tomorrow, me and somebody can say, oh, it's enough, it's not enough, it's enough. I don't, anything that is if, I don't want to be putting my body too much. The one I know is that Tinubu forfeited money in the US for drug trafficking. I know it. It is a fact. The one I know is that Shettima withdrew his senatorial form after he has been nominated as vice president. I know it. It is a fact. The one I know is that Tinubu's fourth certificate, because the one he gave to INEC is totally different from the one the school gave to INEC. I have seen it with my two eyes. I know it. It is a fact. The one I know is that Tinubu has lied about his NYC. The name on his NYC does not even tally with his real name. The exemption is saying Adekunle. I have seen it. It is a fact. I know that. I don't know whether people get what I'm saying. So why would I focus on things I'm not sure of when I can focus on things I know? So that's really my point. My point is, I know that Tinubu must be disqualified. there's no choice for the judiciary. Whatever the judiciary does, I've said this many times. So some people will go feel vexed, not concern me. Even if the judiciary declares Peter Obi the winner of the election and didn't disqualify Tinubu before declaring Peter Obi the winner, I will see vex. I will not be happy because Tinubu, it is compulsory to disqualify Tinubu. It is sacrosanct in the word of happiness.
Well meaning. The thing that is there is that they cannot even avoid it. Somebody asked this question some few days ago on our space, and I told them that these are issues that have been brought before the court. The court will not avoid to answer any issue at all. They must answer the issues. We have brought issues, and I told them that issues are like questions for determination, issues for determination. We are asking them to determine, is this man supposed to be disqualified or not? They will not just declare Peter Obi and avoid it. They must answer it. You understand? So they will give us a yes or a no. The fact is that they must answer it. So it's not a case of they go choose the one where they go answer or anything. No.
So, I used to ask, just imagine, say the way they want to answer and I say, oh, should he be disqualified for forfeiture? They will say no. Should he be disqualified for false certificate? They will say no. Should he be disqualified because of dual citizenship, which is related to perjury? No. What about NYC Unco? No. Double nomination Unco? No. If valid nomination, in fact, the justice, after I talk no, he must go to pay now. He go call they say, oh, more. I can't be saying no like this. So it's why people should know that what disqualifies Tinubu, if they don't disqualify Tinubu, I don't know. It's a very dangerous ground, to be honest.
Yeah, when they want disqualify, I made the post talk, it's gone. They must remove it. The way they say subsidy is gone. Tinubu must be gone. Anyway,
Let's go ahead now. Let's just call some speakers then. Maybe I can read the double nomination part after some speakers. Then
I think Noni. Oh, didn't I pronounce Blues? Noni Blues. No, okay now. Jalo Waziri. Is this person obedient? Waziri also sound obedient to me.
Hey, hello. Can you hear me?
No, yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, just for clarification, is this strictly Peter Obi's group?
Yes. Once I saw Waziri, I said this name. No, please just drop. Thank you so much for obeying the rules. I don't want to hear any Agbado stuff today, so please drop. Thank you.
because if you're begging for me, you say now please drop.
I don't want hear nonsense because I'm really angry. So may just drop this. Baba drop himself. I like the fact that he exposed himself. Bombi.
But before we move to another speaker, Mr. Jalo Waziri, I know that a lot of things usually bring you guys here, so you can stay for the knowledge. It cannot be taken. If you like, you say we are praising ourselves. This time around, we agree. If you like, you say we are singing our praises. This time around, we agree. But we have a lot of people who are wise here. We agree we are praising ourselves. We have a lot of lawyers who are intelligent here. We have a lot of engineers who are intelligent here. We have a lot of chemists, who are intelligent here. We have a lot of people. So if you came here for wisdom, please do well to stay on the space. And of course, you will see some wisdom flying. You can catch some. But for you to speak here currently, we cannot give you the opportunity. To every other Agbado member on the speaker or on the listener section.
But when I conclude, say the guy na Agbado, if you be articulate, if you be mechanic.
Oh God, don't check the guy profile.
I checked the profile. Waziri alone. That was Waziri na Agbado. As I see the name,
look at the people I'm co-hosting with. Look at the people.
The guy that was. They put one. Immediately I saw that first tweet on his timeline. I just closed. I stopped viewing his timeline. They say what's the name of that bigot that supports APC? What's the name of that guy again? Alright.
The menu. Which one?
Dictor. Is it Dictor?
Oh.
I've been awaiting the name.
The doctor,
they say retweet to celebrate. They say retweet to celebrate social person. They just list some APC Bigot members here and the guy retweet them. No, that kind of person cannot speak here. On what basis? Let's proceed, my brother.
All right, let's quickly go to Bombay. Bombay, please go ahead. Bombay, are you there? Bombay, just say. Anyways, that's fine. Please, if you want to speak, your hand should be up. If not, except you want me to go and read my double nomination, because that's the last thing I want to read for today. If you want to speak, ensure your hand is up. Okay, Mr. Black, go ahead. Your hand is not up, but you're flashing it. I want to assume you don't know how to raise it. Mr. Black, please go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm so happy to be on this space, and I really appreciate the work you guys are doing. Though I never read that the final address, and I will read them once I finish with my work currently. So, but I get a question, like how long it will take after this final address? How long it will take for this Supreme Court people and tribunal people give us final judgment for this thing? Because for what now they talk like this, everything now they look interesting. They look like yes, there is hope. Because right now it's the only hope for many hardworking people waiting for this country right now. So, at what time? What in the time frame now would they look? Say the fee just call us, say make we come, make we know it's in the SUP with the final address.
Yeah, okay. I agree with you. There's hope in our petition. There's hope in Peter Obi. There's hope in the legal team. But the judiciary, I not trust them. So why will you took our eye for their body? But for your question, so our final addresses, our own addresses came in today. They would have 5 days to reply, I think, to maybe matters arising from their address. And I need to ask you, see this, what they'll be replying to. Me to know they know everything like that. So I'll ask you, see after. But their reply is supposed to come in 5 days, which should be next week, Wednesday, if I'm not mistaken. Because Sunday is inclusive from what we've seen now. 5 days, which should be on Wednesday. After which, going by the initial schedule, they will adopt it a day after they tender that reply, which should be Thursday. And after that adoption is done, that's when the court can now, say when they will pass judgment or. So I don't know if they'll say it immediately at, during the adoption, or they will say it later. But that's when we will know when the judgment. But of course, I think Thursday next week is around 27th or so. So I don't know what judgment they'll be using over 1 month, right? So all of us were predicting sometime in August, but we can't say a specific date.
When is the end of 180 days?
The end of 180 days inside September 16th.
So we're a bit earlier.
Yeah, we're way earlier. They would give the judgment way before, maybe even a month earlier, not as in by my predictions. I wanted to ask you, when they say reply, are they replying afresh? Because in our own written address now, we already addressed things that they said. Are they replying to our reply, or they are replying to maybe new things that we are raising?
You say you wanted to ask me. Have you asked yet, or you still wanted to ask?
Oh yeah, I don't ask now. I don't remove the one.
Okay.
I've asked.
Those small we don't study like this. They disturb the community.
Say obedience by law dictionary for me. I need to start to put that dictionary use. You understand? If you use anyhow word now, we don't follow. I go come for you very, very fast. Very, very fast. Okay, to answer your question, the thing is, with replies, you don't go over countering the entirety of the document, or you don't go over bringing new issues into the document, because you have already given your own final address, and your final address, their own final address was in response to your own. So if there were new issues raised, those are the things that you now have to, reply on points of law. This time around, you don't need to come and start stating facts again as it relates to the case and all of that. There's this person I usually see flashing hand. Okay, Naomi is a lawyer. When I'm saying something, sometimes I always see her flashing hand 100% like that. So those are the provisions of the law. Your reply should be on basis of point of law, not to, come and start bringing new facts or any other thing. So that's what it is. So it's not like they'll come and start arguing their entire document.
Okay, that's very relieving because I was just thinking that which kind of play be that one? I go talk now. You can't talk. You will talk. You won't. I actually suspected that it would be really related to new issues if there is any. Thank you very much, Yusi. All right, quickly let's go to Mr.
Sorry. It's just like what happens during. I told you that there is examination in chief, there is cross examination, there is a re-examination. Now, in re-examination, you don't start over asking questions again. You only try to clarify some of the things that was raised during cross-examinations which are not clear. So that's just what you do. And that is how it has always been. I told you that these are processes. If you remember with the petition, when you file your petition, the other person replies the petition, and you can now bring your own reply to the petition. So it's a normal, procedure in law.
Yeah, thank you. That's very clear. That's very clear. All right, Mr. Black.
Yes, so thank you again. I know I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a lawyer, but I've been following this case since the start of the petitions. Like, I've been reading through every transcript I got. So, like, looking at this thing happen, as in the way they ended the case, clearly they had nothing to say, they had no evidence, they had nobody to defend them, just like Abado people. All of them don't run. Even con they finish sometimes with the stomach. So, but that one day, this one now we don't get this final address now. As in, waiting else they won't reply. I really doubt they would have anything to say because whatever they want to say now is going to be totally a waste of time. It doesn't make sense now. With everything I don't say or talk already now, everything would already give as witness, as defense. They don't get any argument whatsoever. Why waste our time? And they're not supposed to take 1 month now to decide on this matter. Time they go, the more this man stay for office, now the more we get problems they surmount each other. It don't make sense. I beg, now I want to talk with that.
All right, I hope that the judges hear you. All right, Mr. T, please go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah,
can you guys?
I hear you.
Oh, sorry. I actually went through the document of PO on the legal team, and I was like, wow, this is so mouth-watering. Then I was able to read some part of it, and I think it's very understandable for even a secondary school graduate can even address this issue. And I actually recommend and congratulate everyone. We are getting our mandate back. That is for sure. And thank you, Maswe, and thank you, 1MMC, for your work so far. And I actually appreciate everyone on this space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. T. Thank you very much. All right, quickly. Bombay, are you back?
Yeah, sorry, I got distracted. I want to thank you guys for this opportunity, for everything I've been doing. Please, I don't like going back to or even talking about the rerun thing, but since a lot of people brought it up and you guys addressed it, I just want to know if there is not a runoff, a rerun, is it possible for APC not to be on the ballot? Because my problem is not even my problem is with the whole party, APC. Is it possible for them not to be on the ballot at all so we can fix the country? Thank you so much.
They won't be on the ballot. They won't be. Once you're disqualified, you're disqualifying the whole party. So they won't be on the ballot. I know some people know like that.
Wait, Bombay, no one just see their logo at all. Bombay, your problem is their logo.
Even I say, 1 minute. Now your brother is
boom. Not even talk of the logo. I don't want to see boom at all. I beg. Boom.
Don't worry. They won't be there because by then, Tinubu would have been gone. Must have been gone. I mean, I don't know. Anyway, now the only thing that will vex me for this judgment, that Tinubu. I don't want to hear they not disqualify Tinubu. Anyway, all right, quickly, let's go to. If you want to speak, your hand should be up. But notwithstanding, since nobody's hand is currently up, for people that were following before, we stopped at. We had read and briefly talked about disqualification on the ground of forfeiture. So now I'll just read, and I think this is quite short. Peter Obi's team, very straight and clear. They went straight to the point. Disqualification of the third respondent, that disqualification of Shetima, which of course is equivalent to disqualifying Tinubu. All right, they said, we submit that the third respondent was at the time of the presidential election held on February 2023 not qualified to contest the election as vice presidential candidate of the second respondent, and same invalidate the qualification of the second respondent to contest the said election. The Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended makes it mandatory that every presidential candidate must nominate a valid vice presidential candidate. Must nominate a valid vice presidential candidate. Section 142 provides as follows. I think we've read this before. In any election to which the foregoing provision of this part of this chapter relate, a candidate for the office of the president shall not be deemed to be validly nominated unless he nominates another candidate as his associate from the same party, blah, blah, blah. I mean, I don't want to read that in details because of time. The second part of that subsection says, the provision of this part of this chapter relating to qualification for election tenure of office, disqualification, declaration of assets, liabilities, and oaths of president shall apply in relation to the office of vice president as if reference to president where references to vice president. So basically saying that what applies to president applies to vice president. All right, so they continued and said, the unchallenged facts before this honorable court are that the second respondent, in purported compliance with the constitutional requirements, nominated the third respondent as his vice presidential candidate. He made this nomination on July 14th, 2022, while the third respondent was the senatorial candidate of the first respondent for Borno Senatorial District. This was clear. This was a clear. I'm trying to. Maybe there was a typo. This was clear in contravention of. Okay, this was clearly in contravention of the Constitution of Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended, and the extant provision of the Electoral Act, its manual, guidelines, and regulations. We submit that the respondent cannot take refuge. For people that have been saying, hey, PDP, INEC have done, and Supreme Court have judged on double nomination. PDP this, PDP that. See it here. First, we submit that the respondent cannot take refuge under the Supreme Court decision in PDP versus INEC, ORS 2023, blah, blah, blah. The decision of the Apex Court is well decided for the facts and evidence before it. We submit that the case turned on whether another political party who is not an aspirant can challenge the nomination of a party in a pre-election matter. We submit that the comment of the court on the date of withdrawal of the third respondent is not a ratio of the case. We submit that the date of July 6, 2022 on the letter of withdrawal cannot be the effective date. It is not in dispute that the third respondent signed INEC senatorial election notice of withdrawal of candidate from EC 11C. Listen, Shettima signed that form on July 15th. It was nominated on July 14th. Until July 15th, 2022, the third respondent remained in the records of INEC as the senatorial candidate of the fourth respondent, that's APC now, for Borno Central Senatorial District. INEC attempted to lie and said the letter was delivered 13th. God punished them. Where APC, who Tinubu say on 15th. Anyway, the fact before the court is that it was on July 14th, and these are the facts. It was on July 14, 2022 that the third respondent signed from EC 11A notice of withdrawal of candidate pursuant to Section 33 of the Electoral Act 2022 with officials of the fourth respondent. You were nominated vice president today. You went to sign tomorrow, and you are saying before. Are you normal? We submit that as of July 14, 2022, when he accepted nomination for the position of vice president of the second respondent. He was still in the records of, okay, sorry, I didn't read them again, no verse. No, I'm not reading it again, yeah? Oh, yeah, okay, he was still in the records of the first respondent. We submit further that this fact distinguished the decision in PDP versus INEC at the Supreme Court. These facts were not canvassed before the Supreme Court, and they made hey, Anita.
It's Anne. Please, when you come up here, don't unmute your mic, please, so that you don't disrupt the space. Thank you.
What's happening? I say I won't mute everybody. She not mute.
Make I explain how to. Yes, now Twitter matter. And you know that sometimes the connection is not fast. If you realize when you're on speaker section, the connection is usually faster than when you're on listener section. So you are somehow behind. So now just so the thing. So before as you mute everybody for here, the person connection never reach that place where you don't already mute up. So that's just how it is.
IT barrister. You be San Equato. Anyway, I'm joking. All right. We submit further that this fact distinguished the decision in INEC, in PDP versus INEC. These facts were not canvassed for the Supreme Court, and they make the said decision not a precedent for this petition. You know what was presented to INEC is letter, stamp, or those things. I don't think what was presented is EC11 and all those INEC forms. The issue of double nomination as raised by the petitioner is an issue of qualification that can be ventilated under Section 134 of the Electoral Act 2022, former Section 138. Don't forget that one. See the recent cases of APC versus Chima and Achilonu versus Chima at 6-10, where the Court of Appeal clarified thus. It is to be noted that Section 38 of the Electoral Act 2006, as of then, is now Section 37 of the Electoral Act 2010 as amended. It would, however, appear that the current judicial disposition having regards to case decided by the Supreme Court is to the effect that a case of double nomination is stricto sensu, I like this, not one of party nomination under Section 87(9) of the Electoral Act, and can comfortably be brought under the provision of Section 138 of the Electoral Act 2010 if properly articulated and successfully challenged, in that regard being sufficient to void the vote cast in an election if proven. The Supreme Court puts the issue beyond argument when it held in PDP versus Degi Erimienyo as follows. The sum total the sum total is that the joint ticket of the first and second respondents, sponsored by the first respondent, was vitiated by the disqualification of the first respondent. Both candidates disqualified are deemed not to be candidates at the governorship election conducted in Bayelsa State. It is hereby ordered that INEC, the fourth respondent herein, declare as winner of the governorship election in Bayelsa the candidate with the highest number of lawful votes cast with the requisite constitutional geographic spread. The fourth respondent, INEC, is hereby further ordered to forthwith withdraw the certificate of return. Oh, just like what that's what I could take that out for Tinubu. Withdraw the certificate of return issued to Tinubu, and so on and so forth. That's like the judgment. Section 35 of the Electoral Act provides that where a candidate knowingly allows himself to be nominated by more than one party, political party, or in more than one constituency, his election shall be void. The Court of Appeal, Ekwe Dum versus APC, Samani JC, put it succinctly. They don't go quote Justice Samani by himself. Justice Samani put it like this. The provision of the Electoral Act 2022 clearly stipulates the invalidity of a multiple nomination by the use of the word shall. Justice Abani, are you talking? In the statute, it amounts to the command, a must, compulsion, or an obligation or mandatory. See, allegedly, blah, 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 a couple of court cases. Thus, the intention of the drafter of this beautiful piece of legislation is to ensure credibility and integrity of the electoral process. We submit that the candidacy of the second respondent is invalidated by the vitiated, purported, and failed nomination of the third respondent. We further submit that when the second respondent stood election in the presidential election of the fourth respondent as the presidential candidate of the first respondent, despite his own disqualification by virtue of Section 137 1D of the Constitution, this is violence, shown above. Both the second and the third respondents were affected by the virus of constitutional and statutory disqualification, affecting each and both of them. We urge your lordship to resolve this issue in favor of the petitioner and invalidate the election of the second and third respondents. So that's the end of the part related to double nomination. From there, it's talking about non-compliance, which, I mean, we may not be able to, because I want other people to speak now. We may not be able to touch it today. Maybe if you see Maxwell wants, so we can, give some highlights. Then maybe in coming days, probably tomorrow, depending on what the morning looks like, we can touch it briefly. And next week, before we get replies and adoption. So, all right, let me quickly hand over to UC before we take other speakers.
Sorry, well-meaning. I stepped away from my phone for a bit. So I did for the past minutes following on conversation. So I don't know what areas you wanted me to come in, so that I'll just do that quickly, then we know how to proceed.
So I read the entire address relating to double nomination and how the legal team successfully created a difference between this particular case and one at the Supreme Court, and a couple of things. So I was just saying that the other part from that place is relating to other issues, non-compliance and so on. So we won't be reading that today, so that a lot of people can speak. But in between, people will ask questions and we'll respond. So I was also saying, if you want to, you could give like a summary of the other parts, like just highlights, and in the coming days, maybe tomorrow, Monday, Tuesday, and so on, we'll also be taking further look at it.
Yes, the point that their arguments were very founded, very, very founded on the fact that does the court want to rule that on the basis of double nomination, considering the provisions of the law, that we will not consider 14th when they received the letter. And, these are, of course, the obvious arguments that right-thinking minds, obedience, on several platforms like this one, have always made mention of. Because, let me just quickly open to that aspect of the document. From page what, please, is that? So that I would be highlighting some important parts of their arguments there.
So, are you starting from the double nomination? If it's double nomination, it's from page 11, which I already read. So,
yeah. I'm not reading it. I just wanted to be looking at it while I speak. Yeah. Now, on the basis, they tried to make reference to the case of the PDP, and they noted that the case of the PDP here, on the basis of double nomination, they didn't deal with the issues. The issues were not actually dealt with. That we cannot go by statements that are made in passing. Now, on this same platform, I've said several times that there's a difference between ratio decidendi and obiter dictum. Obiter dictum are words that are said in passing, where a judge makes some comments while delivering judgment. Meanwhile, the ratio decidendi is the reason for the decision. the major questions that have been brought to the court to decide upon. So they were saying that the respondents cannot rely on the PDP case, which they said just in passing as an obiter dictum, not as a reason for their decision. Because the proper reason why they were in court, why that judgment was appealed up to the Supreme Court, was on the basis of local standing and not the substance of the case. That is what the Peter Obi legal team tried to do there. And they tried to juxtapose. It was a very, very brief argument because indeed, there's really nothing to argue there, for heaven's sake. There's nothing to argue here. These are things that are obvious to us. Section 35 of the Electoral Act is clear. I was even surprised that some cases that I was even expecting them to bring up here, they didn't even bring up the cases. But the cases that they've already supplied here, it suffices already. Because when you look at Section 35, it says that no person shall allow himself to, be nominated twice. And they put that in the argument, they try to put that burden on the candidate himself, that he shall not allow himself to be nominated twice. We are not going to rest upon the ignorance of a candidate or the ignorance of anybody regarding it. They said he made the nomination on July 14th, and within this period, he was still a candidate. These are the arguments, of course, on this. And they said that these are unchallenged facts. They do not challenge these things. And it is always important to note this. Any fact that is placed before the court that is unchallenged and uncontroverted, it suffices to say that the person has agreed with it. So they do not challenge that on July 6th, he wrote a letter, which did not reach INEC. They do not challenge the fact that the letter reached INEC on July 14th. These are uncontroverted, unchallenged facts.
But what? July 15th. July 15th. And it was nominated on 14th.
Okay, yes. So these are facts that are uncontroverted, unchallenged. So the question becomes on the duty of the court to now interpret. They had to refer the court back to Ekweodom's case against APC. Let the court, by Justice Amanio, the same person, sitting in the jurisdiction of the Court of Appeal, he held that this provision, the wordings of the courts there, shall makes it mandatory, and it does not relate to an internal party affair, that it can be construed as a disqualification ground. If you guys remember very vividly, very and vividly again, are they the same words that should go in the same sentence? If you guys can remember vividly, I stated here, I tried to read the words one by one. The wordings in Section 35 states that the person shall not be nominated twice, according to Section 35. And the wordings of the word is shall. The question is, was he nominated twice? And the usage of the word, as argued by the lawyers, is that the shall used in that particular place makes it a must, compulsory, and an obligation. It is mandatory on anybody. They also refer to the case of Alede Jobi versus MBA, to Bameyi, and the rest, where it held that thus, the intention of the drafters of this beautiful piece of legislation is to ensure credibility and integrity of electoral process. That is the intention. So when you look at the mischief rule, in such cases, any place, part of the law that has to deal with a mischief, that has to do with a wrong, we need to use the mischief rule to really look at it and interpret it. What does Section 35 aim to cure? That is the question we should be asking. It doesn't want that a person who has too much money will go to party A, buy the ticket there, go to party B, buy the ticket there, go to party C, buy the ticket there, and become the only candidate in various parties, therefore making him only eligible to be the candidate in that election. That is the mischief that thing tries to cure. Because we've seen politicians who hold monies. It is what we saw with Lawan's case. It is what we saw with Akpabio's case, where people went, brought people to be placeholders, gave them monies, and told them, when you buy this ticket, run it. If I don't get this other ticket here, I come back. Because they knew that Section 35 stops them from buying the ticket. If not, Lawan would have bought the ticket at the senatorial seat and also bought the ticket and become a candidate at both seats, waiting for the one he's going to win.
But the law tries to cure this mischief, and that is what our lawyers are arguing in that document. That it makes it mandatory. I made reference to the APC document when I was talking about this, that they try to play the card that that when you look at section 137, they have listed the grounds for which a person can be disqualified. You look at section 111, the same grounds have been listed for the seat of governor. You look at section 82, the same, or 86 of the Constitution, the same grounds have been listed for State House of Assembly. You look at other sections, these same grounds listed, paragraphs A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J for governors and presidents, that these are the disqualifying grounds. That it is not a proper argument for you to disqualify a candidate for double nomination. This is the argument of APC. Then now let us be intelligent minds. The word is used in section 35, if you can pull it up, is that his nomination will be voided. That section does not disqualify a person from holding a seat. It only voids the person's nomination. We must pay attention to interpretations of wordings here. Very, very important. If at any time you have presented a void certificate to a forged certificate to INEC, you can never hold any elective position. That is a disqualifying factor in the Constitution. If you have been sentenced or fined for fraud, for dishonesty, you can never vie for the office of presidency, never in your life anymore. That is a disqualifying factor in section 137. And all the other disqualifying factors that have been listed there. But when we look at section 35, it is not a disqualifying factor. It is a voidable factor. Listen carefully. So your nomination can be voided, but it does not stop you subsequently from vying for the position of the vice president. But at this point in time, because you held double candidacy, either on the basis of multiple parties or multiple constituencies, that nomination is voided. Simple and short. So these are the arguments of our lawyers, which are very, very sound arguments. I told you when we started, I believe that we are rounding up well meaning. Let me pass the mic because I see a lot of hands up. That it has always been our arguments that these are stated, clearly stated in the provisions of the law, and you cannot go against it. The wordings are clear. Remember when you and I were having that argument that day, well meaning Nigeria, when that Supreme Court judgment came out, and I was telling you that it is only insane for anybody to think that the provision of section 35 is an internal party affair. It is insane. Because even after, once election is conducted, you can raise it up. You can raise it up. It happened in Uche Wosu's case. It happened in the case that was brought up there, in the APC's case that was listed there in that document. So when they try to play these games of, going around, if you want to bob my hair, stop going around doing round cuts for me. You understand me? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, UC. Let's quickly, thank you very much, UC. That explanation was very, very detailed. All right, quickly, just so we can take a lot of speakers, please, if you are called to speak, just speak for like 3 minutes max. If I exceed, watch my hands, I'll flash my hands. But quickly, let's go to Chris. Chris, please go ahead. Chris, are you there? All right, if Chris is not there, let's go to Ede Anayo.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah, can you hear me?
Sorry, you dropped Chris. I'm sorry, Ede, you can go ahead now.
Sorry, can I mute and go ahead? Was Chris about to talk?
Yeah, before you muted him, it was the one that was talking. Yeah. So, Chris, please request the mic.
Ede, please go ahead. Go ahead. Ede, unmute your mic. Are you sure you're not talking with your mic muted?
Mr. Ede Anayo, you have the mic.
Okay. Thank you. UCA, thank you very much for your much hyperactive effort to bring these proceedings right into our bedrooms. You've done so well. Don't worry, the day I will see you in Abuja, I will put a medal on you. Thank you, Obedience. Thank you, people of Nigeria, for having me. I have just carefully been going through the Labour Party address, and without a mincing word and without sounding boastful, but I have to boast equally, I think this is what an address should be: standard and to the point. You see how people, our team is so sound, so sound. In fact, when I got to the point of I've gotten to page 20, where our team was talking about the issue of non-compliance with the electoral guidelines and regulations. But be that as it may, because the General House has not gotten to that point, let me add to what UC Maxwell, a senior counsel, have said. Okay, should I talk about that one?
Don't wait for the General House.
Okay. But just to what UC Maxwell has said. So words are powerful, and lawyers, we use words as raw material to manufacture our product. And that's why we are careful in the usage of word. In fact, what Labour Party lawyers said about that issue of nomination is that as at the time, on the 15th of July, even on the 14th of July, Shetima's name was still on the record of INEC. So that change has not been effected. You understand? So that goes to the root of it. And those documents were admitted in evidence in the court. But our friends on the other side, they're just running around the circle, If you want to go to, let me use Akwa Ibom, and then you go and start all over from, maybe you start from Borno State. And there is no route that leads from Borno to Akwa Ibom. You must pass out through other states. I think that's what all these other people are doing. But what I discovered that Labour Party lawyers have done is to redirect these people, either deliberately or ignorantly. They seem to be begging the issue. They are avoiding the issues. So, but Labour Party is redirecting them back. You can see there's some careful usage of words that is so interesting. Take, for instance, in the issue of non-compliance, when in section 60 of the Electoral Act, 60 subsection 4, 6, 7, talking about the mode how the election will be conducted with the introduction of beavers. Yes, the Electoral Act donated some powers to INEC to conduct the election based on their own regulations and guidelines and manuals. And they are duly enacted. Let me use the word, because those regulations, guidelines, and manuals are some legislation. So they are seen as laws, and they must operate as laws. INEC have these unhindered, unfettered powers to decide how they want the election to be conducted, especially during the processes of voting and collection of votes and how this thing should be done. And then they came to the whole world and told the whole world that, look, all these things will be done on the spot, real time. That was the language they kept using. The address that they did in Chatham House, the one they did in Lagos here, in Abuja rather, as per Yakub Mahmood. And then on November 22, 2022, Festus Okoye issued a press release to debunk an alleged claims that the INEC was about to abandon the original plan. He issued a press release and said no, that the everything about both the Electoral Act, our guidelines, our manuals, our regulations, that the observation of those extant laws are sacrosanct, that Nigerians will see the best of election conducted ever on this side of the world. So he marketed it, he sold it, he represented it. And the lawyers will know the consequences of misrepresentation. I won't go into that for now. Now, on the day of the election proper, but before then, during the adducing of evidence and the cross-examination, INEC on some pen brought one woman who is the deputy director of Lego in the Lego department of INEC. And the woman came and said that yes, that those things are true, but the press release issued by Festus Okoye is not in the record or are not in the record of INEC. You can't imagine. As if that was not enough, to contradict themselves, when Dr. Bayode, another senior staff of INEC, came and testified, he agreed that he came and presented the same document that the other woman said that was not in the INEC record. And the Labour Party's witness, one of the petitioner's witness from, I think, Channel Television, presented the same document, substantiating the fact that such press release was issued by INEC. So I wonder, the party was saying, how can I approbate and reprobate at the same time? Inconsistency. And we know the consequences of inconsistent testimonies in legal trial. Now, coming to the issue of the non-compliance or continuation of it, these people cited Osun election, Adeboyego Oyetola versus INEC and others. The others include the Governor Adeleke. They actually cited that regulation 38(1) and 2 and regulation 48(a) and B. But regulation 38(1) and 2, they just took the part that seemed to be palatable to them by talking about only collation system. Collation system. But that was not the case. The Supreme Court, in the case of Oyetola versus others, made a clear statement on very unequivocally on what the use of technology during election should be. The Supreme Court said that there are two stages of the election. BVAS, Collation Center, which includes IREF, that these are part of electoral process. They are alive during the election. They are one part of the electoral process or process of election, whichever way. But INEC data registry and INEC back-end server they are phased after election issues. These are after election issues. But INEC and the other people, they were denying that no, it cannot be. So the Labour Party lawyer, through that decision, has brought me back to them to say, look, this is the extant law as it presently exists. And as I've always said, I love that judgment of Osun so much. In fact, if I have any core competence, it should be in that place. What is the process? By the use of BVAS, on the election day, when you come with your electoral voting card or voter's card.
Please, could you wrap up in a minute, please?
Sorry?
Please, could you wrap up?
So on the day of election, when you present your card and you are verified or accredited, you are given the ballot papers which you vote, and for the 3 elections, House of Rep, House of Senate, and the presidential. The events are done or were done simultaneously. They were done contemporaneously. That is at the same time. There was no accreditation separate from voting. And when the processes of the election is completed or are completed, the presiding officer, in the presence of the security agencies, reporting agents, having filled the electoral, the Form EC8A, will now use the beavers to scan the Form EC8A to transmit, to transfer, and to broadcast.
Sorry, Mr. Ede, can you round up? 1 minute.
Yes. So, can I continue? So, that is the position. Okay. Now, on the day of election, what these people did, they managed there, but they have shown the election, which the Labour Party. It's a vivid story. I noticed one thing. Let me just round off because of time. The Labour Party, I've read almost all the addresses. They cleverly avoided the Osho election. Cleverly. They tactfully avoided it because they knew that that was at the core of the issue of non-compliance with non-substantial compliance with the regulations. So on that ground, you can see that there is just nothing they can do. A lot of irregularities. Now talk about the issue of blood documents, which they certified and gave to Labour Party. And you are now coming to say that those blood documents are unknown documents. That's what they said. Some unknown documents. Unidentified documents. How can you say that what you brought is unidentified? So the Labour Party has been able to redirect their mind that these things you called unidentified, they are blood, there is alterations, there are cancellations, there are right.
I'm sorry to come in, Mr. Ede, sorry. We would need to move the conversation forward. Thank you very much for your very apt, views on the law. Thank you so much. You said a lot of important things which threw a lot of light into the arguments. And like we've always highlighted, when a person is drowning, the person looks for anything to latch onto or to clutch onto, and it's what they are doing. The only thing that they can clutch onto at this point in time is just technicalities. Even if we want to remove every sentiment, every emotion, and everything, and look at this case from even the most objective point of view, as you may like to call it, the arguments do not hold any water. Thank you very much, sir. So we'll move the conversation forward. Well-meaning, who is next on the queue?
Yeah, let's just quickly go to Chini. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Ede. I mean, if it was left for me, it's obvious that you've read it, and so when you were making a submission, at some point, I just feel like you weren't making a submission, you were even educating people about what you had read. So thank you very much. But because of time, let's just get to other people. Chini, please go ahead. After which we'll come to Stephen, then Odige.
Thank you.
Chris was supposed to go first. After Chini, Chris.
Oh, sorry. Oh, okay. Thank you. All right. I'm not going to say much. I'm just thank you for trashing this address in bits, like it's as granular as possible and every common man can understand it. I first and foremost, it's important that the beavers were like the central point of this whole election sham. It was what gave us the courage or the mind to go and vote. It's still what is like making and marring the election, telling us that you use the beavers to grow confidence in the election. At the end of the day, these same beavers were totally neglected. But that is that. The learned silks, They've done their best. They've done a very good job. I'm happy at the address. But one thing I have noted from this, I'm not a lawyer, but I've noted that it's those previous cases that are being referred to throughout this process is very relevant in future cases. And these judges, the good thing is that LP's address actually mentioned them by their names, like every member of the judiciary in this case. They had at some point in their career said something for or against what we are fighting for. For what we're fighting for. And coming around to say something against it is typically saying that what they said before was useless or was nonsense. Like you're telling people that you said A and now it's no longer A, it has to be B, So it means you are doubting your own mental comprehension of cases as simple as this. And the APC or whoever is in charge, I hope they're also knowing or they're also thinking that whatever they are pushing forth for the Nigerian people to consider, or whatever the judiciary they're pushing forth for the judiciary to adopt, will someday be referenced or like in a future case. So I'm looking at this from the perspective of something is working for me today because the judiciary ruled for me in a particular matter. Tomorrow it could be someone else I'm supporting that is arguing against what was ruled in my favor. Like that is why justice, I think, once we can get justice right, we get it right. And in future, it can always be referred back to bring justice to people who need it. So I'm happy this address is happening. I'm happy there are a lot of references to previous cases with the members of the judiciary were part of that. They took a stand on it. And I'm hoping that they will not further prove to us that they have a very unstable state of mind. That is what I'll call it. If they say something contrary to what has been, what is in line with the Constitution, the right thing to say, the justice that must prevail, it totally means that they never had a sound mind to practice law in the first place. Thank you. I yield.
All right. Thank you very much. Quickly, let's go to Chris. Chris, please, 3 minutes.
Thank you, my brother. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I had just a few points, right? One submission, one question, and one advice, right? But Anna earlier pretty much did justice to one of the points, and when talked about INEC going all around the world, and the reference Chatham House. I'm not going to go into that because of time. But this one was once said. I talk to market women, they listen. I talk to politicians, they listen. I talk to transporters and touts, they listen. But I talk to you students, you do ga 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 ga. INEC, we talk to you, we told you what we need there. You went all over the world doing ga ga ga, talking ga ga ga, read time, everything. When you reach now, you know do. Now you want us to swallow your own pill. You know go walk. You know go walk. The truth is just Glenn, it's on the table. And I bet we run. See, this run. Wait. Me, I don't tire to run. I know they run go anywhere. Waiting. We will be Usain Bolt. Run. I don't even hear we run. It's not going to work. We run for waiting happen. No, we run. Clearly, Peter Obi, he won the case. He won it. And well-meaning, my brother, thank you for reading. Because me, I really don't like reading, right? The only thing why they read are computer codes. Even computer codes. If you code here, you know that if you want to look for anything, if you want to read, just do Ctrl+F and go to the code stub you're looking for, right? But when you were reading, I was like, man, this thing doesn't fit me for body. If you don't get sweetie before, let me describe it. When you did scratch, for those who don't know, sweetie na crocro. When you see person they scratch sweetie near you, look in face, he there with you, but he's listening to you. You know the year waiting the topo in so don't go. Let's say they rub in so sugar. You know, that's how sweet. That's how they just they sweet me as well-meaning, just they read them, And thank you, well-meaning. God bless you. The question where I get is for Yusuf Maxwell. Yusuf Maxwell, for all the rulings that has been made in the past that has what I call Boccaccio characteristics, can they be expunged from our history, so to put it? And then the advice that I have is for the judiciary. Me, I don't tire to tell them, say me they do right or to they beg them. See,
I'm not
On
getting your
that
question, Baba.
should I? Okay, the question is, all the rulings that have been made in the past that has any Bokachua characteristics, any ruling way no make sense, can we revisit them and kind of like readdress them to set things right or expunge them completely? That's my question. And then I was about rounding up saying that I have an advice for the judiciary. If they're afraid that something's going to befall them negatively, if they rule, if they do the right thing, see, on that day of that ruling, just pack your bag, everything you need, the way you do your house, your certificates, everything important to you, pack them inside bag. Leave your house. Come call that a rule. No go back. Forget if they bond your house. As you give that ruling finish, just stay with us. Stay with us. Forget your house. Stay with us. We'll take care of your children. They will be safe. Stay with us. If not your fear be that. That's just my advice. And the other question I chose for you, man. So thank you, Wilmy, for the mic. I yield it now.
The Hikers Trail 4.0 Children Crossing.
Yusuf Akshay, do you want to answer the question? Do you understand what he asked?
Yeah, I kind of understand what he asked, but the fact is that those are very difficult things to do right now. They've already delivered justice on those, or they've already delivered judgment on those cases. For any of those cases to be reviewed, they need to be taken to a panel that will be created by the National Judicial Commission to revisit them and all of that. But those are not issues that we need to be looking at right now. If there is any conviction, I think that the major thing should be conviction. If anybody went to jail because of such judgments, there needs to be a prompt revisit of that case. So if anybody knows that Bokachua had sat over their case, which was wrongly decided, and led to a person going to jail, we need to, revisit it. But to look at it from another perspective, these are the reasons why we need to actually keep our eyes on the judiciary and what happens. Believe you me, this thing should not be allowed to pass just like that. Judges who are found wanting, who dip their hands in crimes, bribery, and the rest, they should not be allowed to sit in the hallowed chambers of the courts in Nigeria. So that's it. Thank you, my brother.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Okay. I wasn't hearing you.
Oh, because did you hear me?
Now I can hear you now. At some point I lost you. Probably it's from my end. I don't know.
Okay, Mr. Stephen then Odige.
Yeah. Good evening, my obedient family. Good evening. UC Maxwell, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for all you do. May God bless you. Ngozi, thank you very much. My brother Wemini Niger, thank you very much. Naomi, I see you. For my obedient family, I greet everybody. I appreciate all your efforts. We will win. We will win. By God's grace, we will win. We didn't come here to just joke. We mean business. We will win. Well, I just have a few words to say, just few. First of all, I'm not a bit surprised. I'm not among those that is surprised about our lawyer's final written address. I'm not that surprised because I know that these guys were actually good. They were actually good from day one. I know them. When I saw the name, even before the court case started, when I saw the name, I saw Levi Zochukwu, I saw the other guy, Beazu, something like that. I said, yeah. I said, this is professional election riggers, meeting professional election petition tribunal lawyers. See, those are lawyers, and now this election petition matter that they on. That's it, they be specialists. They see different lawyers. I just discovered that there are lawyers, their work now this election petition case, as in the Sabian well. So our lawyers, they fall into that category. That's just, bro, it was all God doing. Now God now put all of them together. Our squad is star-studded. You might not know. Our legal team is star-studded. I can tell you for free. That's just it. They did well. They did well. So we'll just wait for the judges. But before I say anything, I want to say, the judges, or to all the judges in this country. You see, I know I don't believe in you guys, so I don't. I honestly don't believe in you guys. But because of this case, I don't forgive you guys all the crime one I don't, all the wrongdoings, as in all the, even who's of the man judgment, I don't forgive you now. Just because of this particular case. Because this case is going to determine the progress of this country. This case. If you wake up tomorrow and say, oh, Tinubu won the election. See, Tinubu government will suffer one thing. It will suffer the issue of legitimacy. Tinubu government is going to suffer what I call legitimacy. It's an illegitimate government, and people will not accept the illegality. A government that has issue with it, as in, cannot make progress, just cannot make progress. No country want to do business with that kind of country. So just do this thing, and let us progress with this man. Let us just move forward with this man. No, see, if people say, oh, Tinubu, they won the election, nobody will, Tinubu will not arrest you people. Tinubu will not do anything to you guys. See, I say it again. See, nothing Tinubu will do to you guys. Forget all the threats, forget, I know you don't offer now money, no problem. Collect them, no problem. No issue. Collect them. But pass the right judgment.
Yeah.
Pass the right judgment.
All right. Thank you very much, Odige. Quickly, let's go to Stephen. Stephen, are you there? Stephen, are you there? Okay, if Stephen is not there.
Yes, I'm here. Why does it sound like you're echoing? Well meaning.
No, I'm not using. Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes, Stephen, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay. I greet everybody. You see Maswell, Ngozi, and everybody. All obedience. I greet. So, in our final address, when you see Maswell make a tweet yesterday, assuring us that we are going to see surprise. I'm not doubting it. You know, this is the way an argument should be made. The respondent in the petition is trying to run away from the original argument. Now the petitioner just brought them back to the main argument. Now, you know what? The most important thing that I like in this final address of the LP is how they manage to clear off all their technicalities. If you are going through the documents, you will see that LP will start from the killing all their technicalities. Anywhere they are raising a technicalities issues, LP will begin with evidence, with some court case backing their arguments, some court documents or other cases that have been determined by the courts. backing up the argument, you can see that all their technicality, I did not see anyone technicality left in that the respondent's final address left in this case. So I just applaud them for that, and I believe even if you say that judiciary should do this, let me tell you, this final address is a bomb. Honestly, there is no way they can't escape it. Even the judges, if they like, they should collect money, but they can't escape this final address. That is my submission. That is my submission. Thank you, UC Maswell, and 1 million Matt crew, and
Thank
everybody
you.
in this space. I greet you all.
Thank you. Maybe we should stop greeting so that people will have more time to speak and they will finish their submission. All right. Thank you so much, Steve. Moving on, let's hear from Super. Mr. Steve, please mute your mic. Benedict, please go ahead. Yeah, Steve. And Benedict, I mean. Oh, God. Benedict, please go ahead. Unmute your mic. Like this now, we just...
Mr. Benedict, are you ready to speak? Kindly unmute your mic.
Sorry. Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Mr. Benedict, you're in a very noisy place. I will advise you get to a quiet place before speaking.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm so sorry, but we won't be able to hear you. We'll really struggle to hear you. So I think it's best to go to a quiet place before you speak. Thank you. Adebayo, please go ahead.
Please, can you take the next speaker? I'm on the road, please. I'll go after the next speaker.
Okay. So let's hear from Ishola.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Please, can you hear me?
Are you using the earpiece?
No, I'm not, but it's actually raining heavily here. I guess the rain didn't want me to speak today.
It's raining.
Yes, raining heavily.
Go ahead. We can hear you now. Just go ahead.
Oh, okay. You can hear me now?
Yeah, please go ahead.
All right. First of all, let me give kudos to the Labour Party Labour team. They really tried, and I really love what they wrote in their submission. Basically. So to start with, sorry, can you hear me?
Hello? Yes, we can hear you. If we can hear you, if we can't hear you, we'll let you know. So please go ahead.
All right. So to start with, one thing is, I'm a professional writer, and one thing we do as a writer is to look at the state of mind of the writer, what the message the writer is not passing literally now. So one thing I think the APC is doing is, with their first submission, their major aim is to discredit all LP's witness. Alan Ekpekun is not interested in the case yet, because it will not even make sense for him to reply to the case without seeing from the view or from the window or from the eye of the Labour Party lawyer. And I guess, having gone through what APC wrote, the Labour Party lawyer... Sorry? Can I continue?
Yeah, ain't you the one speaking?
I can hear somebody's voice. So, okay, can I continue?
Yeah, please go ahead.
All right. So, what LP lawyer did, what LP lawyer?
Please, I had to unmute everybody because I'm really not understanding again. The conversation is not flowing as it should, and there are a lot of interference. So please, when I unmute, I don't know, where is this noise coming from now? Now, wait a minute, which kind of glitch be this one? Okay, so...
I think it's just about time to end this space.
Because I'm not even... Wait, can you guys... I'm not even understanding. Yes, we can hear you well, meaning.
Okay, I just want to be sure.
So we'll just move the conversation forward. Inshallah, please unmute and then you round up your submission. Thank you.
Okay, so one thing I want to say is we should actually await APC's response to this, because what LP lawyer did now is to put their case forward, and I like the way they splitted everything and they highlighted everything. APC initially tried to discredit all LP witnesses, which is the reason why APC didn't talk about proving their case at all. Once they tried to discredit the witness does not have a case, or any document submitted by the witness does not count. That is what LP lawyer are trying to do. They are trying to give their witnesses credibility. So I think we as obedient wait for the response of Ola Nepekun concerning this LP, and I think that is the reason why the court is giving that room for a response to Labour Party's case. And one thing also, I think we are neglecting APM's address as well, because one thing is important in the disqualification of Shettima. APM was talking about the time, like the constitution does not put a time on it. Technically, in summary, what APM was saying is it is impossible for you to be nominated for two positions in a political party or in an election. What it means that even if you are contesting for senatorial, once you withdraw, you cannot take up another position again. That is what APM is fighting, and I think they have a very good case, because there is no time interval illustrated inside the constitution pertaining to maybe you can take another one, you can't take any other position. And on the other hand, Labour Party is also fighting them on the other hand, and I think we are on a good foot. We should just wait for what Ola Nepekun response will be concerning this LP case. Also, in rounding up, to round everything up, the major case of Labour Party is being discussed, which is what's all about the blurry results and the calculation of votes and all those things. And I think all APC members that are shouting, they are not counting, but they are not. I think they should go through the whole response themselves so that they can see what Labour Party is truly fighting and what they are not fighting. So thank you so much.
All right, thank you. I don't know. One meaning, when it comes to the APM case, they were not fighting that he should not have contested or be appointed or be selected as the VP. I don't think that's the case. I think
that's not the case.
It's not, please. Yeah, please. Could you talk about it?
Yeah, APM's case is invalid. He's right about being invalid nomination, but APM's case is that I just put now. So the APM's case is related to Masari, the placeholder candidate. If you remember, after they made Masari, so naturally, once it gets to a point where you are supposed to submit your party form for all your candidates, you must have a vice president on that form, right? If you don't have a vice president, you become an invalid candidate. So Masari, of course, APC, Peter Obi submitted Doyin Okupe as vice initially, right? APC submitted Masari as vice. So the mistake they made was that on the documents INEC have, and these are like INEC documents, Masari withdrew on the 24th of June, right? And Shettima was now nominated on the 14th of July. That's like 21 days apart. And the Constitution INEC already made it clear that if someone withdraws from a particular, like if you want to withdraw someone that you've already submitted, first of all, the person would either be willing to withdraw or the person dies. That you can only withdraw on two conditions. The person will withdraw themselves or, death. And once that happens, after the submission is made, for the person to withdraw, you have 14 days to replace that person, right? And APC took 21 days to replace Masari officially. Masari withdrew 24th officially from the document INEC have. APC took 21 days to replace him, which, if you compare it to the constitutional requirement of saying from the moment you submit your form, you must have a vice presidential candidate, which means if you want to really put numbers to it, technically, after the first 14 days that passed and did not submit a replacement, the remaining 6 days, 7 days, Tinubu did not have a vice presidential candidate. So by that act, APM is saying by that act, his position, candidacy is invalidated. So that's what APM's own is. It's a case of if they try to run from Peter Obi's own, they will meet APM's own. If they try to run from APM's own, they will meet Peter Obi's own. So they have to pick a hustle, literally. But that's really
Sorry, 1 minute. Please, sorry I bought you, but let me just make this point to you. If you go to APM's page, APM's reports, page 8 precisely, that's their point 5. Let me read it out. He said, it is submitted that the time is irrelevant when considering the provision of Section 35 of the Electoral Act 2022. If the lawmaker had intended time of the relevance, it would have been clearly indicated in the provision of Section 35 of the Act. The intention of the lawmaker is that a candidate cannot aspire to more than one office in one election cycle under the Electoral Act, where candidate knowingly allow himself to be nominated in one constituency, as in this instance, case of the fourth respondent, his candidacy is void. So if you read that section very well, what they are trying to argue there is the Constitution does not give a time. So APM is saying the intention of the lawmaker is that the candidate cannot aspire to more than one office in one election cycle. So you can also go through that page and read it from point 5, 5.1, and 5.2 downwards.
Okay, I think that part was more about the double nomination. Why there's another part that talks about, okay, I think I get what you're saying now. All right, thank you so much for clarifying it. We'll go and read it. Thank you so much. Moving on, let's hear from Adebayo. Adebayo, are you there?
Yes, I'm ready now. I'm using an earpiece, but I hope I'm clear. If I'm not clear, I'll remove it. Please, am I clear?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
All right, thank you. So first of all, I want to say thank you. Every time I'm on this space, I'm always saying thank you to the 1 Million Man March crew. You guys are you are giving us premium content, and we are indebted to you. We should be paying for this. It's a lot of work. Well-meaning, Ngozi, me, everyone. So let me not waste too much time. I want to just try and encourage us all obedience, please. There are 2 things we can do. Number 1 is to follow the case. Number 2 is not to cause problem for the case. I see many obedience don't understand this game. APC wants to own the narrative. If you don't know anything about law and you're not ready to go through the stress of learning from people when they talk about it on space, don't confuse it. So when you see something that is confusing, ask questions. If you cannot ask questions, don't form opinion and say, hey, that means this. No, you're just going to create more problem. And once APC people find out that you don't know something, they will gaslight you. So I want us to please, for me now, I'm a scientist, I do maritime and tech a bit, so I don't know law. In fact, I've never even gone through any case before. So this is all strange to me. Sometimes when I read those documents, it's always a struggle. But especially when I get to those legal terms. But when I listen to UC Maxwell break it down, I'm like, okay. So whatever people who are more knowledgeable on it say, I listen. If there are any questions, I ask. I think we should stay at that. If you know that, yeah, you are good, like Mr. Biodun, Mr. Kayode, well-meaning, when they come and they say things like that, you can say, okay, I think I'm clear. If I don't understand, let me ask a question. I think let's not push things that would create more panic. Because I see a lot of time when meaning Nigeria will have to come and say, please, this angle you are going to, I think you don't understand this. And well-meaning explains the same thing over and over again because people are not listening. They are forming opinions. So I want us to please try and understand these guys. This thing is a mind game. Everybody knows that in a sane country, there is no case. This thing is so it's like day and night. It's clear. By now, he will be packing his bags. The only confidence they have now is because Nigeria is a problem. Nigeria is a funny country. That's the only thing that is giving them hope. And that hope is going to be dashed. And lastly, I just want to encourage us to please just hold on. All of these struggles, these challenges we are facing, we need to just be strong because what we are doing is trying to uproot years of corruption. This country has been on a narrative. School is scam. Politics is dirty. Nigeria can't work. Nobody is a saint. Everyone in politics is there for selfish reasons. opposition politics is evil. You can't get justice in Nigeria. You can't be successful if you don't do things the wrong way. If you don't have sure plug, nothing will work. You will see someone trying to register a business online and they'll be telling you, oh, you better call somebody, let me give you a contact. And you're like, can't I just do things anonymously and get it done? So they've pushed this narrative for years. And what we are trying to do is to uproot it. It's not going to be easy. So I just want us to please just stay strong. Let's just try. It's not easy. Peter Obi is really doing a lot. He's taking a lot because he's prepared. He knows them. And I want us to let's not just be discouraged. All of these struggles, all of this hardship, with a good government, we won't be going through this. Almost every day, the president will be giving speeches. He will be apologizing. He will be going around the clock. But look at who we have. He's so quiet. He's so relaxed. He doesn't even have a ministerial list. There are some things that cannot work in the Nigerian Football Federation right now because we don't have a sports minister. The sports minister needs to validate certain things, and it's not working. And I know it's going to be happening like that in several other ministries. But what is the president doing? Thinking about how to share money. So a lot of things are already, I'll be rounding up now. A lot of things are not okay, and many of us wish, why is other countries working? Are we cursed? We go abroad, we are treated like strangers. We are in our country, we are still treated like strangers. But I want us to hold, we are betting a nation, and we will get it. Thank you very much. I yield the mic.
All right, thank you very much, Adebayo. Let's quickly go to Benedict. I'm sure you're in the less noisy place now. Please go ahead.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. I can hear you.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Thanks for all the good things you've been doing for us. God bless you all there. For me, I would say that from what the Labour Party lawyers have presented today, I think they've made the judiciary work easy for them. Very easy. They've made it very easy for them. In case anybody is coming to bribe them, at least they will be able to tell them that this matter now, I don't think so I go fit help you. The matter day open. Except maybe they just want to be wicked to themselves. And they should know that this election, not the same Nigeria, all of us, they when they do this election. Their eye reach everything. I'm not saying because they are there, meaning that they will not. That doesn't stop them from giving their judgment, even if they are seeing what is happening. Whether you present your case or you don't present your case, where then they'll come give you judgment wey go favor you based on say because they see what happen. No, the issue is very clear that our principal won this election, and it has been proven that they won the election. So the judiciary, they should do the right thing. That's the only thing we are just asking for. They should do the right thing so that this country, everybody in this country will be in peace. Because if they do this thing otherwise, it will not be funny at all. It won't be funny because the thing don't reach everybody neck. It don't reach everybody neck. So on that note, I will yield the mic from here. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, quickly, let's get Arigosaki.
Sorry, before Arigosaki goes ahead, please. So for the governorship election, what court are they in? Should be in high courts. After high court, then they go to like appeal, then supreme, right? Well, meaning you see.
Yes, so I think there's the tribunal.
The tribunal, then the kind of appeal.
Then they will now go to appeal court. They will now go to Supreme Court.
All right, thank you so much. Please, Arigosaki, go ahead. Thank you so much.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
All right.
Please check your DM. Sorry.
I'm very, very, very happy today. Well meaning. I am very, very, very happy today. As you were just reading those responses, I remembered the first media appearance on the first day. The first media interview that was granted to Livy Uzo on the first day of the pre-hearing session, yeah. And I quote, this is what he said. He said, the decision to be rendered we make an impact on Nigeria's electoral jurisprudence, judicialism, and constitutionalism. It is important that this is made known because one way or the other, it won't be business as usual. As for my clients, be assured of robust advocacy. As for my client, be assured of robust advocacy. So Livy Uzo, who has proven today that very claim is not just an empty claim. You know, what I can see here is robust advocacy. Thank you very much, and I leave the mic.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay, quickly, let's go to Kingsley.
Good evening, fellow obedient, and good evening, 1MMC. Good evening, everyone. I would like to know if you are hearing me, please.
Yes, please go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Quickly, I want to ask a question. I don't know if the courts, if they have is it possible for them to demand the document that the INEC used to declare this election result? For them to is it possible for them to inspect them? Because some of these things they are doing, I see like they are just playing. In my own opinion, I don't know, but I see like they are just playing because from the swearing in thing, I didn't expect that they were even going to swear Tinubu in the first place because he didn't win the election, and it's just like everyone is just
Kingsley.
Yes.
I thought we all know that's why we are in court here.
Yes.
So let's not go over scrutiny.
Oh, okay. So right now, the situation right now is it has passed that stage. Let me put it like it has passed that stage right now. So what we are talking about here, we are talking about the eligibility, and not forgetting that there are so many other issues bordering. But right now we are mentioning only one, which I don't know how the other ones, like, to me, it seems like every other issue has been forgotten, or I don't know, because there's issue of forfeiture, there's issue of drug trafficking, there's issue of double nomination. There are different issues, but right now...
Sorry, Mr. Kingsley. When did you join the space?
When I joined the space?
Yes.
Well, I joined because right now I just came back from work and I joined maybe 1 hour ago.
Okay. So that's why you are asking these questions, because since we started, we've dealt with the forfeiture issue, we've dealt with the drug case, we've dealt with double nomination and all of that. Now we are not able to deal with the entire document. The arguments of 25% and all other documents are still within the document. The lawyers dealt with it. So that's why we told you guys to download the document and digest it by yourselves. These are not conversations. We are taking the process gradual. We still have 5 days before the next set of documents coming. That's the reply. So digest it. We'll continue. Tomorrow is another day. So that is it.
So yes, but there's a question I asked before, and there was a particular space that was held some time ago, and I asked a question that is is it possible to nominate? Is it possible right now? Because from the final written address, he said Peter Obi is the only candidate constitutionally guaranteed of contesting the rerun election. And I'm just asking because I don't really know much about the law and the constitution and all that. So I'm just asking. I want to be clear on that because
Mr.
because previously in the constitution they read to us that it is a president should be duly elected, whereby there is at least two contestants, two people who have contested for the election. And now they are saying that Peter Obi is the only candidate that is constitutionally guaranteed of contesting in a rerun. So that place, I would like someone to throw more light on it for me because I'm really not very clear about it. Thank you.
Mr. Kingsley, we've actually addressed this earlier. I don't know if you would like to listen to the space afterwards because we've addressed this whole.
Yes, I will appreciate that. I will appreciate that.
Yeah, so please, once the space ends, you can re-listen to the space, please. Thank you, because
it seems like I'm taking everyone back. Yes.
No, it's not like you're taking everyone. We want to end the space, so that's why. Yeah. So.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Emily, please, you can go ahead.
All right, thank you. Go, baby. Becky. How you did now? How are you?
I'm good, man.
All right, great. You seem as well. I agree to 1mm. All the crew. God bless you and everyone on here. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're spacing from. Yeah, I think maybe my question is going to be because I've been on holiday. I just got back. I was trying to listen on my way back. But you know, when you're driving with kids, noise. So I didn't get all the stuff you guys discussed. But I wanted to ask one question. I haven't read the final written address from LP so far, just bits and bobs, which I will continue to do maybe tomorrow because my little one is poorly. But my question, which at least just to rest, Mama, I beg no verse and go. I don't say the fire. Maybe I'll go back and listen after the recording end. I wanted to know, about the if having not read the address, if LP submitted, I just wanted to get submitted our polling unit agent copies. And if it was mentioned, I mean, especially of the blood results, if that makes sense.
I don't think they did. I think they only submitted certified true copy from INEC, so they didn't submit any of that. Well, meaning I don't know what's happening. I can't accept speakers. Okay, I think it's up now. So I don't think they did submit. You see, Maxwell, are you aware that they submitted any polling unit agent stuff?
Because before he comes in, because I was reading about, that section that says if INEC submitted the if they gave them the blood CTC blood result, I can't interpret it, I'm not a lawyer, I'm just trying to requote that the people not bring the original copy from the polling unit agent. I was wondering if they submitted that as a true, because if that's not original, you can't give original of something that is blood and it doesn't make sense. I don't know if I make sense, but that's just my question. Thank you.
Okay. No, the original, the certified copy I'm talking about was the one from INEC. And I think the one from INEC, according to Adeleke case, supersedes anyone you bring from your polling unit or whatever, the polling unit agent. So I think that was the one they tendered. And so that was where they said it was blurry. So I don't think they tendered any other document. I've not heard and I didn't see. So, and they didn't tender
you were asking a question if I was kind of on a call. And I'm trying to get home. I don't know. So the thing is, there were a lot of documents tendered that I don't even know the title of those documents. So as for your question regarding particular documents, I may not be able to answer. So that's it.
Okay. Thank you, Sima. No, I was just, because apart from the CTC results INEC gave to LP, because I was looking at the Electoral Act, and so to say, the part of the laws that if when that is not available, or when INEC didn't give, that I know Ngozi said that supersedes any result you bring, then there are the following order which can replace what INEC didn't provide. That's why I was wondering if LP submitted anyone that could have superseded what INEC submitted, since it was blurred, so that the police copy or the polling unit. Thank you.
So sorry, let me just
sorry that I'm coming in,
we get your point, but we're not
Mr. Wright, please hold on.
Check, find out for you. So we'll find out and see if the
Ngozi, can you hear me?
All right, thank you. Right now, everyone is connecting on my phone, and I don't know who wants to speak. So from my end, I can't see people that want to speak.
I think it's well-meaning. It's well-meaning.
It's well-meaning. I have to leave well-meaning and join back. So well-meaning.
But I don't think she can hear me. So what I was just going to say is that so the direction of LP's case is not really required, doesn't really require them to start changing, because if you go that direction, you can't win that direction. You can't win that battle, because the way the Electoral Act is designed, even the police copy takes precedence. So LP is not erring. If they had done it, they are setting themselves up for very failure. That's a mistake. That's actually what got Opus Odima to governorship in Imo State. Because the moment you do that, then you give your opponent the room to go and produce police copy. And by the way the election is, police copy has more power than agent copy. So, and if police copy, anything has been done on police copy, that's how Opus Odima became governor. And that's what a lot of people don't, like people that, so just to let you know that someone from 4th became 5th, they actually did that through police copy. So basically, the direction that LP's case is going, LP was not trying to compare, this is what I want. They did it partially through the professor, the maths professor that came to analyze results. They did it because he, did some comparison with RF and all those things and produced it. But they were not intending to produce. Remember, you may not even be able to get every, PDP does not have every gen copy, APC does not have. It's almost impossible in an election for you to have every gen copy that you need. So it's why the best route that they took, if not, this would have just been a petition where people have just said, this looks tough, but nothing come out from it. So the best route was to use the result to question the process. So basically, they didn't need to tender that copy. And so far as I know, let me use it in this Maxwell's term, except it's in documents that they tendered, like Christmas said that we didn't know. There was no part where it was tendered. But my point is, it was not needed. In fact, it would have probably been more of a disadvantage, because by the time you want to bring your own agent copy, you have given a chance for APC to bring their own agent copy. Because you are not going to say, let them accept only your own and leave APC's own. APC's own is also an agent. So it would have been a very big loophole not to, I think it would have been a very big mess, basically.
All right. Thank you so much. All right, moving on. Let's hear from Lawan.
Because what are you feeling like?
Alexa Post. Hi, good evening, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon. Nice to be on this place. Not to take much of everyone's time. Existing protocol, I greet every one of you. I want to bring one or two perspectives to the discuss. The Labour Party's submission, in as much as I've not gone in depth into it, I just breezed all through the 42 pages. I see they have a good response to most of the technicalities the other respondent tried to raise in his own submission. So like one of our colleagues had rightfully said, I'm not a lawyer, so I wouldn't want to start assuming and speaking from a place of assumption. That's why I'll leave it to those who are more learned in that field than me. My question to the learned colleague in our midst of us here is, after this submission from the LP lawyers. What is coming next? Are we to expect something from them, like a counter offer or a counter response? When in view would this long-awaited judgment come? Because from the rumors we've been reading all over the social media, that CGN was trying to resign or something, or step aside, which they've debunked as being a fake news or whatever. Like I said, there's no smoke without fire. So I have an assumption that probably something is cooking, and they're trying to like look for a technicality or a way to knock up this whole discourse. Because I understood from a colleague who is a learned colleague also that once a CGN by any form or any sort says he or she is resigning, automatically the case ends. I'm not sure. I don't really understand it.
It doesn't end. It cannot end.
So I heard.
It doesn't end, please.
I heard that once maybe a CG or whatever just says that he or she is no longer sitting or whatever, they just have to like pause whatever they're doing, and the case goes on death on arrival. So honestly, let me just round up this way. I want to thank every one of us by staying put on this news, because Tinubu and his ally would regret ever going into an election with Peter Obi at a time like this, because they least expected that the case was going to linger this far. So the attention, each and every one of you, even the other guys, what's the other guy? Emir and his colleagues, Jimmy and the likes, everyone keeps focusing on this case, and that's what kept the life in it, the spirit in it. So I want to admonish every one of you, and every one of us, we should keep doing that, putting our eyes on it, because it's bringing the soul out of it. I can imagine those back home, what they're feeling, looking at people walking all the old streets, can't afford fuel. It's painful. We have families back home. So no matter how we are abroad, we still have families back home. So I really want to thank every one of you, even to the list of the person in Lagos Street, anywhere, the way you guys are putting your eyes and putting the judiciary up on their feet. Thank you so much. So as for my learned colleague, please can you enlighten me? And this colleague of Mars just made mention a very vital case, the APM case. That's a case that nobody's really looking at. I want to understand, is it that the Shetima issue, is it supposed to be, is it supposed to be on the nomination list, haven't been nominated before, or it shouldn't be? I need clarification on that part too. The learned colleagues, I just hit my mic at this point. Thanks.
Sorry, you said should Shetima's name be on the list?
But there's a double nomination on Shetima, and there's this time constraint. It was supposed to have been taken as a VP. It was supposed to have been taken as a VP within a time frame, and it was not being given because the previous predecessor, the stakeholder, refused to give to him until they lured him, and that duration elapsed in the constitutional duration. But yet, I don't know if you get
yeah, I get your point. So for that one, for the second question, they were supposed to do a fresh primaries, because when it passed 21 days, then I think I can send a screenshot of that part to you so you can read it. When it elapses 14 days, then the president is no longer like the candidate, no longer a candidate, something like that. So I'm just rephrasing or paraphrasing.
You're not getting the question. I get you. I understand this. What I'm trying to say, one colleague just missed his own submission, the writer. The submission he made was that the points APM is trying to put across is not that he was being chosen as a second mate outside the duration. No, that's not the point they are making. They are making the point that...
No, they are making both points. So
really?
That one, yeah, that's one of the points. And the second one too is part of it. I've not read that part, but he said it's there and he read it out. So I will go and look into it. But the one you said, the first one was part of it. And the second one too is part of it, yeah.
Okay. So what are the chances that the technicalities of those two areas of the APM could hold water around Shetima? Because whatever holds water around Shetima automatically nullifies Tinubu. So these are parameters I don't know. I'd love the learned ones to help us with that. Thanks.
You see, you can't predict it. At the end of the day, you can't really predict these judges, So we are looking at, that's why we have so many cases. So whichever one holds water, that's the one that would get rid of them. So.
All right. Okay. Thanks. Bye.
All right. Thank you. Noni, you've been here for a while.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. I want to thank everybody. Thank 1 Million Match Crew, UC Maxwell, well-meaning Nigeria, everybody, for your efforts and everything you do. I want to state categorically that the question the last guy was asked, anything that affects Shettima affects Tinubu, and anything that affects Tinubu affects Shettima. It's 100%. If Tinubu is disqualified, Shettima is gone. If Shettima is disqualified, Tinubu is gone because it's a joint ticket. And the truth is this: I want to thank wholeheartedly able legal luminaries, because they are the best Nigeria can boast of. Not the likes of Olanipekun that is moving around with illegalities and all that. The truth is, the judges are not from America. They are not from Cotonou. They are all Nigerians. And they were here throughout the process of this preparation of this election, even during the election and after the election. Some of them voted, and I know most of them voted P2B. So they know the truth. We are not begging them here to do the right thing. All we are saying is they should do what they know that is right. And whichever way you look, they are going by it. Whether they go by collecting money and doing what they ask them to do, they are going to feel it right from the court premises. We Nigerians are no longer joking. We are no longer joking. Even the Agbados they are feeling it more, because they are really hungry. They started feeling it from those that went to Abuja to do the inauguration. Most of them could not come back to their base in Lagos because transport fare have increased and they have finished the money they gave them. So there is no two ways about it, because the judges should do the right thing. They know what is right. They know who is who. Tinubu, as we all know, is not supposed to be in the ballot. He's a drug baron. In everything bad, he represents it. So he is not supposed to be there. Shettima too is not supposed to be there. And coming to the election proper and everything, the only man that stands out is P2B. God, in his infinite mercy, knew why he brought in P2B now, and he placed him far above every one of them. And at the end of the day, he made everything work. In fact, he beats anything you can think of. He beat them hands down. All of them that feels they are the chief architect of politics in Nigeria. He beat them to the core. So we are saying to the judiciary, God, give us our mandate. There is no two ways about it. There is nothing like rerun. We are not going in for any rerun. There is nothing like rerun. This is the only man that won 25% in FCT. And going by the real result, he won that election far, 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 far. So I thank every one of us, and I thank most especially our legal luminaries for the I'll call it the perfect job, because they did mighty. And I thank every one of us. And let's continue with this tempo. Let's even increase it. They are feeling our heat, and they will continue. Thank you. I yield the mic.
All right, thank you. Moving on, let's hear from Chigozie. Chigozie, go ahead.
All right. I've been waiting and waiting. This has been throwing me off and on. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all of us. I want to thank especially the organizers and the coordinators of this 1MMC. Actually, I'm not a man of many words. Each time I come, I just tend to, for someone to demystify my doubts. So I have a question. Though I've asked that question, I sent a message to the group, but I noticed that it wasn't responded to. Now, I've been reading that final address, digesting it. Now I have a question. My question is this. From that address, I'm seeing them saying during argument, we'll advance this, we'll advance that. So I want to know, now that they've submitted their final response, if the respondent reply them, is there still going to be a section where they will come and argue? That's a question one. Then secondly, does it mean that the judgment will be determined from that argument and not from these final written addresses? That's the first question. Now, the second question, I want to be a kind of objective. It's not like I'm sounding pessimistic. Now, I'm also going through Atiku's address. Just the beginning part. I saw that he outlined that he won 21 states and INEC recorded 12 states for him. Whereas in our own final address, I don't know, I might be wrong because I'm not a legal person. So I want to know, is there a place where they finally articulated and say, this is the reason, or these are the total score from the documents we tendered in court, this is the total score, we have won or we have not won. Sorry, we are challenging it because we are saying we won, which we know that we won. But what I'm saying is that in this final address, did they state it with facts that going through all the documents tendered in court, we are proving that we won the election, just like the other person is saying he won 21 states, whereas 12 was recorded for him. So these are just my two questions. Thank you very much.
Sorry, let me quickly answer this question. I don't know what's speaking. Okay, go ahead, go ahead.
No, please, 1 minute, go ahead. I wasn't really listening at that point. Please go ahead.
Yeah, okay, so I was just going to say, first of all, after the written address, after the reply, the next thing is adoption. There's no coming back to argue anything. I mean, for moving the schedule, there's no that. You just adopt it and wait for judgment day. Then, first of all, when you were talking, I wanted to ask, how did you read Atiku's written address when you have not read LP zone? That was disturbing. Like, you read Atiku zone to see 21, but you didn't read LP zone to see what LP wrote. Anyway, I don't know what you saw. I've not read Atiku's written address. I mean, anybody's free to say whatever they want to say on their written address. That may have been maybe on the auspices of, if they disqualify Tinubu, like I can't really tell under what auspices they were making that statement, right? So, but even at that, I said this earlier on this piece. One thing Atiku cannot claim, even if he claims everything in this world, one thing he cannot claim is 25% in FCT. As in, even if he claims everything in this world, he cannot claim 25% in FCT. Because even after Tinubu's vote is wasted, let's say it's disqualified and wasted, Atiku's vote still did not get to 25% in FCT. So, basically, I don't want to speak on whether 25%, well, as per whether we did our own analysis in our own written address. I've seen the analysis, I've not read it entirely, but I know there was some analysis there. And like I told you last person, because Peter Obi was not going through the route of trying to prove one call numbers exactly. He was just putting it before them, do the calculation for them, let them be the one to say it. So basically, maybe to read Peter Obi's address, Peter Obi's written address, now that you've read Atiku, you can now deduce how many states Peter Obi saying he won from that written address. But there was arguments relating to results that were collected.
What I asked in the first question, I said after these people must have responded to our principal.
Let me come in here. I don't know if my background too noisy.
Just go ahead. We will manage your background.
Okay, please. I am actually trying to get home, so I just dropped off from the vehicle. So let me just tell you, there are things that are not in this document. So I just needed to come in here. If not, I wouldn't have said anything. We've not addressed all the issues in this document. For the issues that have not been addressed there, there's still another document to respond to the other parties, and then we will distill those issues there. As for the outlining of numbers and the rest, you won't see them in this document. The major arguments in this document is the issue of 25% non-compliance and disqualification of both Tinubu and Shettima. So because of the privilege we have to create another 40-page document to respond to the other parties, we can also outline these issues and argue them. So that is my response. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Yusuf Maxwell. Demison.
So sorry, just to add, you would agree with me that the issue of numbers, we are not even supposed to be arguing the issue of numbers in a response to Tinubu and Shettima, because our problem with Tinubu and Shettima is that they are not qualified. They didn't get 25%. There was non-compliance with the process of announcing them. When we need to come and even start properly arguing numbers is where you need to talk to INEC directly, who did all the corrupt practices that they did.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening. Thank you for this space. Okay, I just want to say yes. We all agree. I mean, it's that the final address is fire. It is a knockout for INEC, for Tinubu, Shettima, and everybody. But I am always in the camp of the pessimist when it comes to Nigeria issues. I'm always like, if there's any evil that can be done, these people would do it, because we're not dealing with principalities. We're dealing with angels. We're dealing with principalities. We're dealing with people that can call white black for you. So my question to everybody here is, if I think with all of the fantastic submissions from the LP lawyers, and I see that article lawyers are doing well themselves, and one way or the other, these evil people, I'll call them that, are able to still get their way, one way or the other. Because the truth about it, I keep telling people around me, they will spit in your face and tell you go to hell. What happens when with all of these evidences, and everybody looking at it knows that they should do the right thing? What if at the end of the day, they spit in the face of Nigerians and say go to hell? I'm talking to everybody here because we need to ask ourselves, what am I prepared to do to take back Nigeria? That is all I want to say. You need to sit down with yourself in the middle of the night and say, what if these people choose to spit in the face of Nigerians and say to hell with law, to hell with the judge, to hell with justice? We will do what we want to do and you can all go to hell. What are you prepared to do? Thank you. That's my submission.
All right. Thank you so much. I would like to end this space soon, and then more requests are coming. Please, if you'd like to speak, individual and celebrity lawyer.
Yeah, okay, good evening. It's a pleasure to be on this space. I'm speaking here for the first time. So I want to appreciate the work of everyone involved in this space and helping us, follow everything, follow the proceedings. I'd like to state generally that the the response of the LP team was a very good response. It on the issues of law, it addressed every issue that was raised, and even directed them to the main crux of the argument, which is the provisions of Section 137, subsection D, that talks about the issue of whether a fine is a forfeiture, and they did justice to that particular issue, and that issue is one issue that I am very happy that they addressed, because they were trying to confuse us, trying to say that it was a civil forfeiture, and because it's a civil forfeiture, it shouldn't apply. They told them that in the address, they told them that what they are talking about is paragraph E, and the case of LP is premised on paragraph D, not paragraph E. So I think that was a very wonderful submission. And I also like how they were able to take them to cases like Austin versus United States and recent authorities that shed more light on the fact that whether something is done in a civil forfeiture or whether it's in a civil case or it's in a criminal case, it has penal implication. It has criminal implication. And because it has criminal implication, such person of such nature should not aspire to hold an office so prestigious as the office of president. So I'm very glad at how things are working out. We are looking out for the best. Some people said that what happens if somebody just said, what happens if this turns out, if it doesn't turn out how we planned? If it doesn't turn out how we planned, the answer is we go to the Supreme Court. That's the last bus stop. And because of how this address was properly and clinically drafted, I have full confidence that God will help us and God will give us our heart desires. We are dealing with criminals here. We are dealing with people who rig for a living. We are dealing with people who are professional thieves, and they met their match. They met their match as well, because the lawyers that were hired are lawyers that are specialists in election petition issues. Some of those people are people who train us or train law students in the Nigerian law school when it comes to election petition, election matters. So I have full confidence that this will work out in our favor. So we are waiting for their response as usual. So thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you so much. Polonium is back. Polonium, please, you can go ahead.
Yeah, Ngozi, quick one here. I just wanted to respond to that, my sister who was asking, what are we going to do if they spit in our face? My question is simply to her, if someone spits in your face, what would you do? That thing that is in your mind, I can bet you that there are a million Nigerians who would do that thing that is in your mind. So if someone spits in your face and you react to it, just know that all of us, we myself will react. So whatever they want to do, we are waiting for them. The only reason they can stay in their offices is because we are waiting for them. You have no idea what's going on. But if somebody spits in your face, how would you react? That's how all of us will react. I pray they don't, somebody said if they slap you in one cheek, Bible says turn the other one. And then there's another part of the Bible that is not written, that it says if you slap that other cheek, the Bible does not say what will happen after you slap that one. They have slapped us in one cheek. They have asked us to turn the other cheek. Make them slap. Thank you. And you the mic.
All right, thank you so much, Polonium. Nello.
Hi, Ngozi. Hi, Polonium. You came back with the bazooka, right? See,
my sister, all of us, this matter don't make all of us the crazy. So.
You don't leave APC space, I mean, you don't see them.
My sister, they're not even holding, they don't have balls to hold spaces again now. Nowadays, you go to APC space, they are opposition.
Same brother, PDP, the old one.
Those ones are not relevant. Those ones are not relevant. Those ones are not relevant.
It's all right. Hey, I don't miss well. Okay, 1 million is still here. Hi, UC. Hi, everyone. Today has been very, very interesting. I've not really like had time to sit down and read the petition, but thankfully, 1 million has been, giving us has been reading some part of it to us. The part that sweet me past, I mean, is that opening gambit. In fact, before we end space today, we need to read that opening gambit again. Not be only them sabi mad, if they are threatening the judiciary that if they cancel the election because of 25%, or saying that LP insisting that INEC do not follow her process, is us, is the petitioners calling for anarchy. Are they mad? You are threatening the whole country. That is either you rule or everything will burn down. We are not scared though. We are not scared. I feel like for the longest time, people in this country, we act so helpless. We just feel like, this there was not them now. Now anything what they want to deny them they do, and then we can't do anything. Now lie, enough is enough. I don't know if the judiciary they are listening, but listen, you will give justice in this case. Justice is all that Nigerians are asking for. We are not asking you to do us any favor. We are just asking that you look at this case and rule on the merits of the case. Chikena, every other person will be all right. Tinubu will be all right. Shetima will be all right. Everybody will be all right. Nobody is going to burn down anything for anybody. However, just like our lawyers say, if the rule of law is not adhered to, then yes, it's a call for anarchy. So I just honestly, I love that line, because every statement that has been coming out of these APC people keep pointing to one thing. It's almost like a threat that if we're not allowed to continue in power, then nothing is going to go. We're not going to allow, nobody else is going to be in power. Nothing is going to go right. Now lie. You will, and you see this power that you stole, you will not enjoy it for a single day, because we will continue. Every time we gather here online and we keep talking, we keep dissecting, it's paining them, because they want so badly for us to move on. But we are not moving anywhere. That mandate will not still go return them. Tinubu will return that mandate. All right. Ngozi, thank you so much for all that you guys have done. You see, I've been following your write-up on the whole thing. Thank you so much for breaking it down. Obviously on Sunday we're going to have an hour show where you see and Well-Meaning and every other member of the 1MMC crew would also, break down this whole thing. And the good thing about the YouTube one is that as Well-Meaning is reading the whole thing, you'll be seeing it. We'll be sharing the screen so that you'll be seeing it, reading it along with us. All those parts of the Constitution and the Electoral Acts that Well-Meaning and UC will be calling upon. You guys would, you'll see with us in real time. So keep a date with us. It's Sunday, 4 to 5. Those of you that were there last week, you can tell that it was very entertaining. And our IT guru Ngozi has also, helped us with ways that you can also join in the conversation. But obviously, it's going to be an hour. So I just wanted to say, if you have any question, you can actually DM the 1MMC with the questions, and then we would just work on the questions so that when we come on the show, we can just answer your questions as we go along. That way, we stay within the 1 hour space. Thank you very much to everyone that has been here sharing their thoughts and sharing their ideas. And I just want to encourage us as Nigerians that this country will not change if we continue to allow these politicians to do whatever they like. and get away with it. The only way that things will change is if we continue to scrutinize them, continue to challenge them. You see, I just read now there's a community in Rivers State where they are operating illegal refineries, and the Nigerian Air Force just went there and bombed that whole community, just putting these people's lives at risk. This is the thing that we are talking about. I don't understand why the community and everybody would just lie low and allow these guys to do these things. It's crazy. Anyway, let me not digress, because for today we are focused on the written address of LP. So, Ngozi, I yield the mic back to you. Thank you so much for all that you're doing. Thanks, everyone.
All right, thank you so much, Nelu. Okay, no one is raising their hand, so we're ending the space. Thanks everyone for coming. All right, love light.
Yeah, but we need to end the space soon because I think Jimmy's space will start very soon.
Okay, so love light.
Maybe I'll leave. Well, Minnie, make sure you read that line for us before you end the space, because we need to ginger.
He don't read that before.
Without opening gambit. All right, love life. Go ahead.
Don't worry, if you need to end the space, maybe I'll speak during when we get the reply from INEC. It's more relevant there. Thank you.
Well, you can go ahead. This is your first time of speaking, right? Just go ahead.
It's not our first time. Love life. Go ahead.
Okay. I wanted to say that I wanted to just find out what happens with the ballot papers after the elections. Because I know that in other places, like in the UK, I know after the elections, the ballot papers are supposed to be sealed and held for like a year, such that when election tribunals come up, you are able to bring out these ballot papers. If there are cases for recount, you can recount and then you can check that the results are okay. Especially because that lady asked the question about having...
I'm sorry, is it just me or is Love Life's voice very low?
It's very low, but I can hear her.
I can't hear a thing.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, I was asking that what happens with the ballot papers after the elections, because I know that in countries like the UK, it is statutory that you have the ballot papers stored for about a year, such that when...
So, Love Life.
Yes?
So I had your question.
Yeah.
It's actually similar in Nigeria. They keep it in this, forgot what they call it, whatever. Can you lift your mic? I can hear myself.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so they keep it in these something proof bags and something, but the question is how effective it is.
Well, no be ballot box, so we see inside bush. The ones
No, not ballot box.
No,
the same ballot paper.
Sorry. The reason I'm asking the question is that if the ballot... Sorry, let me just round it up. The reason I'm asking the question is if the ballot papers are supposed to be saved, I know it can be manipulated. That would mean that the election results too can be saved and stored. And that would mean that INEC should not be running up and down looking for elections results, and we should not be dragging INEC about these election results if that is the case. But in this case, we are trying to, it's quite difficult for LP to even get INEC to give us the election results. So that is why I'm saying this, that if ballot papers can be saved, election result papers can be saved, whether it's manipulated or not. Why is INEC not giving us this? Because I know they did for a number of states, but not for every local government.
Can I come in here?
Yes.
Okay. Let me say, in an ideal situation, the way the elections are supposed to be, ideally, after the elections, they are supposed to take the ballot papers, with the from EC8, and everything to the college, to the collation center, to the ward level, then from the ward level to the local government, and from the local government to the states, from the states to the federal. But the jungle that we live in, called Nigeria, where we are seeing thugs, coming there to tear if they announce the result and the result does not favor the ruling party in the state. It's not just APC, even PDP, they will come there, they will tear the ballot papers, they will scatter, they will trash things. And so INEC does not have the complete results. But the thing is, they are not coming out to say it because of the fact that they are complicit in this rigging. So, but they don't have it. A lot of places where the elections did not go according to the way of the parties, they destroyed the ballot papers. They did all manner of things. So normally, if INEC as an umpire, if they were not involved in this rigging, they would have provided all those documents to show that, okay, this was what we got. And then that way, political parties will be able to inspect these things, and then the courts will be able to, look at the things that are provided, look at what INEC has, and, make their ruling, make their judgment based on that. But because INEC is complicit, that's why you see them dodging. They don't want to provide these documents because they do not have it. So I don't know if this answers your question.
Yes, it does answer my question, because I just wanted everyone listening to know that the onus is not on the political agent representative to prove anything in courts with the results.
Well, unfortunately, I don't know why I can barely hear you, but can you mute your mic? Unfortunately, the way the Nigerian Election Tribunal has been, the way they've formulated the law around it, is up to you, the petitioner, now to prove. That's why it's been so difficult for people to prove. Instead of INEC being the one bringing the results to prove and show how they announce their winners, no, it is now you, the petitioner, that you are challenging the result, that has to go and bring all your proof. So the whole thing is messed up. These are the things that we also really need to look into. By the time we are done with this whole thing, I feel like for the longest the people were so disinterested. It should not be a case that you, the petitioner, you now have to be the one to go and start looking for proof, begging INEC to give you results and everything so that you can prove that you won an election. INEC should be the one that should come out and prove how they announce their winners. That's if you petition them. And also the party that is saying that they won, they should also be able to show you how they won the election. But unfortunately, that's not the case. That's not how they have, made these laws. Now you, the petitioner, you're the one that has to come out to prove how, that you're the one saying that these people rigged you out. You now have to come and prove how they rigged you out, and at the same time also prove how you won the election. And then you find that INEC will not even be helping you by giving you these materials at their disposal. So it just puts you, the petitioner, at a very, very disadvantage. All right, back to you.
All right, it's not. Are you done?
Yeah, I'm done. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I guess we're done for today. No one's hand is up, so. All right, thanks everyone for joining. It was a really, really nice and productive space. Let's move over to Jimmy's space. Starting now. I think it has started already. And hopefully you will see you guys on Sunday. So please follow our YouTube, subscribe to our YouTube channel, follow all our handles so that you can get premium information. And we have a show on Sunday from 4 to 5. It's an hour show. So please subscribe to our YouTube channel. We're still going to be talking about all the written addresses. So please subscribe. Thank you.
Sorry, Ngozi. I mean, in addition to what you said, so let's see what tomorrow brings. If there's enough time tomorrow, we could have further discussions on this, on other areas that we're not touched, because there are a lot of documents to be made reference to. So we can just do the lookout tomorrow. But of course, usually there's violent space in the evening, so if we are going to do anything, it's going to be short. But so we'll just see what tomorrow brings. But if not, I guess it's Sunday at the show then.
Yeah. All right. Please subscribe to our YouTube channel at 1 Million Match Crew, 1M Match Crew. Thank you guys, and see you soon. Bye.